God!
I want to play a game. Watch and explain all 12 Saw movies and short films, or starve to death in this basement. Live or die. Make your choice.
He's a tall black guy. He's got a scar around his neck, okay?
Ah! Okay, fine. This first movie's produced by a company that likes its pictures just like Dave likes his balls. Twisted. A dude wakes up under bath water and sputters up to realize he's definitely in like an Arby's bathroom. I mean, dead body, gun, tape player, beef and cheddar remains sprayed everywhere?
We have
Everywhere!
Okay, yes, it's slightly cleaner than a real Arby's bathroom, but that's Hollywood for you. They sanitize everything. And just like every Arby's bathroom I've ever been in, there are no stall dividers, and also there's another guy in there rocking gnarly pit stains and constantly leaning against beef-covered pipes with his bare-ass hands. Also, they're both chained foot to wall, and yes, there's a fair amount of violent tugging going on, but again, that's pretty normal for an Arby's bathroom. Anyway, Beef Hand's Christian name is
Lawrence Gordon. I'm a doctor.
And hey, other guy, what's your name?
My name is very fucking confused.
That seems highly unlikely.
Adam.
Oh, there we go. Neither of them knows why they're there, but it's pretty clear.
No one has taken your kidneys.
In fact, the opposite has happened. See, Adam finds an envelope in his butt with a tape that says "Play Me," which you will agree is the exact opposite of a kidney. And Gordon also finds a tape in his butt along with a key and a bullet. And okay, I don't know if this is why they're here, but each of them is dealing with a Sisyphean desire to throw things despite completely sucking ass at throwing.
Throw it over here.
They are so lucky that the game Jigsaw wants them to play isn't catch. Sorry, I'm getting ahead of myself.
I want to play a game. You want to play catch? Hey, before you go any further,
Oh, what?
I'm also Jigsaw, but like a different one than the other one, like a nicer Jigsaw. He's all focused on pain, I'm focused on gain. I just wanted to let you know that today's torturing is actually sponsored by ZocDoc, a completely free website where you can search, compare, and instantly book high-quality in-network doctors that fit your needs. Like if you need a doctor to help with your foot getting sawed off, whatever. It's hypothetical. I'm not like hinting at anything, but like if for some reason your foot got sawed off, ZocDoc would be a great resource. I don't know that that will happen. Look, I've been a Jigsaw for a while. I don't want to freak you out, but it's usually not great.
I don't know if I have the wherewithal to saw off my foot with a spoon.
Well, if you did, ZocDoc makes it super easy to book in-network appointments with more than 100,000 healthcare providers, from mental health to dental health, eye care to skin care to, I don't know, guys who are good with severed feet, probably. You can filter for doctors who take your insurance, who are located nearby, who are a good fit for your specific medical needs, and who are highly rated by verified patients who sawed their feet off. They verify that their feet were actually sawed off. Sewn off? Sawed off. Saw.
Okay.
Even better, you can see their actual appointment openings, choose a time that works best for you, and then click to instantly book a visit. You don't even have to talk to anyone, just book with a few clicks. Doesn't that sound nice, bro?
Sure.
Well, I know your wife was diagnosed with cancer last year, and it's been an extremely difficult process trying to find the right specialist for her super rare condition who also actually take your insurance, and ZocDoc eliminates most of those pain points. Not to mention, having ZocDoc as a sponsor helps your family financially as you make these tough decisions, dude.
Yeah.
Stop putting off those doctor's appointments and go to ZocDoc.com/Dr. Jordan. And that way you can find and instantly book a top-rated doctor today. So imagine there's like a price. No way. Free. Anyway, have fun with the rest of your torture, man.
Oh, you're leaving?
You'd be dead by now.
The butt key doesn't work on their foot chains, so Adam stretches out for the recorder. He's not even remotely close. He then jury rigs a shirt/tub drain device, which is exactly what I did the last time I woke up in an Arby's bathroom and ran out of toilet paper. The tape doesn't say much other than a voice is like, "You're a voyeur, Adam, and worse, you're lazy.
But mostly just pathetic.
So therefore you suck."
I don't get it.
Gordon's tape, on the other hand, is like, "Hey, you know how..."
Every day of your working life, you have given people the news that they're gonna die.
Wait, every single day? He must be a terrible doctor if at least one patient dies every single day. Or maybe he's a dentist. They're always so dramatic about flossing and dental hygiene. But no, he's an oncologist. Or maybe his patients aren't dying, but he's just telling them anyway, like an April Fool's prank. Maybe he's just a super fun doctor like Patch Adams. Only instead of balloon animals, he gives people silent car rides back home. Wait, there's more, Gordon. You need to kill Adam by 6 p.m. or I will kill your wife and child. Also, side note,
X marks the spot.
He's a pirate, I think.
and at what point would you turn the tape off if you were Adam? Like, they listened to the entire thing, but as soon as it said,
Your aim in this game is to kill Adam.
barring the very slim chance that the next part was with compliments, there's no good outcome for Adam. You need to kill Adam. He's like, ah! Dropped it. I don't know what it said. I think it said you need to give Adam $5. Did you hear that part? I didn't hear it. I dropped it. You need to kill Adam. He's a piece of shit. You gotta rip all his toes off. And you're like, must be a different Adam. Fortunately for them in the audience, Adam doesn't do that. Our heroes hear a teeny tiny little whisper that says, follow your heart. Then they notice a poop heart on a toilet. So Adam scrounges around in the toilet poop, but unfortunately finds
No solids.
feels like a missed opportunity to say, I didn't find shit. I mean, I did find shit, but not the shit we were hoping for. Hollywood, hire me to punch up your torture porn poop jokes. Adam then checks the toilet top and finds 2 hacksaws, as is Arby's franchise policy. With their menu, plungers typically don't get the job done. You gotta freaking hacksaw through all that.
To go to battle.
You're having to like saw as it comes out. One guy saws, one guy poops. They try them on their chains, but they're stronger than your average post Arby's dump. Man, what else could we hack with these saws?
He wants us to cut through our feet.
Okay, well, maybe let's try the pipes first? Nope, we've already lost Gordon, who's like, okay, I've got a little story to tell.
Jesus Christ, tell me.
Your vote of confidence is overwhelming.
The specifics of our situation remind me of this serial killer guy they called the Jigsaw Killer, named for the little jigsaw pieces he's always cutting out of his victim's skin, which is a very difficult calling card. Like, how many times did he screw up cutting those out of the early victims? Great, now they're gonna call me Blob of Skin Killer. He's like on the other side of the wall or whatever. No, it's a jigsaw piece. Holy shit, is that a jigsaw piece?
Well, this guy must be really cool. And
Yeah, this guy's awesome.
Jigsaw piece.
Oh yeah, that's cool. Isn't that cool, guy? There was someone standing outside here watching through this peephole.
Even still, he's lucky the media didn't christen him the evil puzzle boy or the Melissa and Doug massacre. I'm just saying, there were options. They picked a really cool one, but there are a lot of not cool puzzle-themed options.
I think I may know who's done this to us.
Please, refer to me as the calculator.
Flashback.
I'll start from the beginning.
Jigsaw's first victim was a chubby dude, presumably to give Jigsaw extra skin to get a workable jigsaw piece out of. Like, if he screwed it up, he could just, you know, there were more parts. Like, lift a flap and cut there and be like, that didn't work.
you gotta start easy when you're like starting a new hobby or whatever.
You're not gonna sculpt David on day one. The chubby guy was told that he had 2 hours to crawl through a bunch of razor wire, or else he'd be locked in a basement forever. This is punishment because he tried to kill himself earlier, and Jigsaw thinks he was just doing it for
Some attention.
so, thusly this game. If he survived, presumably he would learn to appreciate his life more. He did not survive though, so I think the lesson was probably lost on him, maybe.
I guess we learned not to do it again.
Yes, sir.
But okay, right away, Jigsaw's entire reasoning for these killings is fundamentally nonsense. Like, in theory, he's hoping people will appreciate life more once shown how fragile it is and how it can end without a moment's notice. But for most people, I feel like they'd really focus on the life can end at any random second part and lock themselves up in their homes all Final Destination style. Like, if you see a perpetually happy person who can't help but stop to smell every flower and you ask him what his secret is, he probably won't tell you, oh, I almost died during a mugging. Turns out that's the secret to happiness. But regardless of whether Jigsaw's philosophy is consistent, it's important you understand that he's...
Technically speaking, he's not really a murderer. He never killed anyone.
See, Jigsaw didn't force this chubby guy to die. He only stripped him naked and surrounded him with razor wires.
Finds ways for his victims to kill themselves.
Genius, genius, genius!
The guy could have just sat there and died of starvation. And yes, that would technically be Jigsaw's fault, but that's not what happened, okay? So technically, Jigsaw is completely innocent, technically. This is what most judges refer to as the stop hitting or stop killing yourself defense. Flash forward, but still back, Jigsaw also didn't kill this dude who apparently faked being sick a lot by putting poison in his veins. Again, not a crime unless you die from it. Dave is always putting poison in me and then sucking it out at the last second. I'm like, damn, well, nothing illegal about that. The worst part though is that he's always trying to get the needle in my butt. Dave is always sucking my butt. But again, it's perfectly legal. What can I do?
Oh no, I poisoned your penis.
Let's put your so-called illness to the test.
Anyway, Jigsaw was like, the antidote for the poison is in this safe, and the code is written on the walls, but also the floor is covered in glass, and you're smeared in flammable jelly, and you need to carry this candle around in order to see clearly, but if you drop it, okay, yeah, you're gonna burn up.
Very impressive.
And I feel like the difficulty on that one was a tad too high. This isn't freaking Dark Souls. Also, Jigsaw watched this ordeal through a completely innocent
People.
The cops found a pen light belonging to Gordon at this crime scene, so he became suspect number 1.
This is yours, Doctor.
Gordon's like, yes, but I couldn't have slain this guy because I was slaying adulterous puss.
Very impressive.
And they're like, okay, that's gross, but yeah, your story checks out. Even still, would you mind listening to this other victim's testimony in case it spark something?
I'd like to help, really, but
well, we'd really appreciate it.
Well, I don't know what it's gonna spark. They just prove that he had nothing to do with it. It's like you just run into some guy and I'm like, you wanna help me do police work? We need some fresh eyes. But so he listens to Amanda here be like, yeah, so a little clown doll on a TV apparently put a thing on my head that would make my mouth be super open in just a few minutes.
Think of it like a reverse bear trap.
Which sounds bad, but upside, you'd finally be able to eat one of those novelty 20-patty tower burgers. Not all the Jigsaw traps are bad. But if you don't want to do that, the only way to get it off would be to cut open the stomach of a dude on the ground and pull out the key. But the twist is the dude isn't dead, just high off his ass on opiates. So Amanda did that. And wait, what was the game for that dude? Everyone else gets one, and this sap just had to hope she trips and falls on the way over to him.
I'm like, what do you say fuck me for?
And Gordon's like, I'm sorry, what am I supposed to do now? I'm just a guy. Why make me listen to this? Do I look like a reverse bear trap expert?
I do my best.
Now, interestingly, Amanda does say, actually, this turned out to be a pretty positive experience for me because A, I'm a drug user who is now pretty sure I don't want to do drugs anymore.
Helped me.
And B, my test was crazy easy compared to the other two guys. Not only was she like barely injured, she also got to wear her clothes. You can say what you want about Jigsaw, but you can't say he doesn't respect women.
I am thinking about that.
Then later, Gordon's chilling at his house where he owns a big-ass puzzle clock, which is currently showing red flag o'clock. Why does he have a puzzle clock? Gordon lives with a wife who doesn't think he's happy, and a daughter who was unfortunately born with a disability.
Oh, what a big tootsie.
That tootsie is too big. Good thing Gordon's a surgeon and could presumably saw that thing right off.
Give me your tootsie.
Gordon leaves to do some work on a patient with his penis.
I gave you a precise
hot beef injection.
And his family is attacked by a dude wearing an identity-obscuring bedsheet that serves no purpose other than to confuse the viewer. Or maybe it's to make us think it's a ghost. I mean, this is a horror movie after all. Could be a ghost. Let's watch and see. Like, he ties the wife and daughter up and then no longer hides his identity from them? Damn, so I guess not a ghost. He clearly just did this for one random shot to make sure the audience doesn't learn the twists too quickly. He like runs in with a bed sheet and he's like, ah, you don't know who I am. I'm maybe a ghost. And then he's like, I'm sorry, I don't know why I did that. I'm not actually hiding my identity from anyone. Because if he's in the hallway, people are gonna be like, why is there a guy in a bed sheet running down the hallway?
Yeah, I mean, that would raise some questions.
5 seconds later, we learn the bad guy is an orderly from Gordon's hospital named Zepp.
As you can see, our orderlies form very special bonds with the patients.
I see you.
So literally, you just withheld his identity for like a single scene? Or are we supposed to believe that he broke into the apartment complex dressed like that? Everybody's like, oh, a ghost. Better let him break into whichever apartment he wants. No point in calling the cops. After all, he's a ghost.
I was just sitting in the U-bend thinking about death.
Thank you for that information, Zeb.
Speaking of useless cops, Detective David Tapp is, for whatever reason, still watching Gord's house, as if he were still a person of interest, and for no clear reason, he's also slowly losing his mind, seemingly.
Hey, we're gonna close it.
Oh, weird-ass car transition. Beep, beep, motherfuckers! Oh, I guess we're also gonna learn Tapp's backstory, even though Gordon wouldn't realistically be privy to that information unless he's the person running the Tap That fan account on Tumblr.
What an amazing story.
Flashback! Tapp still really wanted to find this not technically a killer, technically, and he discovers a clue in Amanda's game tape and is like, we gotta go to that warehouse right now. No warrant, no backup, no plan. Let's go, 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 go. What are you talking about, inadmissible evidence? What are you, a narc? Do you think the chief would be pissed if we used the precinct helicopter without asking?
Right now.
Why not?
Yeah, why not?
So he and his partner run in there to discover mannequins and dioramas and dolls and pig masks and a dude rigged up to a brain drilling machine, and they're like, this is the coolest art class ever. We always had to do paper mache bullshit when I was a kid. I would have loved a brain drilling machine.
Don't cry.
Speaking of, where does Jigsaw get the funding for this stuff? Sure, it's all gross and dirty looking, but even gross warehouses and dirty reverse bear traps cost money. Let's try to get Doge and Jigsaw in the same room for a few weeks and see what happens.
This is the chainsaw for bureau.
You have to send us an email on what you're doing and how you're being productive down here in this murder basement.
I do hope that this joke is no longer relevant by the time you're watching this. Doge literally cut funding for multiple contracts I had lined up for this year for outside video work. So I guess unironically, Patreon, please? Or at least subscribe to this channel so I can go up to the CEO of Nike or Sbarro's or whatever and be like, you know that you need to advertise on this action. I mean, come on. What?
I want to play a game.
Sbarro.
You want to eat a bunch of pizza or something?
Sbarro!
Whatever. All of a sudden, Palpatine returned somehow. And like, again, I get that the movie is trying to obscure this dude's identity. But am I to believe that this guy is wandering around the streets of Sawville or wherever the movie is set, trying to look inconspicuous? Because my man, that is as conspicuous as it gets. Oh, don't mind me, the man dressed like a Sith Lord. I'm just here to buy 38 rolls of razor wire and a reverse bear trap and the parts for a brain drilling machine. You guys take Visa? Dave just told me off camera that in his experience, you can buy any amount of suspicious shit as long as you also buy a gallon of KY jelly. Nobody's asking any questions with a purchase like that, says Dave.
Rope, tape, cable ties.
I need more powerful tranquilizers next time.
You're the complete serial killer.
The cops, for their part, aren't fooled by his immaculate disguise.
Please! Please! Hold it right there, don't move!
And they try to arrest him, but before they can say the jig is up, Saw, he causes a distraction by activating the brain drilling machine and also by slashing Detective David Tapp in the throat with an Assassin's Creed blade.
I knew this day would come.
The other guy, Detective Singh, manages to stop the machine and briefly pauses to be like, dang, bro, sorry about your throat. That really sucks.
Okay, be back. I'm gonna be back, okay? Be back.
And then he goes and he chases after Jigsaw and he blasts him right in the butthole with a shotgun. But then Singh trips a wire and he's shot with like 7 shotguns. It turns out that I guess Singh just winged Jigsaw's butthole because he limps away while Singh, he does not. Okay, so now we have a range. The survival amount of shotgun fire is somewhere between 1 and 7. Dave, write that down. I have an idea for a video for you to star in later.
My butthole was on fire!
But of course, this all made David Tapp crazy, and he got fired from the force, which is actually great because it frees him up to stalk Gordon full time from across the street. Good deal. Anyway, that's the end of the series of flashbacks that you and I and everybody else totally forgot was a series of flashbacks. So here in the present, with a lot less time than they started with, our two heroes discover, holy shit, they're being watched?
What are you doing over there?
So to kill even more time, Gordon hucks Adam his wallet and is like, look at this photograph of my family. And Adam immediately discovers a photo of the family gagged with a clue about how they need to close their eyes, sort of. Adam does not share this photo for 20 minutes of admittedly flashback runtime. Like the movies, I'm sort of explaining things out of order. But then, out of the blue, Adam's like, hey, let's turn the lights off for a hot second.
Why? Just turn them off for a second.
Oh, hey, look at that. X marks the spot. It's like they're on a pirate adventure. Oh, right down to one of them probably losing a leg by the end of this movie.
You're the dread pirate Roberts, admit it.
Why is it that you're interested?
They smash the X spot to discover a box that requires the key from earlier to unlock, and inside is...
Most beautiful invention on this planet.
No, not Dave's robot wife. A one-way cell phone. Also, there are 2 ciggies and a note that's like, hey, just so you know, the blood on the floor is poisonous. So you should put some blood poison into one of these ciggies and make Adam smoke it. I'm sure he won't notice the blood poison soaked into the ciggy nor taste it at all. Hey, why is this cigarette all red? It's a Heinz cigarette. But Gordon's like, hey, this reminds me of yet another thing that happened in the past. Last night, I was definitely followed because somebody definitely photographed me. I also know I was being followed because a pig person attacked.
I'm sure someone else was there.
Those are the 2 ways I know that I was being followed. Adam's like, cool story. Here's your photo of your gagged family. Sorry, I hid it for half an hour for no reason. I guess I like looking at it. I don't know. Can I call you Dad?
Well, why didn't you show me this before?
Because I suck.
Gordon's like, hey, look away real quick. Then he cuts the lights and I guess assumes their captors can't hear anything. But basically he's like, Adam, you gotta play along. The lights then cut back on and Gordon's like, hello, fellow prisoner. Would you mayhaps be interested in wrapping your lips around this tobacco product that I have in my personal possession currently?
Yeah.
Sure. Except Gordon tosses a non-blood-soaked cigarette and Adam yes-ands with an absolute, oh, I've been poisoned by a blood cigarette, acting masterclass.
Oh no, he died!
Dad! I've done it!
Doesn't work though.
I can hear everything you're saying out there.
And the electric shock jogs Adam's memory. Oh my God, flashback. Ugh, was this movie directed by Ezra Miller? Because it's just constant flashes and assaults on people.
I want to play a game.
Did you want to fight? Is that the deal?
Turns out Adam was clearly the one following and taking pictures of Gordon. But unless you think he's also the pig person, Adam killed a Jigsaw dog and was attacked by his own pig person. Man, the pigman economy was so much better in 2004. Pigman jobs everywhere. Not like today. We used to be a country, damn it. But seriously, what's with the pig thing? Was he originally gonna call himself Pigsaw and then he realized that was stupid, but he'd already bought the mask? I'm fairly certain Adam left out the first part of the flashback in his retelling, but whatever. Gordon's daughter calls on their one-way cell phone and is like, hey, I'm kidnapped. And then Gordon's wife is like,
don't believe Adam's lies. He knows you.
So I guess that secret is out of the razor wire trap. Adam just listens to all this and sees Gordon's face and is like,
are they okay?
Yeah, man, family's great. Thanks for asking.
You hear me? You son of a bitch! I'll kill you!
He's like, you guys?
Stop the lies! You're a liar! He's a lie guy.
So Adam admits, fine. A guy paid me to follow you and take photos, several of which were included in the hacksaw bag, by the way, that I found earlier. In fact, my whole job is following creepy rich assholes that cheat on their wives around. And I see why Jigsaw hates Adam so much. We should leave rich people alone. Let them be parasites sucking away at the foundations of society like they suck on the body parts of people that aren't their spouses. It's their right. Gordon's like, who is this man that paid you to inconvenience my completely innocent affair with a subordinate co-worker? Does he not know that I'm rich and therefore shouldn't follow any rules whatsoever?
It's not like I know the rules for this sort of stuff.
And Adam is like, I can think of literally nothing distinct about him.
Oh, for f***'s sake!
And eventually Adam's like, I don't know.
He's a tall black guy. He's got a scar around his neck, okay?
That is very distinct, you idiot. You must be the worst Guess Who player in existence. Do you know a lot of tall black guys with slashes across their throats?
Literally so many.
There's like 60 of them at my gym. Gordon's like, well, this is distressing.
You son of a bitch!
And even worse, it's 6 o'clock and you're not dead. So Zepp heads off to kill Gordon's family. And just like the dude that got gutted by Amanda, like, why are they involved in this game?
You committed the crime of not knowing your husband was having an affair, and speaking of cheating, I saw you cheated hopscotch, little girl. Your huge tootsie was definitely over the line.
Fortunately, Mommy unties herself and gives Zepp the business. But unfortunately, instead of shooting Zepp with the gun or using the phone to call anybody more useful than her literally tied up husband, well, she does those things, which gives Zepp an opening to give her the business. And the gunshots that go off during the scuffle wake up Sleepy Tap across the street, so he comes over to help. Unfortunately, it's been a long time since he was a cop.
Is he allowed to just do that?
And apparently he's forgotten everything from like how to hide behind cover larger than a 2x4 to how many bullets are in a clip. Zepp obviously gets away, but fortunately, so does Gordon's family. Tap is in hot pursuit, however, and what follows is a crazy, extremely low-budget car chase. There's clearly just two stationary vehicles with the frame rate sped up to insane speeds. They're like, wow! But Zepp had better move as fast as he can because Tap's like, I'm gonna kill you, you sick asshole! Interestingly, this was not in the original script. Even more interesting, Danny Glover didn't know the cameras were on. He just saw somebody he used to know in high school.
Stop it!
Yeah, anyway, Tap shot to death. Possibly just in the movie, possibly for real. It's impossible to tell. Elsewhere, Gordon is sad about all the things he's heard on the phone. No! But he dropped it too far away, and when he tries to call his wife back, his little arms can't reach the damn phone, and he's too sad to rig together any sort of makeshift lassos, and he blames all of this on his Tootsie, and decides to just saw 2004 the damn thing off. Adam is not into this plan. Gordon succeeds in removing his Tootsie and then shoots Adam with the gun on the floor, which Adam is even less into. At that moment, Zepp shows up and is like, wow, it is stinky in here. Did they bring back 5 for 5 roast beefs? That said, nice job shooting Adam, but it was too late and that's against the rules. But actually, Adam isn't dead, which is even more against the rules, and he beat Zepp to death with a toilet top. And it's like, do you even know how many rules you're breaking, Adam? Arby's doesn't become a fight club until after 10 o'clock. I don't make the rules. I have Dave write them down in his own blood, which is his choice. Gordon crawls away to get help. He's gonna be fine, I'm sure. He looks good, strong even. He's got this. No way he becomes dead, Pirate Roberts. And then, twist of all twists, the dead dude on the floor gets up and peels some dead guy makeup off his face. Is like, ta-da! I'm the one who's been in charge of everything. Simultaneously, Adam finds a tape player in Zepp's pocket and realizes that Zepp was poisoned and just doing all this crazy shit because Jigsaw forced him to. And again, what lesson was Zepp learning here? Not to care too much about patients at his hospital?
Patient his name is John. As you can see, our orderlies form very special bonds with the patients.
They should f***ing die.
The only thing that we get from Zepp in a flashback is that Gordon was too callous towards Jigsaw. He's like, that's a person. He's not just a cancer victim. He's like a real guy. You should call him by his name. Jigsaw's like,
I am not having that.
He's talking about you.
He's a very interesting person.
It's like pretty clear that he just tortures people he knows. Also, I know I'm not the first person to point this out, but it is so freaking insane that Jigsaw laid there not moving or flinching as bullets and glass and literal shit flew around him. And nobody noticed him breathing even once? What if he had to fart? Did he just clench his cheeks during Gordon's 6-hour flashbacks? And also, what's even the freaking point? Like, you can hear what's going on pretty well, but you've got arguably the worst seat in the house in the sense that you have to keep your eyes closed the entire time. I don't understand any of it, but he leaves and on the way out is like,
key to that chain is in the bathtub.
As in the thing Adam dropped down the drain when he somehow woke up already underwater, which, wait, did this guy plop Adam in the bathtub and then scramble over to fall asleep on the floor? That would have been cutting it extremely close. What was the plan if Adam saw him move? Keep trying to gaslight him by mumbling, I didn't move. That was a dream. Even if Zepp is the one that plopped him in the tub, he'd only have a few seconds to run out and close that big-ass metal door without making any noise. Whatever. We get some more words that are like, twist, Jigsaw is actually John Kramer, a brain cancer patient of Gordon's, who is probably going to die at any time since Gordon's apparently the worst. And anyway, he hates people that don't appreciate their lives. So that's why he doesn't technically kill people, so they'll learn the true meaning of appreciating life, I guess. Also, does this mean that there were essentially 4 people simultaneously stalking Gordon? Zepp, Tap, Adam, and now John? Also, his crime is just adultery, right?
I did not cheat on her!
What's wrong with me to make you come?
Could we not make an argument that's actually trying to live life to the fullest? I'm kidding, babe. Turn off the video. I'm waiting upstairs with flowers. I'm just kidding. You're not watching. Dave and I have been having an affair for years.
Right under your...
Right under your nose on camera.
Yeah, we have to go into my soundproof studio and film for a while.
I don't give a crap if you covered yourself in peanut butter and had a 15-hooker gangbang.
And seriously, what are John's criteria for selecting his victims? Because they feel a little bit all over the place. I mean, I guess maybe the bigger thing for Gordon was that he was callous towards his cancer victims, but Still, he's trying to keep him alive as far as I know. I don't know. Who cares? Game over. GG. Bye, Adam. Good luck. Okay, now. Take care.
What brutality? What?
So even though we, the audience, get to see the events of Saw through the vomit-inducing lens of future Aquaman director James Wan hucking his camera around at the speed of sound, the people in the world of Saw only experience these events through bullshit local news, sandwiched between stories about a kid who found a pretty old arrowhead in his backyard and the city finally getting to Five Guys. The result is a Full Disclosure Report, a special investigative feature from Action 4 News where our hero
Rich Skidmore
shows how little anybody in this world knows about anything that's going on in this world.
Was Dr. Gordon a victim or a player?
Basically, Skidmore plods through the case, explaining the events surrounding the dead fat dude who would have loved Five Guys, and then the dead burned up dude who would have probably loved that kid with the pretty old arrowhead in his backyard, and then the not dead Amanda chick. Basically, no matter how many crime scenes there are, there ain't no stinking forensic evidence.
To date, we've come across 4 crime scenes and left with virtually no forensic evidence.
Besides, I guess,
we received a tape from an anonymous source.
Real trailer for a real and French slasher movie nobody saw.
High tension.
Oh, by the way, this report is released a full 1 year after the events of the first movie, which suggests Jigsaw and local journalism have really been resting on their laurels for quite some time. Good for Jigsaw, though. I bet he needed like 50 massages after lying on the filthy Arby's bathroom floor for God knows how long. Anyway, we then get to listen to a 911 call, mostly notable for the caller constantly explaining how everything was...
It's so dark. See how many people are in the truck. It's so dark.
Oh, it's so dark. I can't see. Oh, it's so dark. There's a ghost.
I can't really see anything.
And then they briefly explore how Gordon and Zepp, and apparently also Adam, came to each be seen as the lead suspect at various points, even though 1 year later, none of them have ever been found. Although for what it's worth, Dr. Gordon's wife's family members think Zepp did it.
Absolutely. There's not a doubt in my mind.
Yeah. Great.
Yeah. Oh, also there's a bake sale to raise money for the victims' families, as well as several hints that the police of this town might be corrupt and or prone to brutality.
What brutality? What?
That's damn fine police work, Sergeant. Damn fine.
And that's pretty much it.
I'm Rich Skidmore. Until next time.
Oh wait, the final twist is that this was being watched on just like so many monitors. Like probably too many monitors, realistically. You don't need all those monitors. Why don't you just get one big one? The power drain must be immense. Oh, this is so bad for the environment. Oh, this Jigsaw fellow. He's a sick puppy. He's a bad hombre. Ooh.
And most importantly, who is this sadistic killer preying on the morally weak?
His name is John C.
I want to play a game. When I was younger, my favorite is one where you trap a mouse, and there's a series of baskets, a ball that rolls around.
You're talking about Mousetrap?
Yeah, Mousetrap.
Are we playing Mousetrap? Am I just listening to you talk about Mousetrap?
I just need you to listen to me. That yellow basket and the way it falls.
Yeah.
I've never been able to recreate that.
Sure.
And that's also why I love the movie Mousetrap. You know that feeling you get the first time you experience something, but you want to go back and relive it?
Yeah.
I've been chasing that feeling, and all my life, that yellow basket and the way it dangles, just building up that anticipation. That's what I've been chasing after.
Does it matter that it's a red basket?
What?
I've never murdered anyone.
Another day, another Saw, as they saw. Nailed it. This time, POV, you're stuck in a real yucky room, and your eye looks like a half-squashed raspberry. Like I hit that weird raspberry. We back up a bit to see you're wearing an helmet that'll make your whole head a full squashed raspberry, not to mention a pretty sick-ass album cover if you don't figure how to get it off in time.
Think of it like a Venus flytrap.
Or like a reverse Earth bear trap, which is also coincidentally the name of the gay club that Dave plans to open after this channel makes its first $1 billion.
That's like a quantum gay formula, dude.
It's only for gay scientists. Helpfully, Jigsaw pops up on a TV and is like,
well, obviously, Michael, you're a snitch. Thusly, the key to your reverse bear trap is hidden in and or near your raspberry eye.
You will not be able to see very well, Cotton.
Michael finds a scalpel, but he can't do it. And he gets fully raspberried to death.
That's the price of raspberries.
Poetic. This Jigsaw guy, I gotta tell you, he has the soul of an English major. I can feel it. For one, he doesn't seem to have a job. So
You've made a living watching crazy.
Now, before we move on, let me just say that actually snitches are probably a net good for society. Like, he's not snitching on heroes like firefighters or astronauts or YouTube recappers. He's working for the cops to catch criminals. I see why John Kramer, the technically not a serial killer, might not necessarily love that, but it's a little harder to convincingly be like, oh, I'm just trying to get ne'er-do-wells to live better, more productive lives, when the guy he's about to raspberry is doing a good-ish thing, at least potentially. Snitching isn't in and of itself the most heroic thing ever, but it's not as bad as caring too much about cancer patients. Okay, well, I guess most of the people in the last movie didn't do things that terribly bad either, but I wouldn't say the snitch is overly wasting his life per se. Like, I don't know, people who leave mean comments for YouTube recappers and say they don't like how much he burps on camera. Those guys deserve to be tortured. That's the one thing we all can agree on. But whatever, the snitch is dead now, so here's Dumpy Wahlberg.
His name is Donnie.
Sorry, Donnie Wahlberg, portraying Dumpy Detective Eric Matthews, who we last saw doing a police brutality in the Full Disclosure Report special.
What brutality?
Now, people have yelled about me saying this in the past, but I still think it's important to mention that Saw has a real problem with casting middle-aged, brown-haired white dudes sporting basic-ass first names.
White Boy Summer.
I would be just as upset if this series had 48 20-year-old Hispanic dudes named Eric, or 97 Japanese teenage girls named Carol, or anyone at all named Jordan, because
that's my name.
The point is, I'm about to watch 10 goddamn Saw movies that almost all claim to be more or less direct sequels, and every single character looks exactly the same and has the same-ish names and has the same-ish middling acting ability. My life is hard, is my point. I don't think you understand how hard my life is.
It's way worse than working in a coal mine.
But anyway, Eric has a son, Daniel, who steals things and hates his dad. What a coincidence! I stole this movie via torrent and also hate his dad.
Why are you such a cop 24/7? Hey, it's called being a I'm gonna rock and roll on the skateboard.
Man, kids are always rebelling in ways that specifically piss off their folks. Like, my dad designed stamps, so when I was going through my rebellious phase, I just sent so many letters with insufficient postage. Why are you doing this to me, son? This is our whole thing.
That's not the proper way to use a stamp.
I spent all this time designing a stamp. You should use it!
You're using these forever stamps now?
Yeah, I was a real hellmaker. Eric also presumably has a lady he creamed in at some point, but we never see her, so we just have to take his word for it. Dave just asked if we could all take a moment to picture Donnie Wahlberg creaming inside a lady. No, Dave, we're not gonna do that. We're gonna pause the video so that we all might imagine Donnie Wahlberg creaming inside a lady. It's so weird that you said that just now.
I think I have to distance myself from the phrase creaming inside of a lady.
Eric shows up at Michael's juicy crime scene, but Detective Allison Carey is already there. You know, the lady cop who played essentially no role but was technically in the first movie. She says that Eric's buddy is dead.
It was my buddy, he was an informant.
Pretty quickly, Eric notices a puzzle chunk and is like, here we go again. But that's not all, because if Eric looks closer, he might notice that the ceiling is taunting him. Carrie's like, I'd really like your help on this case since you were literally directly called out by the killer. But Eric's like, I'm busy. I have literally so much to do. Plus,
you're the Jigsaw expert.
Not for long. I'm gunning for Carrie's throne, baby. I've already picked out a pantsuit and a pair of very stylish heels. But anyway, Eric refuses the call to nasty, gross-ass adventure just long enough to wake up in the middle of the night in a cold sweat, having half-consciously connected a logo on the reverse bear trap to an abandoned warehouse where sometimes kids throw raves and sometimes serial killers build murder machines. Sort of a 1 week on, 1 week off situation. The economy is forcing everyone to diversify. My local morgue now also serves burgers burgers, but only after midnight and only to Dave.
Beats Arby's.
So Eric Carey and also Officer Daniel Rigg, whose personality can be best described as bandana, send a bunch of cops in there, but they're all immediately booby-trapped in the shins.
I lost my shins defending our country.
And they're electrocuted. Which, okay, is technically their fault. They had a choice, okay? And I say that facetiously, but also this guy's literal whole thing is booby traps. He's Kevin McAllister with cancer.
This is my house. I have to defend it.
Officer down! They 100% should have been more careful before running in there with their shins completely bare-ass exposed. I'm not trying to victim blame here, but look at what they're wearing. They're just asking to be shin boobied. Eventually, some more cops do get past the shin blue line and up the stairs to discover John Kramer chilling in his Palpatine robe and slurping down noodles.
Down on your knee!
He can't actually. He has cancer. He's clean. Metaphorically. I mean, look at this place. It's filthy. Guess the one puzzle Jigsaw could never solve was how to operate a damn vacuum cleaner. They also discover a computer room full of retro computer shit displaying footage of an ongoing group game with a bunch of random people.
I think that's my son.
Oh, right. And also Daniel is there, but don't worry.
He has about 2 hours before the gas creeping into his nervous system begins to break down his body tissue, and he begins to bleed from every orifice he has.
My anus is bleeding! But let's meet these other heroes. They've all woken up in a room, and some are upset about the fact that they don't know where they are or why, but wow, okay, you guys are a bunch of prudes.
I guess you've never been drunk before.
Yeah! Look at Mr. I've never woken up inside a murder house before with several strangers over here.
I've been drunk. I spent 3 years in college.
Loved college.
Oh, okay. Well, then actually, you should be very familiar with this exact scenario. It's not even a big deal. It's like kind of a big deal. But he doubles down and is like, actually, this is like prison, a place where I once spent 9 years.
Man, that's nothing. Get over it.
Oh, checkmate, bitch. Oh, you sawed your foot off once? Big deal. I sawed off 3 of my feet in prison. They sewed 1 foot back on just so I could sew it off again. Woohoo! I'm a man. And boy, that really is an unbeatable counter argument to anything. Whenever someone tells me something I don't care about, I always yell, that's not to get over it at them. Insufficient funds on a credit card? Get over it. Running over my neighbor's cat? Get over it. Dave dressed up as a cat and stuck in my neighbor's kitty door? That's nothing. Get over it. I used to do this in college and prison.
And you try and tell the young people of today that, and they won't believe you.
But while they slap each other around with their metaphorical dicks, Amanda of first movie Reverse Bear Trap fame wakes up on the floor and is like, Mamma mia, here I go again. God, this is just like 3 years of college or 9 years in prison or that 60-second interval where I had to scoop a key out of some dude's tummy guts. She naturally finds a tape recorder that asks the group, okay, did you guys ever hear about the Tokyo subway attack? And they're like, no, I don't listen to indie bands. What do you mean? Tokyo subway attack? That sounds awesome, but no, I haven't heard them. Why do you ask?
I'll put them in my spot.
Yeah.
Those of you familiar with the Tokyo subway attack will know its devastating effects on the human.
If I was Jigsaw, I'd have included a 2-hour explanation on the attack just to make sure that everyone understands the stakes. Like, I feel like everyone would be more scared if they had the proper historical context, but he doesn't. So he's just like, well, there was gas there, and that kind of gas, it's going into your lungs.
Unfortunately, you only have 2 hours to live.
But thankfully, there are antidotes scattered throughout this house. And also, I'm just gonna spitfire a few clues about rainbows and X's and the backs of your minds and how all of you are somehow related for a second. Okay, good luck!
X marks the spot.
He's a pirate, I think.
Oh, by the way, don't use this key on that door.
Ready? Go!
What did I just say?
The man just got his head blown off!
Yeah, well, yeah. Not his first time. He did 3 years of hard college, if you remember. The group quickly realizes this is a Jigsaw thing.
Who the hell is Jigsaw?
And they're like, oh, the
serial killer.
And Amanda's like,
no, he's not.
He does nothing illegal besides kidnapping and drugging and recording people without consent. And also, yes, he flat out murders people from time to time, but that's it.
He wants us to survive this.
I mean, maybe.
Michael was definitely murdered in the intro. He sat there and the machine raspberried his head. There's not a choice in that. He wasn't duped into sawing off his foot or crawling through razor wire. He just sat in a chair and got killed. I don't know. I don't get it. But I guess Amanda would argue that the guy made a choice by having such a raspberryable head. Whatever. Pop, the door opens. Let the game parentheses S for games begin.
Thank you so much for playing my game.
Back at John's warehouse, Eric is like, I am upset by all this. But John is like, again, I say unto you.
They don't have to leave the building, they just have to leave this area.
Oh, sorry, context. He wants to talk to Eric alone. Those are the rules. Only problem,
I don't want to talk to him.
he seems so boring and old. But okay, if it means my son doesn't literally bleed out of all of his orifices, I will try it, but no promises.
Let's talk.
What are we even going to talk about? Do you like the Packers? I would let my son bleed out of all of his orifices before I talk to you for 15 to 20 minutes. And to Eric's point, John is an extremely lame hang.
This is all really, really interesting.
At least the old dude in the Notebook told you stories about killing Nazis and banging Rachel McAdams. All John wants to talk about is how he didn't even choose the name Jigsaw. He just likes the metaphorical connection between puzzle pieces and how the people he target are missing something. Like Michael and his left eye in his life also. Oh, also, I don't technically kill people.
I've never murdered anyone.
What about the people he murdered?
What murder?
Oh my God, dude.
You're talking, but it means nothing!
But John continues and is like, look, the knowledge of one's death changes everything.
I'm a cancer patient. I've had cancer. The cancer is cancer cells.
You have cancer.
And actually, John started this not technically killing people thing after he tried and failed to kill himself because John, by his own admission, just generally sucks at killing people.
I had literally driven myself to suicide.
And those who can't, teach. Anyway, the experience was transformative for John and made him be like, you know, I should probably kill everybody else who doesn't appreciate their lives. And okay, the first time I watched these movies, I didn't really get what he was saying, but now I do a little bit. Not that I should not technically murder people part, the part about how when you are truly faced with the possibility of death, or in my case, the possibility of my wife's death, you do really see the world differently and appreciate the small things more. That doesn't mean I'd choose this, and I don't think I'd feel any better about it if I knew some jackass dude in a Palpatine robe was the one behind it all, but I at least get what John's going for, about 3% more than I did prior to October 2024. And if this video is sponsored by ZocDoc, overlay that here. Eric, however, does not get it.
Do you understand, Eric? Just tell me where my son is.
You check your butt.
And in his envy of John's cancer, he starts destroying his drawings. He also, he destroys John. And that must have felt so good. Not because it's Jigsaw, but because it's been hours since he got to brutalize anybody. I doubt this will lead to any confessions, but also, you know, I get that you need to work out some stress. Dave also unwinds by beating up cancer victims and tearing up their drawings.
Sorry.
Again, I don't condone it, but I get it. Back in the house, everybody whose head isn't blown off wanders around collecting things like spiked bats and flashlights and tetanus. They quickly discover an exit door that also doesn't accept the key and... No, it also doesn't accept a bat.
The only door you know how to open is between your legs.
Okay, that seems highly unlikely, Xavier. Hyperbole isn't gonna be what gets us out of here. I'm sure Addison can open at least one other kind of door.
The butthole.
I'm just glad he didn't get into a rant about how he used to be a doorman for 2 years and has opened like so many more doors than everybody else. Speaking of, Laura finds a secret door to a basement with a freaky ass doll named Obi.
The f is an Obi?
It's my name.
Hello there. And that's why I don't want to be friends with anyone else named Jordan.
Because that's my name.
There's also a tape recorder and, okay, maybe it's just an accent or something, but I swear Jigsaw is saying O-B.
Hello, Obi.
Even though Abi specifically does not pronounce it that way.
Abi.
And you'd think Jigsaw would know the correct pronunciation considering Obi is apparently both a con man and actually the one who kidnapped everybody for Jigsaw. Did he also kidnap himself? He's the best. Jigsaw only hires the best.
I won't forget this. I will.
He's like, I kidnapped all of you and myself. Oh,
I don't know the limits of my own power.
The tape further explains that there are
2 antidotes
in this oven here, and all you gotta do, Obi, is go in there and grab them. Should be pretty easy. You're great at grabbing.
Thank you, Obi.
Oh, dang it, Obi. You are our only hope. He burns to death, largely because he refuses to make a grab for the super clearly marked sprinkler thing. So, great. Goodbye, Needles. Goodbye, Obi. I hope you've become more powerful than we could ever imagine, but I doubt it. Laura starts wigging out because she doesn't want to die. After all,
How many people I have to talk to?
yeah, that would suck if you didn't get to talk to a bunch of people. Have you ever seen a sad public speaker? No, those guys are so happy because of all the people they get to talk to. My whole bucket list is just people I want to talk to. Just kidding. The only people I want to talk to are Dave, my wife, my kids, and all the patrons who've hopped in our Discord. Sign up for my Patreon today so I can talk to you before I die, or before you die, or before we all die. In case you're wondering why Amanda's back playing another game, it's because even though she stopped doing drugs, she started cutting herself. Just to be clear, I'm positive it's not from any PTSD stemming from the time that she cut a key out of a dude's stomach to get a reverse bear trap off her head, but actually it's because of some other thing that's stupid, and therefore she deserves this. It's because she's failing morally.
Probably.
Xavier tries to brute strength through some other door, but I'm actually not sure why they're trying so hard to enter this door when seemingly every door in the house is locked, but I guess it turned out to be a good idea because hooray, on the other side is another locked door with an antidote behind it and a timer and also another tape specifically for
Xavier.
That's my name. Fun! Turns out he's a
Drug dealer.
I sell drugs to the community.
Fun! And he's so much better at selling drugs than anyone else because he went to drug school for like 12 years. But I sort of feel like selling drugs is just as bad, if not a little worse, than being depressed like Amanda. I don't know, I just feel like the scale is highly variable. It's like, you're a drug dealer and you're sad? Throw him in the pit! There's a key to the antidote door in the syringe pit.
Speak of the devil.
And Xavier needs to hop down there. Oh, yeah, I guess you could just do that. I didn't even think about that. Damn, Xavier. You must be one of those mean drug dealers.
What's up, guys? You want some crack?
But also, it's funny that Jigsaw didn't really think through how in a group game, the biggest, meanest guy can just have everybody else do shit for him. He's like,
Xavier, you gotta get in the syringe pit. Oh my god, you just pushed somebody else in. I didn't think you'd be a dick about it. You're breaking the rules.
why in the world would he jump in the syringe pit? He's a drug dealer. These are bad people. That's the whole reason they're here, ostensibly. Or they're sad.
And the guy who put something from his grocery basket in the wrong section when putting it back.
He was at the library and he checked out a book and then he realized he didn't want to put it back into the wrong section.
He put it in the wrong section, so he's getting tortured to death.
The two-decimal system is But whatever, Amanda, as you might guess, goes hard in the paint looking for the key, and she finds it, but not quickly enough. And let that be a lesson. If you have to do drugs, do them fast. But Xavier realizes everybody has numbers on the backs of their heads that presumably correspond to the numbers for the safe from the first room, or Jigsaw just couldn't remember all their names, one or the other. But instead of asking to look at Jonas's head here, Xavier, the former prison inmate, simply says, "Turn around." But Jonas is not excited about what will happen if he turns. What? So they fight a bit until Xavier brains him with a bat. Which again, I feel like you don't want a game where one dude can just kill all the other dudes in the game. It's a bad game. He's like taking notes. He's like, I really screwed up. But next time. Oh, by the way, the group connection here is that every single one of them was put in jail by Eric.
You were the one who put them away.
Specifically through him illegally planting evidence. Well, except for Daniel, who reverse Uno'd it by being the son of a dirty cop, which means his dad would just get rid of any evidence that he himself planted, I guess.
Your son is playing a game with a lot of people. We're not a big fan, Mr. Government.
But X marks the spot. Now they all know that Daniel is Eric's kid.
What are you doing with him?
This is so shocking to Laura that she just flat out dies.
It's a bold strategy, Cot.
Xavier shows up then, and he kindly says, "Do not rush But then they do run? Oh my, Daniel hates all authority. My parents always told me if a drug dealer tells you to do something, the respectful thing to do is whatever they ask. He's my elder. Addison splits off from the group because she's decided she hates everybody, which is fair. But always remember, Xavier sucks the most. He's so much better at sucking than everyone else. Addison finds an antidote just sitting innocently inside a Chinese wrist slitting trap, and she doesn't even bother listening to the attached tape and just immediately gets stuck in there. And okay, in this one instance, the victim did actually make a bad choice. If it's just sitting there and you shove your hands up in there, you might be a redneck. I mean, to be fair, she did it because she was poisoned, but free will, no murder, no more questions, Your Honor. Case dismissed. Xavier looks like he'll help, but no. Slow, dramatic walk backwards.
Meanwhile,
Amanda discovers a hidden door under the safe in the original room, and Daniel uses the key to open it, and eventually all three of them end up in the original Arby's bathroom from the first movie.
I love that place.
As is par for the course, it still has not been cleaned.
It doesn't smell good, but it smells better than it used to.
You ever notice that when you go into an Arby's bathroom, they have the signs like last cleaned, and it's always by Jeff Arby's in 1963. Yeah. He cleaned it the one time. And from the looks of it, this is one of the nice Arby's. Daniel looks like he's pretty dead from gas, also on point for an Arby's bathroom. And Amanda's like, hey Xavier, before you kill me to death for the number on my neck, I'd like to remind you that you need me to read the number on your neck.
How are you gonna get it if I don't die?
And Xavier is like, not if I hack my own neck off.
Don't ask me how I did it, I just did it. It was hard.
Then Xavier's killed by Daniel because Daniel was just doing a goof. He wasn't really dead, he was just goofing. You guys still with me?
Nobody's listening anymore, ass.
You're right, I'm sorry. Let's just have Eric sneak John Kramer out with the promise that John will escort him to the game house.
Game over.
Simultaneously, let's have the tech team finally discover the source of the game footage and also send a SWAT team. Yes! Eric shows up at the house and then SWAT shows up at the house except, oh my god, they're different houses. The SWAT team discovers a bunch of VCRs and they realize they haven't been watching a Twitch stream. They've been watching pre-recorded YouTube garbage.
It's not live.
They should have known based on all the ad breaks while they were watching. Eric is, however, actually in the correct house, but it's well after the events of the original game. He also ends up in the Arby's bathroom, only to be attacked by a tub drug pig.
I feel shocked.
And when he comes to, he listens to a tape of Amanda's voice, who is like,
whoa, gotcha, bitch.
Your son is totally fine in a safe back at Jigsaw HQ, but you, by contrast, are trapped in this ass Arby's bathroom. Also, I have become the Jigsaw heir apparent.
It is I who will carry on John's work.
Now, I'm doing this because the cure for cancer is immortality, which can only be achieved by building a legacy, which in this instance means technically not killing a bunch of people. And hey, you're my first test subject. Congrats.
Game over.
Boy, it's a good thing that the media chose the gender-neutral Jigsaw nickname. Would have been hard for Amanda to follow in John's footsteps if he'd been called the Amazing Murder Boy. So okay, this means Amanda was in the main game mostly to protect Daniel since he was underage and Jigsaw's crazy, but not like that crazy. But boy, I bet she regrets that decision. Once I got hucked in the syringe pit, I'd be like, I quit. I'm secretly in charge of this game. I'm gonna go home and wash these needles off me. You guys suck. You guys cheated.
I hate all of you.
Whatever. The final shot is Kramer looking dead in the passenger seat, but if there's anything we've learned so far, it's that this dude is amazing at looking dead. It's sad that he turned to technically not murder when he could have had a long, stellar career playing corpses on cop shows. Anyway, I know Amanda already said game over, but I also feel like I should say, shut the f*** up!
Amanda, do you...
Once again, the producers of Saw want to show off how stupid and misinformed everybody else is in this world.
Scott TIBBS style, baby!
As if the main characters themselves aren't stupid enough. But anyway, if the stupids had a king, it would be...
Scott TIBBS. Lead guitar.
Jack shit.
Shut the f*** up, man!
This dickhead's interest in Jigsaw actually mostly centers on how much he thinks Adam is a pussy and how pissed he was when he skipped on an album cover shoot with Scott to go, I don't know, get kidnapped by a pig person and murdered in an Arby's bathroom, which he did out of his own free will, okay? He had so much choice. Jigsaw did nothing wrong. Adam did something wrong by choosing to not go to the photo shoot and instead get murdered by a pig in a bathroom. That's why Adam sucks.
I don't give a shit about Adam.
Dude, that's
up.
But now Scott's a big fan of what Jigsaw's trying to do, philosophically, so Scott intends to make his own documentary to learn more about Jigsaw, I guess.
I'm making my own documentary about this sick
I hate you! I hate! He begins by visiting the crime scene at the end of Saw 2 to catch the cop's press conference that is like, Jigsaw, if you don't give back Eric, we're gonna be so upset. So please bring it back or we're gonna cry. And you're gonna be the reason that we're crying.
If you want any chance of mercy with us when we catch you, and we will, you better damn well see Eric Matthews in one piece.
And of course, Scott's like, oh, Jigsaw killed a cop? Wow, I love Jigsaw even more.
This guy actually had the balls to pop a cop.
As well as let us
F***ing hero.
Then somehow, Scott uncovers a video of Amanda very slow punching a reporter.
Amanda, do you...
I'm pretty sure she'd choose to get poked by the syringe pit again than by you, but yeah, make sure your documentary is full of your penile preference musings. Then Scott unsuccessfully interviews a cop.
What did he do? Out. To make John... Get out. This interview's over.
And then Scott unsuccessfully interviews a cancer doctor.
I'm sorry. What was this interview going to be used for again?
And then Scott unsuccessfully pretends to be related to Daniel Matthews to visit him in the psych ward and interview him.
Let's just go. Let's just go. Leave the premises now.
And then Scott unsuccessfully tries to spread the word about Jigsaw, whatever the hell that means.
What you trying to do, baby?
And then he unsuccessfully tries to make the age-old case that Jigsaw didn't kill anybody.
He's not killing anybody.
Son,
Gives him a
I was
choice.
defending this country when you were in diapers.
And while that much failure would probably convince me to pivot to literally any other activity, Scott, like most legacy comedy media outlets, has still got at least one more failure left in him. Specifically, he wants to make his own Jigsaw game to prove how badass he is. Unfortunately, he's made everybody around him so frustrated with him that I guess they use this opportunity to actually just murder him. Honestly, I kind of get it. Scott sucks.
Wow! Don't forget the short movies, too.
I did the short. There's no more short movies. I already did them.
Did you do both of them?
Yeah, I did. You just let me do the third one?
Matrimony's always fascinated me.
Well, Eric is still, like Dave last week, stuck in the Arby's bathroom. But really, aren't we all sometimes in an Arby's bathroom? Mentally, spiritually, diarrheally?
Arby's, we have.
I actually do have diarrhea right now. That's a little fun backstory to this video. Eric's excuse is that he's chained to the wall. Dave's was that he took 2 bites of a beef and cheddar.
Sorry.
But both of them were able to escape by smashing their tootsies with toilet tops. And to preemptively answer your question, Dave, no, we do not pay out workman's comp for escaping from an Arby's bathroom. That was on your own time.
Taped on the door to an Arby's. It's like, we are not responsible for any injuries that might happen to you within this establishment.
Yeah, that ain't Arby's sauce, buddy.
Elsewhere, recently promoted Lieutenant Bandana Rig, despite endangering everyone's shins and the whole letting Jigsaw escape and Eric getting kidnapped thing. Why did he get promoted? What has he done that's good? I don't know. But he breaches a door into a previously exploded classroom and is like, ah, shit. We gotta call the Jigsaw expert Carrie, whose expertise so far has helped save 0 people.
What happened?
We don't have a lot of experts to go with, so we gotta call her because, like, there's also a previously exploded dude all over the place.
Fellas heard about this new game called Splat?
They determined that all he had to do to not explode was to rip out like 20 chains inserted into his body, which is already basically impossible. But also he had 90 seconds before a bomb went off.
All he had to do?
He failed, clearly. But now you know, Dave, 20 chains in 90 seconds is too much. You gotta give people more time or fewer chains. Anyway, the reason the dude was here was because he went to jail a lot, when actually he should not have gone to jail a lot. But imagine if we could explode every student who failed a pop quiz.
You have returned to prison again and again.
I like it there.
Now that we've abolished the Department of Education, we finally can. Oh man, future Jigsaw traps are gonna need to be dumbed way the hell down. All of Jigsaw's future traps are like, you run now.
Talk too fast, I can't read.
Carrie's actually skeptical this is the work of Jigsaw because the door to the room was sealed.
As well as shut.
Meaning the chained up dude had a flat out 0 chance of surviving the bomb unless he was supposed to wrap the chains around him to construct makeshift armor.
With a box of scraps!
God, do you think Jigsaw is gonna start making people buy loot crates to get the upgrades to survive his game? That would be murder, technically. And Jigsaw doesn't do that, technically. technically. Just like how I technically never whip Dave. I just wave my whip around the room, and hey, if he happens to be standing where I'm whipping, that's his fault, not mine.
It's called a flogger.
But still, Carrie takes the guy's tape home to watch it in private. But within seconds, the tape transitions to a live OnlyFans stream from her closet, and she's attacked by a pig person.
He's a pig.
You think that would be a popular live stream OnlyFans thing?
This feels like this. Always there's a chance a pig person's going to attack you. You'd have to stay tuned in.
That's super fun, yeah. Carrie wakes up in a reverse bear trap, but like on her ribs, and the escape key is in a thing of acid, which will really sting her hands if she tries to grab it.
Now I think you're doing it on purpose.
Her punishment is justified according to Jigsaw because she works too hard at solving murders.
You have spent your life among the dead, piecing together their final moments.
That's bad?
Okay, look, I think we need to start defining some better criteria for who deserves these traps. I could see maybe getting here eventually, but could we not start with more objectively shitty people like technical murderers or Daves, rather than the people working too hard to catch technical murderers and Daves? I guess it doesn't matter, because even though Carrie gets the key and unlocks the lock, she's not actually freed, and she reverse bear traps all over the place. Suddenly, I never want to eat a McRib ever again. Cut from there to an unhappy doctor lady named Lynn, who is unhappy with this sexy middle-aged brown-haired white guy named Chris.
What's wrong?
Everything.
What is it you want from me, Chris?
A divorce.
When do we want it? Now. Well, not now, because now she's got to go to work. And she just barely saves this kid's life. Like, yes, it's borderline a miracle, and he would have died without her specific intervention, but her heart didn't really seem into it.
Look, if you've got something on your mind, go upstairs to psych. Just don't bring it in here.
And a nurse chews her out for not saving lives with a big toothy grin on her face. It's like, okay, yeah, this is what I'm talking about. She definitely needs to get her ribs exploded or jaws ripped open, because we cannot live in a society where doctors only save lives without also being real giggly about it.
Oh, yes! 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 Oh! Yes!
Stats are improving.
Like, sure, Dr. Gordon told all his patients that they were gonna die, but at least he did it with a smile and a wink.
Very impressive.
Oh! And yeah, look at that. Jigsaw's like, that's fucked up. Why are you saving people without also giving them a big ol' smooch? Lynn's grabbed by Amanda and brought to this insane warehouse that, I mean, honestly must be sucking up tons of electricity. Like, if we're trying to find Jigsaw, we should start by checking to see how many abandoned warehouses are using enough electricity to power like 12,000 Cybertrucks through the wall of an elementary school. His wasteful carbon footprint is a worse crime than whatever 99% of his victims did. Amanda wheels Lynn over to John, who is looking rough. Lynn inspects his medical file and is like, yeah, officially I'd say that your prognosis is rough. Your prognosis is rough.
And why are you speaking to me in that graduate school medical jargon?
Naturally,
I want to play a game.
Specifically, they're gonna put an explosion collar around her neck, synced to John's heart rate. If he flatlines, she flatlines. If she can help keep John alive for literally just 2 hours while some other dude somewhere does a bunch of tests of his own, then she'll be free to go.
Sounds really fun and very easy.
It's time to start our game.
Honestly, not a bad deal compared to the people getting chain loops inserted into their assholes and ribs and shit. But still, her crime is basically, you should smile more. Nice one, jig sexist.
Don't cry.
And who is that other guy? Why, it's a middle-aged brown-haired white dude named friggin'
Jeff.
Hello, Jeff.
Hey, Jefe, man.
Why can't we have a Sebastian or a Pomeroy or a Mervyn or something? I'd put so many people in reverse bear traps for a Saw protagonist named Horatio. God, can you imagine? They got Horatio Hornblower in there?
I want to play a game.
An interesting situation. I see it.
But whatever, Jeff is in a box because his son was killed by a drunk driver and then was given a really natty light sentence. And Jeff won't get over it already.
Teacher, you motherfucker. Get on with it.
Ugh, so you feel guilt for failing to protect the child that you brought into the world who was too young to grasp the concept of their own mortality and probably was confused and scared in their final seconds? Well, you gotta snap out of it, my dude. I once accidentally killed my Tamagotchi by dropping it in the toilet. But now look at me, I've moved on. But no. Flashback, Jeff spent presumably that very morning doing his best Robert De Niro taxi driving impressions.
You talking to me?
Do you know who I am?
My name is Jeff.
Yelling at his daughter for snuggling with her dead brother's toy.
How many times do I have to tell you before you get it in your head?
And getting grabbed by a pig person. Jigsaw thinks that's all bad, but honestly, I don't usually accomplish that much in a day, much less before breakfast. Sometimes Dave will try to grab me in a goat mask as I'm trying to eat eggs, but it's not the same. Jeff smashes his way out of his prison box and walks up to a face your fears door. He goes inside and is immediately like, wow, it is chilly in here. But it's not all bad, because to combat possible shrinkage, there's a full-on naked lady in there.
This is a very interesting situation.
Oh, never mind. A tape reveals she was a witness to Jeff's son's death, but she didn't testify because I guess she was busy, and also because she probably sucks.
I'm human just like your son was.
Although, if Jeff doesn't know who she is, how in the world does Jigsaw know? Does he moonlight as a Batman?
Do you want to play a game?
Oh, he's so complex. Also, he just killed a dude in the last movie for being a snitch. So I feel like I'm getting some mixed bat signals, my dude. Like, literally, how would he know?
Unless he witnessed the whole thing.
He's like watching that and he's like, that woman didn't testify. You know who I should torture? That kid's dad?
But you didn't testify either, Jigsaw.
That's a good point. Whatever, if Jeff wants to save this lady, all he has to do is grab a key that's sort of hard to reach, and watch out, you might touch some pipes that are very cold. And Jeff's like, okay, I will save this woman's life, but first, I'm gonna talk a bunch of shit.
That's exactly it.
Oh crap, she froze to death.
I know. Freeze.
Although now she can't interrupt Jeff as he really lays into her about being a shitty person.
It didn't do anything.
Ah, yeah, get her ass, Jeff.
I didn't do anything.
He still grabs the key, but to be fair, he does lose some face in the process.
I am stuck.
That position was very undignified. Also, a part of his cheek came off. Although, could he not have used his stupid shirt to cover his face?
You trying to sink?
I mean, barely. Next, Jeff stumbles upon a smashed doll tricycle, which is a metaphor for his smashed son's tricycle. Or maybe it's just that Jigsaw's weird puppet just also sucks at riding his and crashed it and left it. I don't know. Also, man, they really need to change some light bulbs in this warehouse. They're flickering like crazy. Something is wrong with the wiring. Or maybe all their murder machines are drawing too much power. My point is, somebody should kidnap an electrician who, I don't know, doesn't enjoy the leftovers as much as he really should. It's a good show. But Jeff enters a time to let go door to discover the judge from the case shoved in a big old bucket. His thing is that he's slowly drowning in an apparently endless amount of ground up pig guts. But where are they sourcing all these dead, disgusting pigs from? Oh, that was a stupid thing to ask. Arby's, of course.
Do not miscalculate.
That's why nobody's checked this warehouse. It's a fully operational Arby's.
Your fate is in my hands.
The next trap is going to be someone getting their eyes drilled out with stale curly fries. If the cops ever investigate this warehouse or interview anybody from this crime, they could start by like, who bought 400
Because there's a paper trail. It's like the fucking voice from the pig farmer. It's like, you want how many pigs?
I figure on at least 1,000.
Anyway, the only way to help the judge not drown in deconstructed smokehouse pork belly sandwiches is to press a single button that burns up Jeff's son's lame toys. Not even a single transformer?
It's not right.
This doesn't sound difficult at all, but A, is Jeff gonna be compensated financially for the loss of all those stuffed animals, or is Jeff just gonna have to write that off as a loss? And B, you know Jeff's gotta talk some shit before he actually does anything. And that takes time.
You gave him 6 months.
Fortunately for the judge, Jeff does eventually press the button.
I am never gonna financially recover from this.
Grab the key and pull him out of the right before he succumbs to the great bacon lung. Apparently Jeff's doing all of those things much
faster than I expected.
Despite the fact that each trap has a set time limit, it's not like Jeff is speed running this shit.
And time.
Well done.
Jeff seems to be going about the exact speed you'd expect, if not even a tad slower. And while Jeff talks shit and sometimes saves people at blinding speeds, Lynn determines a man is actually not that good at taking care of John. And anyway, John's gonna need a quick brain surgery, like right now. This offends Amanda, but she's like, fine, I'll go grab some stuff so we can open up this dude's brain in this filthy warehouse. Also, I'm gonna take a shit and not wash my hands. I'm pretty sure that sepsis is gonna finish the cancer's job. While she waits, Lynn marvels at some of the cool traps, like, oh my god, this reverse bear trap is just freaking cool. Although Amanda's more proud of Lynn's collar thing, I guess.
I built it.
Flashback. After Amanda's test in the first movie, John apparently went to her apartment directly to recruit her. Seems a bit forward. You gotta wait at least 3 days after almost killing someone with a reverse bear trap before recruiting them into your death cult. Has John not read the game? But flashback to the present, and it's now surgery time. Lynn shaves off some of John's clown hair.
I feel some slight discomfort.
Oh. And then she goes to town, just drilling into his head and pulling off a hunk of skull. Naturally, John has his own flashback of him and a lady we have to assume is his wife, or I guess maybe just some extremely friendly lady he met in the park once. But it all works out fine, and John's fine, but Amanda, weirdly, is quite jealous. And she considers cutting herself again, because apparently she wasn't just doing a bit in Saw 2. She's actually doing that, which is a problem to Jigsaw, to John, or whatever. But then flashback! Turns out Amanda is the one who grabbed Adam back in the first movie, and then, yeah, in the present, she cuts herself. Great. Oh, still flashing, actually. She helped John set up the whole damned original Arby's bathroom. So now we know it's her poop all over the walls.
I built it with my butt.
Another Saw mystery solved. It was crazy that they showed a scene of her pooping into her hand and then drawing the poop heart. And John's like, honestly, inspired. I love that you did that. We also sort of get an explanation for how John was able to lie so damn still in the first movie.
Slow my heart rate. Relax my muscles.
Okay, Juliet, what's next? Your only love sprung from your only hate?
I will bite my thumb at them.
Back, no flash. And do they need to, like, put John's skull back? It just cut a big chunk off. How do you even put a skull chunk back? Glue? Cement? Horsey sauce?
What? He can't hear you.
I don't know. Amanda tries to kill Lynn because she's jealous about how much better she is at brain surgery. And John, who can clearly hear, yells at Amanda to stop with the killing thing.
Put it away.
Flashback again! At some point after the first game, Amanda went into the bathroom and plastic bagged Adam to death by herself for literally no reason. Ah, that is so unfair. The game was still technically ongoing, right? He's just taking a break because he got friggin' shot. Imagine if every time you got up to pee while playing Monopoly, you were murdered by some random woman. It would not make me want to play Monopoly. Flash side, like to Jeff? Oh, almost forgot about him with all the flashes. He and the judge go through a here's your chance door to discover the driver who ran over Jeff's son stuck in
my personal favorite. I call it the rack.
Nice rack.
I doubt it's John's true favorite because he barely watches, while in the first movie, he literally gave himself a first row seat. He might as well just be scrolling through gross warehouse listings on his phone. He's not even watching.
No one paid any attention to...
But whatever, the deal is the bad driver will get all twisted up if Jeff doesn't grab a key that's rigged to his shotgun. Now, first, Jeff talks some shit, as is tradition.
I wanted to kill him every day. Or to kill you. Maybe I am.
But then, Jeff cleverly devises a way to grab the key without himself getting shot.
Got the key.
Oh, whoops. Looks like the judge forgot to stand literally anywhere else in the room.
Do me a favor, please. Get out of here.
And also, again, Jeff is too slow, so even though the driver won't even look at him because his head is twisted completely the other direction. He's owling. He's serving lollipop owl. Right? See, personally, I would have called this machine the Owl Maker, or the Bloody Owl, or like how many licks does it take to get your head twisted off? Something with owls. I guess it's just because I'm naturally creative. And I know that it ends in horrible mutilation, but I bet that the few milliseconds before the machine snaps your body, it must feel amazing. Like a really intensive Swedish massage. If only Jigsaw focused his energies on helping people, he could have been the world's most celebrated chiropractor. Regardless, now I'm wondering if Jeff's son would have been fine, but it took Jeff 7 years to get him to the hospital because he couldn't stop talking shit to everybody he bumped into along the way. Like he goes in, they're like, you have 30 seconds to save this person. He's like, well, first, I'm gonna speak my mind. I get that you're mad, save them, and then talk shit. Or don't save them. It sucks to do both. You still do the hard thing, but you don't actually save any. Flash side, Lynn is like, man, I miss my husband so much.
Matrimony's always fascinated me.
I'm sure it does, John.
I don't condone murder, and I despise murderers.
Okay, John, this was supposed to be Lynn's epiphany, but if you refuse to shut up and we're gonna go there, you 100% murder people, dude. I wish we didn't have to relitigate this every single freaking movie.
Shut up, listen, learn.
Flashback! Amanda also apparently killed Eric after his escape, largely because he kept taunting her with very personal insults.
You're not Jigsaw, bitch! You're not Jigsaw, bitch. You're not Jigsaw.
Women do not like it when you call them.
So that partially explains why Amanda sucks so much ass in the present and wants to kill Lynn.
I'm a murderer.
Turns out the unfair traps from this movie, the first guy and Carrie's traps, were set up by Amanda, who just doesn't get what Jigsaw's all about, man. It's all about the deaths you don't play, you know?
Fix me, mother.
He's trying, Amanda, but you won't listen. Damn. Amanda shoots Lynn for, as far as I can tell, literally no reason.
What the hell is even that?
Maybe it's because she drank this can of energy drink. But twist.
You just murdered Jeff's wife.
And Jeff's got a gun now, and he shows up because this was all happening in the same Arby's warehouse. And Jeff's so pissed, he shoots Amanda without even talking her. That's how mad he is. Jeff, calm down.
Daddy.
Okay, well, this is by all accounts at least Amanda's third test, right? Amanda has been tested in every single movie. I know the murder intern applicant pool can't be too deep, but it still feels like we should have cut bait long before this.
I decided to give you one last chance.
Game over.
Well, whatever. She's shot in the throat now, so I guess she's dead and can no longer get tested.
You might want to get yourself tested.
Also, we're now 3 movies and 50 traps or whatever in, and now that Amanda turned, Kramer's games have worked exactly 0 times. Not a single person has ultimately had their life changed for the better. It's almost as if physical and psychological torture are not the secrets to making people happy and well-adjusted. But that's impossible. That's the entire basis of our prison system.
You will give everything to me.
Thankfully, we've got 7 more chances to continue to test this theory, just in case.
I think it's a bad habit. We gotta quit cold turkey.
Can you do that?
So now it's just Jeff and John, and technically, Lynn is still alive, technically.
You look terrible.
So John's like, I can call an ambulance if you want, but one more test, Jeff. Can you forgive me? Forgive me, Jeff? Oh, spare a little forgiveness for sick daddy over here.
I'm so happy to see you forgiving each other.
And Jeff originally says, sure, whatever, just help my wife.
You can forgive me. Live or die, which is it gonna be?
But John keeps asking and asking and asking until finally Jeff's like, F it. But of course, Saw 3 in John's throat makes Lynn's head explode. And as John dies, he activates a tape that's like, I trapped your daughter in a room somewhere else, lol. So now that's a game you gotta play. Damn, I love games. I wish my throat wasn't sawed so I could just keep playing more games. Man, what the hell did Jeff do that warrants like 30 tests when most people just got their dick hacked off in under 2 minutes? Oh, right. He was sad about his kid dying. Get over it. Well, hopefully his other kid dying will fix that problem. If he ever manages to get a third kid, he's gonna treasure it like nobody's business. The Jigsaw system works. You just gotta give it a chance. Although I'm pretty sure he's gonna be even mopier now that his wife is dead too. Good game, Jig shit. Anyway, sequel hook, I guess. Sequel Saw? Does that work?
No.
I want to play a game.
What do you want to play?
This morning, I went to get some Starbucks, and I was expecting my name John to be written on the cup, and they didn't write it.
Your name's John?
Well, hypothetically, if my name were John, I would want it written on the cup. It's just... courtesy. Where has courtesy gone? It was very upsetting.
Are you gonna tie them up in your basement?
Maybe. This is a very small basement.
Well, I'm gonna get out, right? After I watch all the movies?
Is that what I said?
I hope so. I thought.
Do you know anything about the Chinese zodiac?
Oh, Jill, no.
We're immediately greeted by the same thing Dave has plopped in his new house foyer. A dead, hairy, naked body. Hog out and everything. Dave calls this his most devious trap yet, and a great conversation starter. Though admittedly, most of the conversations are, Jesus Christ, dude!
Better than just sitting there in silence.
Really tied the room together, did it not?
The games have just begun.
But unlike the trap at Dave's house, this dead body is John Kramer. And the most shocking reveal here is that he was only 52 years old, even though the actor was 65 at the time. I know this because Dave is shockingly good at identifying the age of someone based on the size and color of their penis. I was like, Dave, he's 52 years old, and Dave was like, whoa, he's like 65. I could tell.
It's like 3 rings.
Cut it out.
Anyway, some morticians cut into John's head, like the head on his neck, not his penis head, and they weigh his brain because like he was so smart. So like, does his brain weigh extra? Is his gray matter thicker than a bowl of oatmeal? Does it clap when he wiggles it? These are good questions.
Cut it out.
They also peel all his non-foreskin back and out loud are like, let's check the stomach.
Very hungry.
Because, you know, maybe his final meal hadn't fully digested since it's Arby's and there's a half of beef and cheddar or something in there. You literally will not know until you look. As it turns out, there is something in there, but unfortunately, it's just a tummy tape. They call in some background 40-something brown-haired white dude who's been floating around the periphery of this series, because if there's one thing that this franchise loves as much as 40-something brown-haired white dudes, it's bumping previous background randos to lead roles, which is sadly better workplace advancement than any millennials and zoomers will ever know. Support my Patreon. Anyway, the guy is named, wait for it, Mark.
Mark Kaufman.
Oh, hi. Oh, hi, Mark. Hi, Mark.
That'll be easy to remember. And damn, turns out the tape is for him.
I'll use a detective.
And it's like, you probably thought you wouldn't get tested on account of me being dead and my dick being all out, but actually, these movies are doing pretty incredible numbers financially, so the game has actually just begun. If you really want to stop me, you're gonna have to tank these movies by crossing them over with Paddington or something. It's the only way. We cut to a gorgeous Italian mausoleum. The Saw producers were clearly like, I'm tired of shooting in nasty-ass basements. Let's do a scene somewhere luxurious for once.
When you're here, you're
Inside are two lucky bastards who don't even know how good and not in an Arby's bathroom or basement they have it. One guy has his eyes sewn shut, and one guy has his mouth sewn shut. I'm guessing the guy with his ears sewn shut is elsewhere, because he couldn't hear the game starting, so he's probably lost. They're both chained to a winch that'll pull them closer together, and Mouth Guy sees the key to his restraints on the back of Eyes Guy's neck. Also, there are some weapons scattered about. Stop it! Let the Olive Garden themed games begin! Obviously, Mouth Guy wins, because the other guy has a major disadvantage.
What else would you expect?
But also because he can do sick-ass chain block kick moves. He kills Eyes Guy and frees himself and then rips his sewn together mouth open? What? There's no time restriction anymore. Take a half second and look for some scissors or something, you idiot.
Did he really have something to say?
I have to pee. I guess we blew our budget, so we're back in some ass basement where Bandana Rig discovers a dead body he sort of recognizes. Carrie! Don't do it! And despite the fact that this is clearly a jigsaw trap and the entire room could be a reverse bear trap where every piece of wood houses 1,000 shotguns and also a lesson about valuing your life, and the fact that they've already sent in a robot to check to see if things were safe, Rig runs in. And it's fine, actually. Well, I mean, for Rig. Carrie still looks like a Chili's menu. Two new detectives lumber in. Lindsay, who looks a bit more memorable, and friggin' Peter, who looks like every 75% of the other dudes in this series. Then again, he's very memorable if you're a Gilmore Girl head.
I'm not the right guy to deal with that.
What? Oh, they should have made him wear the hat.
Why did they ask us to be in this?
I know! I'm as middle-aged and white and brown-haired as they come. Hatless Peter determines there must be another Jigsaw accomplice besides Amanda, because no way tiny-ass Amanda or cancer-ass John could have lugged Carrie's massive ass all the way up into this trap. I mean, God, Carrie probably weighs like, what, like 700 pounds? And it's not like Jigsaw is famous for his engineering skills and could easily rig together some kind of pulley system.
You could have rigged pulleys or...
He didn't do anything. He didn't do anything.
I'm telling you, there's definitely another accomplice. It's the only way that this makes any sense. We have found no evidence of Jigsaw doing like tons of push-ups while pounding creatine shakes.
We're here to find the person your department couldn't, Detective, the one helping Jigsaw and Amanda.
You did this completely wrong.
By the way, they've still never found Eric, and also John/Jigsaw has become quite a bit famous these days, which is fun. Also, John had a company that was all about urban renewal, so I guess that's how he kept finding and owning warehouses. More on this later. Stay tuned. Rig is pretty beat up about Carrie's fat ass getting torn apart, but Mark is like, bro, you need to go home. So he does, only to find his wife leaving for a few days to help out with her mom.
Come with me.
I hate your mom.
And the movie acts like this is because he feels like he has to do detective things to catch Jigsaw, but A, he's in charge of SWAT. That's not necessarily where we send our most inquisitive minds, and considering how dumb the city's actual detectives are, that's really saying something. And B, I think the actual reason he doesn't want to go is because he just doesn't want to hang out with his mother-in-law. Fair. Wait, is his mother-in-law super fat? Because if so, she might be the next Jigsaw victim for not valuing diet sodas. Yeah. But then he's grabbed that night, and it's like, I guess he should have gone to hang out with his mother-in-law. Nah, this is still better. I guess Mark was also supposed to see his mother-in-law because he's also grabbed. But back to Rig. He wakes up in a tub And a Jigsaw tape is like, you ought to save everyone, except probably your mother-in-law, I guess. But that's bad, because you're working too damned hard and too damned much.
Your obsession.
Sure, you're not any good at the work, but the point still stands. This is, again, classic Jigsaw, always recommending people put family before work. So now Rig has 90 minutes to learn a lesson that takes most of our dads a lifetime. Good luck. But also be aware that Eric is still alive and suddenly standing on an ice block that will melt in those 90 minutes. But I feel like that assumes a lot about Eric's feet and balance. What if he has really hot feet? I mean, it's Donnie Wahlberg.
Oh, what a big tootsie.
Also, what if he has to pee? Mightn't it melt faster?
Is the piss hot?
Double also, Mark is there with him, which is a bummer. Flashback! Hey, remember when Eric fought with that tiny puny squirrel of a woman, Amanda? Well, after she knocked him out, he was dragged by somebody to a makeshift jail cell where he lived and loved until the events of Saw 4. Oh wait, there's also a third dude in this game who just isn't hearing Mark.
You f***ing hear me? You f***ing motherfucker! I'm busting beans!
Is he deaf? Oh my god, is he the third guy from the Olive Garden game? The ears guy? We may never know, because at the moment, Rig is dealing with a busty pig lady in his living room. It's like, man.
Jesus.
This is a very interesting situation.
Another tape is like, okay, first test. Don't help this busty pig lady. But of course, Rig is like, I really want to help this busty pig lady.
But it is not your job to save
them boobies.
But his efforts activate a pull all your hair out machine that Rig first tries to turn off by shooting. Because, again, he's not just a cop, he's a SWAT cop.
Where the hell is the combination?
But he eventually realizes there are numbers that turn the thing off, so he does that. But this ungrateful busty pig lady then immediately tries to stab him.
What the f*** are you doing?
Describe this busty pig lady.
Trying to see if I know her from somewhere.
We should get one of those on staff. Just make a note of that.
Yeah, once we make $1 billion.
Yeah.
Rig subdues her and then plays her tape, which is like, look, this dude is totally gonna turn you in for being a sex trafficker, as evidenced by all these incriminating photos everywhere. But if you stab him to death, I'm sure you'll be fine and you won't get in trouble. I mean, murder is like, what, 2 or 3 years tops? But okay, say everything went right for her. Like Rig stopped the machine before the hair pull and she stabbed Rig and got rid of all the photos. What moral life lesson did Jigsaw teach her with this game? Be tidier with your sex trafficking?
Make your choice.
Unclear, but Rig discovers 2 keys in a box that lead him towards a hotel, so he just leaves. Rig enters some nasty hotel, which is such a creative change of pace from the nasty warehouses, and he uses the key to enter a nasty room with a pig mask and a tape that's like, the fat dude downstairs sucks, and he needs to be punished. So Rig lures away that guy's dog and then pulls the guy into a room using a gun. Feels like that was more work than just using the gun, but it was much sneakier. Turns out this guy is a sexual assaulter.
I know I was wrong. I know. Good. We're learning.
And yet another tape demands Rig put him in a convoluted bed torture trap where another tape is like, hey pervert, poke your eyes out or get your body ripped off. He only manages one eye before he's drawn and quartered harder than William Wallace, which is ironic since Braveheart's whole thing started with him stopping a sexual assault. I mean, this series is layers. Speaking of flashback, at some point Rig was on a case where a kid was being abused by her dad, but neither she nor her mom would testify against him because his finger wagging was very persuasive. Maybe the guy used it to hypnotize them?
Hey, take it easy.
So Rig punched the out of the finger wagging hypnotizer and the guy threatened to sue, but Mark was also there and he was like, actually that guy attacked Rig.
He attacked Officer Rig first.
You got no case, bitch. Also, by the way, this dude's lawyer is the mouthy guy from the intro, which is kind of fun.
That's according to whom?
Oh, by the way, there was a casing found at the Cary crime scene with Rig's fingerprint on it, so maybe is he the other accomplice? I mean, it's not like the dead sex trafficker slash hooker in his apartment is helping his case, but also there are pictures of John's apparent ex-wife Jill, who's never been mentioned even once before, though we did see a flashback of her in the park. Maybe we should interrogate her, and when we do, maybe we should really crank the heat and get her all sweaty and wet and expository.
Have them turn off the air in there.
You know, a classic good cop, hot cop kind of thing.
Perhaps I should call the hot cops and tell them to come up with something more nautically themed.
Peter gets all up on sweaty Jill.
I am just curious as to why.
And points out that John's personal slogan, cherish your life, is also the same motto of her health clinic. But like, it's not her fault that a horrible person ruined a perfectly good motto. Next, you're gonna be saying that nobody's allowed to shop at their local Pol Pot poultry store. A name is just a name, it doesn't mean anything. Oh my God, Jesus Christ. Flashback to that very clinic where druggies used to fight each other. And also at some point, John showed Jill his new workshop and maybe his hairy but not dead penis.
Wow, it's big.
Does that help, detective?
People break up, relationships end. It's called life.
Where are you getting this junk? Life.
So she's like, all right, well.
Do you know anything about the Chinese zodiac?
Oh, Jill, no.
Astrology is ridiculous.
But she continues and is like, I used to be pregnant after John's sperm escaped his condom trap. But then one of my druggies broke into the clinic and broke my tummy with a door so that I had a miscarriage, which really changed the way that John thought about helping people.
You can't help them. They have to help themselves.
Like, for example, he would eventually torture Jeff in Saw 3 for the crime of being so upset about his kid dying that I guess he didn't go on a massive murder spree. Like, hey, why were you torturing Jeff? He's literally you, but just not massacring anybody about it. Really seems like you just wanted the slimmest excuse so you could just rope Lynn into and get a free doctor to keep you alive for an extra 60 to 90
minutes of playtime.
I don't know, but the very same night as Tummy Squishing Night, the sex worker from Saw 2 propositions Kramer hard enough for him to decide, I guess, that she should be tortured in a few months or years or whenever that movie happens in relation to this one.
Yeah, honey, you wanna buy some death sticks?
What are you doing?
God, it's like you try to do one nice thing for a guy. Wait, how did he find her again? I feel like she probably didn't give him a business card. It's like a whole series of weeks of him trolling around the same place looking for a specific hooker.
You're not one of those silly men that's dressed like a woman, are you? No, babe.
You're a beautiful girl. Go home.
John, you nasty. Anyway, Peter, like me, he's getting a little lost. So he tries to recap what Jill's point is.
Girl loves boy, boy loves girl. Boy gets girl pregnant, girl loses baby, boy turns into a serial killer. Jill, I'm not buying it.
Oh, and there's more. But I'm a little lost on where the hell the interrogation fits in the actual series of events. So let's flash over to Peter and Lindsay investigating this rape heart aftermath. They learn the hotel room was rented by a lawyer named Art Blank, who has been missing for a couple of weeks. And to be clear, Rig didn't kill this dead guy here.
Ivan made his own choice.
Although I think what ultimately killed the guy was timing. If he had like a few more minutes, maybe he'd have been able to, find the strength to fully blind himself. When you put people on the clock like that, you don't usually get people at their best. I mean, why the rush, Ghost of John? You're supposed to be all about living in the moment and taking the time to live life properly. Are you gonna value life any less if it takes you 5 minutes to hack your dick off and eat it instead of just 2 minutes to hack your dick off and eat it? They give Gordon like freaking 7 hours to saw his foot off, but everybody else, it's like, got a lot of things to get to. If you could try to free yourself from this trap in the next 60 seconds or so, that'd be great. I don't know, but Peter's like, oh shit, Rig is being recruited, I bet. Although actually I feel like Lindsay is a bit closer than Rig's ever been to believing Jigsaw bullshit, but
Rig didn't kill Ivan. Ivan made his own choice.
Whatever.
They then go to some other dirty basement somewhere and realize they're being targeted by Jigsaw in some nebulous way.
We're the two Jigsaw targets.
Carrie, as with all good screenwriting, had alluded to something at some point off-screen and seemingly offhand about this being the case, so that's scary to think about. There's nothing scarier than implied horror. The idea that something could be bad, maybe. Oh wait, okay, so Eric's getting cold feet. So he tries to rage quit the game and life, but the other guy with him is like, if you do that, Mark will get electrocuted. And also, twist, I am the mouth guy from the intro, and also, in fact, the lawyer known as Art Blank, who represents both Jill and the abusive daddy. But triple twist, I'm also a janitor at John's hospital and Rig's second cousin twice removed and the Ice Block's college boyfriend. Whoa. What? No. Are you serious? Now, Art still mostly looks like almost every other character, but it's easier for me to remember the name Art. So, thank you, Saw 4. Now Rig is back at that same abandoned school that I guess nobody's watching, despite a bomb having gone off in it recently, and he discovers the abuser daddy impaled together with his meek wife. They're both asleep, and it looks painful, but this is actually what my wife and I do every night to make sure that neither of us rolls away from each other. It keeps us close, but our blood-stained sheet cleaning bills are literally killing us. Sign up for my Patreon so I can start buying sheets in bulk. Flashback! To be clear, the wife was also abused, and Jigsaw rigged them up like this to teach her a lesson about not getting abused.
Remove the ties that bind.
It's a metaphor for codependency, see? Did Mr. Blank design this trap? Because it is art, elegant, and subtle.
I know writers who use subtext and they're all cowards.
The rods shoved into her are in non-lethal areas, but in him, they're in very lethal areas.
Right in the butt.
So if she pulls hers out, it'll kill him, but if she doesn't, she'll bleed out. So for the first time in history, the woman pulls out. Okay. Mostly. She apparently fell asleep before getting the job done, which is also something my wife and I do a lot. We're very lazy. So Rig walks in on this and a tape is like, okay, so in your opinion...
Has the pupil learned her lesson?
And he's like, I mean, I guess so. So he pulls the last thing out for her, but Rig stops short of actually unlocking her because as he tells her,
you gotta save yourself.
He's beginning to believe.
But he's not the only one, because when Peter and Lindsay show up to this scene,
Rig didn't kill this guy, his wife did.
Once again, suggesting that the creator of a trap has nothing to do with the outcome of those inside it, and in fact, every death is solely the fault of the victims. Even though there was a 100% chance that the abusive daddy was never going to survive, right? He was impaled in several key areas of his body. Is there a way to survive that? Dr. Breeding is going to have to pull a Dr. Gordon here and say, no, you're going to die.
Every day of your working life, you have given people the news that
I suck!
And was he supposed to learn anything from the experience about enjoying life, or is he just a prop? Whatever. I'm beating a dead horse, which to be clear is the horse's fault, okay? And a random cop just gets blasted in the face, which is also probably her fault because she chose to bring her face to this crime scene.
Look out!
What? What does that have to do with anything? They wander into another room to discover a Jigsaw doll, and Lindsay's like, I think I'm gonna put my face right up to this doll. I want to lick it and see if it's made of candy.
Yeah, I have some bad news.
What? No candy?
Oh, shit. As she's wheeled away, candyless, she hands Peter a key to a Gideon building that John used to own. So I guess that's where he's going. Back in, I assume, that building, Eric sneak attacks Art, but it doesn't do much. Art reveals he's a victim too and hands Eric a gun and a bullet. They then realize, oh shit, if somebody comes through the door to this room, it's gonna be a huge problem because it's rigged to kill Eric. But it's fine because once the 90-minute timer goes off, Art has a button that will free all three of them. Just gotta hope nobody else operating on that very specific time frame comes through that door. So, okay. I guess Jill has been held at the precinct this entire time, probably because her lawyer is in some warehouse wearing a hoodie and handing out guns. And Peter returns and just starts going crazy on her. He's asking every question in the book until flashback.
What's with the doll? What's with the tricycle? Who are John's business associates? Where the hell is Art Blank?
Who's on first?
That's what I'm trying to find out.
Right, and then my next line is what? What is my next line? Exactly.
See this?
One time, Jill brought Art to John's big, thick warehouse, and Art was like, hey, what's up, my man? I'm so excited for the designs you've made for the buildings that will help us urbanly renew the city, and similarly, some families are excited to move in and totally not be murdered and shit. And John's like,
get the f out of here.
So they sadly leave, and I guess John's converted all that urban renewal property to torture warehouses, which is actually more helpful if you think about it. Jill's like, John blamed me for the death of our child, which, yeah, that sounds like how John would think about that situation. And so he broke up with me, and then God gave him cancer.
He was diagnosed with cancer soon after that.
Thank you, God!
And oh, flashback again to John torturing the drug guy who killed his unborn child because he, I guess, also blames him for the death of his child. You know, in a way, all of humanity is responsible, except John. He was waiting in the car. What the f was he supposed to do about it? John grabbed the druggie at a Chinese pig festival, which I guess is the origin of him using so many pig masks.
Well, mystery solved. I mean, awesome.
And even though John totally forgives this guy,
I forgive you, Cecil, I do.
Come on now, you expect me to believe that?
he's worried about his soul.
I don't have a fucking soul.
Regardless, your hands are nailed to your chair, and the only way to free them is to press your face against these knives until you get real ugly, even though the dude's already not exactly a looker. Plus, chicks, they dig scars. The guy tries to mince his face, but then the whole damn chair just falls apart.
What a piece of crap.
Was that intentional, or was John's first trap just kind of a lemon? I'm not judging him, by the way. We all learn as we go. It took me 2 attempts to get the lock on Dave's cage just right. Life is a journey. Namaste. Also, is this guy actually Adam Sandler? Because he sounds exactly like him.
You're fucking dead.
You dead, shooter?
I don't know. But he bum rushes John and falls into some razor wire, as one does. By the way,
Your son was named after John's first building, right?
what? I have no idea. Who names their kid after a warehouse? Dave, is that why you're so set on naming any future sons Meat Packer Brown? Or is that something else?
That's another thing.
I don't know, but he runs to the unborn baby meat packing plant. No, Dave, not Planned Parenthood. So that Peter can save, you know, people, if there are any. But inside Gideon, Art apparently has a weird claw thing on his back. Flashback to him learning he's got more shit to do after killing the Eyes guy, and then flashback again to Jeff wandering around in the third movie. Because here's the kicker, kids. All this shit is happening simultaneously with the third movie. Does that mean? This isn't a sequel, it's a sidequel, a paraquel, a simulquel, because we've all been bamboozled. Because if you're not gonna be a good series, you might as well be a confusing one. So yeah, Peter's in the very same warehouse, and in fact shoots Jeff about 8 seconds after the third movie ends because he has no idea who Jeff is because he hasn't finished watching his 39 flashbacks. So I guess Jeff's daughter is screwed. Feels like that's technically murder, Jigsaw, the shoving the child into like a locker somewhere. But well, I guess it is her fault if she doesn't eat her legs and hold her breath forever when the air runs out.
The choice is yours.
Okay, I choose love. I choose love.
And the other part of Gideon, Rig does actually slam through the door despite getting shot by Eric. Then Rig shoots Art, and Eric's head is crushed completely flat by 2 ice blocks like he just got teabagged by Sub-Zero, which sure makes him seem dead, but honestly, you never know. They've written themselves out of tighter spots than this to bring sweet, sweet Eric back. Oh, and also, yeah, Eric totally chose to just stand there and be killed, so technically it's not a murder. Oh, also, Mark is electrocuted. By choice. Why Art didn't stand by the door and yell at Rig to not come in or just push something in front of the door so Rig couldn't open it is never explained. But Art is like, ow, well, let me get you a tape that reveals. Well, he still hit play, and the tape is like, Rig, you idiot! I've been saying this entire time that you should not do things, and yet you kept doing things, and now it's all gone to shit. This is all your fault, obviously. And if Rig wanted to hear that kind of crap, he would have just gone to hang out with his mother-in-law. Also, twist, Mark isn't actually electrocuted. He is, in fact, the other Jigsaw accomplice, continuing the grand tradition of sitting in his own trap for 2 hours to create an epic twist with no actual purpose. Also, flashback, Mark's helped out with several things in the past films. Eventually, we're gonna learn that there's like 300 people in that bathroom. The camera was just angled in such a way that we never saw it. Mark then locks Peter into Jeff's room that apparently has like 4 dead bodies now, so that's yucky. And then yeah, we realize that Mark's test literally hasn't even happened yet.
The games have just begun. Starting now.
The entire film was a flashback. So Mark is about to be tested by Jigsaw, despite like being Jigsaw at this point.
Game over.
Sure, fine, why not?
I want to play a game.
What? Oh, jeez. Can I just watch the movie or are you gonna stand there the whole time?
Is this distracting?
It's a little distracting, yeah.
Yeah, all right. Wait, I need a zip up.
Blood. Our blood.
A Seth wakes up in an abandoned warehouse, tied down, and boy, I wonder how this is gonna go. Sometimes waking up tied down in an abandoned warehouse in these movies is bad, like this franchise, but sometimes... Oh no, I guess it's all bad, like this franchise. It doesn't help that Seth is a murderer that got out early on a technicality. Anyway, he needs to either squish his hands until they're crazy flat, or a swinging pendulum of death will slice his tummy crazy wide open. Oh, actually, apparently there's a third option where both happen simultaneously while a weirdo peeps at him through a peephole.
This is the one thing we didn't want to happen.
Saw 5, but wait, did Civilization 5 steal this title logo? Oh my god. Twist! Jigsaw is actually Gandhi.
There is no shame in deterrence.
Some call this karma. I call it justice.
I don't give a
Flashback to the end of the last movie, which was actually the end of the movie before that, and say what you will about the endlessly sprawling MCU, that's got nothing on Saw. This is easily the most inaccessible to new audiences franchise of all time. Can you imagine the 5th movie in your series having a flashback to the 4th movie of your series, which is actually a flashback to the 3rd movie of the series? How could you possibly understand what's happening? You literally have to watch every Saw, and you have to watch them all in order to get anything. They don't leave this kind of insane continuity until the 8th movie.
What does the writer's room look like? Is it like the wall with all the string connecting the dots and stuff? Like,
I think it's like this the same dudes. I mean, it's very clear that they, after like the second one or something, every one ends on a cliffhanger. Like, I think they've already written the next one, or they already know conceptually that it's going to happen, that'll whatever.
It started when John was first identified as a Jigsaw killer.
This name keeps coming up over and over again.
So, right, yeah. Peter's locked in the Jigsaw medical bay, and he notices a secret door with a secret tape that's like,
"Do not proceed."
Peter's like, "You're not my real dad." You. So he proceeds like a son of a gun and is immediately attacked by a pig person who also isn't his real dad? Maybe. Ooh, is that another twist?
Are you my real dad?
Peter wakes up in an abandoned warehouse, I guess, with his head stuck.
In a box.
It's in a box. Even worse, water is dripping in and he's gonna drown, despite being almost entirely dry. The most embarrassing way you could drown. There is evidently literally no way at all to escape, making this essentially just an incredibly inefficient way to murder somebody. Did Mark swear an oath to never use a gun or something? I need to kill this guy, so I'm gonna knock him out and rig him up with like a box on his head and water goes into the thing and all that stuff. Just shoot him and be done with it, dude.
You don't have the panache as a Bond villain.
I guess not. Hell, even the trap itself uses basic ass office water coolers. Looks like somebody's murder trap budget has been slashed. Except, oh shit, Peter's got a pin in his pocket and he gives himself an emergency trach, which is legitimately, it's pretty badass. Badass. Cut to outside and Mark's like, "Hey everybody, it's all good." At some point off screen, I saved the little girl we've been worried was either already or about to be dead for the past friggin' 2 movies. It's no biggie. But I should probably get a raise for being such a good cop. There's a new hobby I picked up recently and it's kind of expensive.
Nobody made it.
Except wait.
We got a live one! He has a name.
Oh, bet you didn't account for that, did you, Mark? You couldn't even win while cheating. You're an even shittier choice to carry on Jigsaw's completely technically innocent legacy than Amanda, who was so sad. Elsewhere, Jill Tuck receives a box from John's other non-dead, mouth-not-stitched lawyer.
It's nice to meet you, Mr. Feldman.
You have nice, pretty lips.
It's locked, but I wonder if it could be opened by this big old key that Jill's got swinging between her pendulous breasts.
What's in the box?
Get back, you nosy-ass lawyer. Art would never have asked to see what's in the box. Also, there's a VHS tape where John's like, "I guess I'm dead, lol."
I'm long gone from this world.
You'll know what to do with the box.
Put your junk in that box.
But actually, we won't know what to do with the box until a future film. You just gotta plant that seed. What's in the box? Ooh, you think there's an Infinity Stone in there? Nah, bitch. MCU ain't shit compared to Saw, baby. Although, side note, surely these things are all evidence that the cops would want impounded? Client confidentiality sort of goes out the window after the 50th kill or so, even if half of them are maybe not even technically like, actually your client's fault, bro. No, filibuster, man. He didn't do it. Technically, they did it themselves, Your Honor. I don't think you get to keep fulfilling his wishes after he's killed 50 people. It's also a bunch of evidence.
I mean, it's like literally a box of evidence.
Yeah. What's in the box?
Someone left some evidence.
You can understand my surprise.
But because
The Jigsaw murders are over.
Great.
yeah. Mark is obviously promoted because he had literally nothing to do with any of it.
Today we honor the newly promoted Detective Lieutenant
John C.
As far as they know, literally all Mark has done was get his ass caught by Jigsaw, and then he broke free when the straps came loose. He's been evidently chasing Jigsaw since the beginning, which means he was unable to prevent literally every single death until John eventually just up and died from cancer with saw to the neck comorbidities. If anyone should be promoted, it should be Jeff. He killed John and Amanda, and his wife, you know, the woman trying to heal John. I guess he saved the girl in the warehouse that he'd been captured inside of, but hey, how did you even know where she was or that she was? Who told you there was a little girl missing and that she was in the warehouse? Mark should actually be a suspect, even if he didn't drop well-known Jigsaw-isms mid-acceptance speech.
Life should be cherished.
Where have I heard that before?
Is nobody gonna mention that? Nobody gonna follow up on that? If the cops who arrested Jeffrey Dahmer slipped "this occasion is as delicious as human flesh" into their "hooray, we caught him" speech, I think that would be cause to look into them. These are the shittiest cops of all time.
Just want you to stop saying odd shit.
like you smell a psychosphere.
Life should be cherished.
But whatever, good for him. Way to fail upwards, my guy. He finds a letter in his office that's like, I know who you are, and straight up, I cannot tell if this is technically a flashback or a current thing that's currently happening, because watching these movies is like experiencing time like Dr. Manhattan at this point. But we'll get to at least the flashback version of this scene at some point.
I'm sorry.
Mark, in some timeline, at some point, heads to the hospital to find Peter being all like, God, I'm so sad that Lindsay died from getting some glass or whatever in her face.
Last thing she said was Detective Hoffman.
Suck the fat one.
Hey, are you the reason for it, Mark? I'm suspicious of you, Mark. You're like a puzzle, Mark, a jig.
Back the f off.
Ironically, Peter's boss, confusingly named Dan, but also sporting luscious, easy to identify red hair, he takes Peter off the case because so many freaking people have died, including the innocent kidnapped father looking for his innocent kidnapped daughter that Peter shot and killed, which is interesting. It's just weird to have one captured useless guy get promoted while the guy who badassedly slit his own throat to freedom gets demoted for effectively the same results. I dream of a time when people are judged on the number of pins they stabbed in their neck, not on, I don't know, how well they fill a suit. Seriously, to repeat, Mark hasn't done shit except find a girl that he shouldn't even have known was there, and the only reason he was there is because he got kidnapped, as far as they know. Also, because he's a serial killer. That's bad too. Don't promote serial killers.
That's a hot take.
Not to get political. And actually, what is even the case at this point? As far as anybody knows, Jigsaw and his accomplice are dead, right?
You're off the case.
What case?
What case?
He's like, unrelated case. Taking you off that one. It's gonna sound in context like I'm saying off the Jigsaw case, but that's not what I mean. Is getting taken off the case just cop speak for to go on vacation? I could really use getting taken off the case right now myself. Last year, I took my entire family off the case to Disney World. Please sign up for my Patreon, or the loan sharks will break Dave's legs. I'm just kidding. My family will never be able to afford Disney World. And that's even with my uncle working there and able to get us in for free. It doesn't matter if you get in the park for free. The turkey legs are still $12,000 a pop.
On whose orders?
Anyway, Mark heads to some dirty basement somewhere to lovingly inspect a new murder diorama and watch a brand new 5-player game unfold. They're all like visual learners. They can't just like create a murder game. They have to do a diorama version of it first. I just can't picture it unless I see what it would look like.
Like after this town is gentrified, it's just like they're designing an escape room.
Obviously, the movie cuts away from this game every 16 seconds to keep us on our chronologically challenged toes, but it's actually pretty straightforward. So I'm just gonna keep it simple. 5 people.
A brain and an athlete
And a basket case. A princess.
and a criminal.
Wait, no, sorry. A fire inspector, a fancy British investigative journalist, a city planner, a VP of a real estate development company, and a trust fund kid wake up with ropes around their necks, and a John voice tape is like, you gotta grab keys in the boxes in front of you or the ropes will snap you back and chop your heads off. Also, there are nail bombs, which will go off at some point, which is a bit of a hat on a hat, but my man's covering his bases and I respect that. He's like, your head will fall off and I'll shoot you with nails. Either one would probably do it.
But you're thorough.
It's a game, tweaker.
Only one person can make a run at the keys at a time since there's only so much slack to go around and not everybody gets a key.
Okay, nice try, Nancy Drew.
In the next room, there are more nail bombs that are gonna go off no matter what, but there are also 3 tunnels in which they can hole up to survive this blast, provided they smash enough glass jars full of glass to find more keys. The
investigative journalist for The Herald
waste no time smashing the trust fund kid, but then also all the jars to butt metal. They get the keys, but then the city planner plans a parking lot where the
investigative journalist's
brain used to be.
Put up a parking lot.
I'm sorry, I don't know what city planners do.
No one knows what it means, but it's provocative.
The point is the
investigative journalist
explodes. Which is too bad because
That guy was an ass, but he was smart.
And don't forget, he was an
investigative journalist.
Counterpoint, the
investigative journalist
will smack you in the back of the head with zero hesitation. Just goes to show you that intelligence does not always translate to not smacking people in the back of the head with zero hesitation. Although counter to my counter, the city planner does the exact same thing, so actually maybe these are all pretty bad people, which is actually a step in the right direction after several grieving dads and domestic violence victims and empathetic janitors. If Jig Mark was the one who picked these players, he deserves some credit. But there's only 3 left, and they enter a room with a yucky tub and a bunch of power lines that all need to be connected to a body in said tub so that the next door can open. The city planner's like, my next plan is that the trust fund kid should just get his ass in the tub. But then she is killed by the VP of Murders and Executions. And yeah, they're definitely all on the wrong side of not being assholes. Then they electrocute her dead body. Oh, hey, the door opens, hooray! The final room has a beaker that they need to fill with
blood. Our blood.
Crimson, copper-smelling blood. His blood. Blood. Blood.
And let me tell you, this ain't a small beaker of blood. They need like 2.5 growlers, which is about 8 demiards or 0.008 of a hogshead, because I will be dead in the cold ground with a reverse bear trap wrapped around my ass before I use the metric system. This is America. But at this moment, they realize, oh shit, all 5 people could have easily survived each game if they'd only considered working together and using the power of friendship. Any individual key in the beginning would have worked on everybody's locks. There was room in each tunnel for multiple people. The electric shock could have been shared more easily between 5 people. And now the old stick your hand onto a circular blade until you bleed enough blood machine would be way easier if everybody only had to give half a growler's worth of blood each.
Whoops.
Although wait, could they piss into the machine? Like, can the machine really tell the difference between blood and piss? I'm just saying, there are probably a few other liquids we could try before blood.
Why can't we just use the water from the other room?
No, the slots are closed. We have to stick our arm in to keep them open.
Do you deny that could fit a human penis?
But before we start spraying our liquids, let's just acknowledge, oh, okay, so the way they are all connected is the tweaker, trust fund kid, traded some heroin for burning down what he thought was an abandoned apartment building to make a little space for a less development to be built by the VP. This was signed off by the city planner, who accepted a bribe, while the fire inspector and journalists both looked the other way, and the trust fund dad got his son off the hook, which, to be clear, was a pretty big hook, because apparently there were still 8 people inside the building, which I think actually gives the VP the highest non-Jigsaw body count in the series. But it's fine, because nobody cared.
I care! Shut up, Leonard. Nobody even knows what you're talking about.
As far as I can tell, this incident has nothing to do with anything other than it being generally bad, but I wouldn't be surprised if Saw 17 reveals that the fire also burned down Jigsaw's second favorite hot dog stand and further sent him down his path towards being a choice giver. A serial choice giver.
May I have another little hot dog and a towel?
The choice is yours.
Anyway, I know the trust fund guy is a heroin addict, and historically those people don't make the best choices, but surely there was some indication people were still in the building he was burning down. Also, could he not use his trust fund money to buy heroin? He's rich. Dave's middle class, and you don't see him burning down buildings every time he needs a hit. He only does that for fun after shooting up. There are otherwise unrelated events. Speaking of, the 2.5 growlers also have nothing to do with the rest of the movie other than saw blades, because it's Saw. But also, yeah, everybody else is dead, so let's just shove our hands in here for a while and see how it goes. While all that's going on, Peter continues looking into Mark.
There you are.
He quickly learns that Seth actually murdered Mark's sister, and so the intro to this movie was, as you can imagine, actually yet another goddamned flashback. Peter heads there, notices the peephole, and yeah, the flashback reveals Mark is the one who did it.
You killed him.
And as luck would have it, he was assigned his own case the next day, like hiring Dave to find out why dead pigeons keep appearing on my porch. Mark then became the lead on every subsequent investigation, and 50 murders later, some random dude killed Jigsaw while Mark was himself kidnapped, so of course Mark was promoted for doing just the best job. I take it back. It makes sense that he was promoted. Except wait, if Mark was just pretending to be Jigsaw, how the hell did he get John Kramer to do the voice recording for the Jigsaw tape? Cameo wasn't even around back then.
How the do you know that?
But of course, Jigsaw doesn't like competition, so Mark gets an I know who you are letter, which, is that the same letter, or was the previous one a flashback?
I wrote you every day for a year.
I mean, I realize this is also a flashback, but I don't know. For whatever reason, Mark goes to a building full of just the rudest people. They got rude dogs, rude elevator etiquette.
Do you mind?
And rude stabbing him with the syringe full of knockout drugs. That's a bad apartment. Mark wakes up in an honestly pretty rudimentary shotgun chair, which, hey wait, does this mean Mark is the actual engineering genius here? Because as far as we know at this point, John has killed exactly one guy, the baby-killing druggie, and that was just a simple knife-faced chair that collapsed on itself. And this is ostensibly John's second test, but it's just like a shotgun rigged to a hair trigger. The Sword of Damocles had more engineering behind it. But by contrast, Mark's first and apparently knockoff contraption was 10 times more complex and impressive than anything John had rigged so far. It's like so much more impressive that he's actually way more Jigsaw than Jigsaw. I honestly don't even know why Mark would consider copycatting a guy who so far had killed exactly one dude. Like maybe he felt bad for him. Maybe he wanted to help him expand his kill portfolio out of pity. That Mark, and I tell you, heart of gold. Because like if Mark didn't carve out a puzzle piece chunk, I don't think the police would even necessarily connect the collapsing face knife chair to the hand-crushing, unholy pendulum of swinging death. Hell, John's next trap is forcing a naked guy covered in flammable jelly to walk around on glass while holding a lit candle. Then it was a fat dude crawling through haphazardly arranged razor wire. Then it was two dudes chained to a wall and told to saw their feet off with hacksaws. You don't exactly need a master's in engineering for any of those, my guy. Mark's first trap wipes the floor with your first 5 traps. I just mean, like, even if the cops came in, they would be like, I guess he was trying to with him with this knife chair, but it broke. He's dead over here. It wasn't even a successful trap.
And you look like a sticker, it's like Temu.com.
Yeah. Another difference between these two is that technically
I've never killed anyone.
Oh my God, again with this shit.
Tell the truth.
Killing is distasteful.
I agree.
The blade on your pendulum was inferior.
Let's not be catty bitches.
Well, okay, I mean, maybe, but it clearly did the job. Well, the guy's dead. What does it need to be sharp?
You have to use tempered steel. Tempering's better for the long haul.
Why do you need the blade to last when you build a brand new bespoke trap for virtually every single victim? In fact, you keep talking about efficiency, but how in the world is that efficient? Just tie every single victim up in the same bathroom, or reuse the reverse bear trap over and over, or just use a regular bear trap even. It's insane to build increasingly elaborate traps in games unless, of course, they serve some sort of narrative purpose, like the 5 fire people needing to learn the power of friendship. Then I get it, I guess, but otherwise, just have everybody saw their feet off one by one. You'll 10x your rehabilitations in no time, my guy. Plus, you can sell the feet to Arby's for their roast beef. This plan has literally 0 downsides. My plan.
Arby's.
So, okay, I guess I can see why John would be jealous of Mark and why he'd be like, lol, I'm not gonna kill you, I'm gonna recruit you because you're clearly already way better at this than I am.
F you.
Wait, was that Mark's test?
I want to know if you have what it takes to survive.
By sitting over here quietly all day and doing nothing.
He just had to be willing to die, even though he wasn't even the one pulling the trigger? That is an easy ass test. Like it's literally no fail. Like how would he have even failed the test? By crying? By offering to slob on John's knob like corn on the cob? Amazing how the 2 people who become John's acolytes also got the easiest test by far. Although honestly, both tests are still less annoying than somebody trying to recruit you on LinkedIn. Anyway, now Peter inspects the OG fat guy razor trap that I guess was never cleaned up. Come on guys, at least give it a quick rinse with the garden hose, aka a Dave shower. Then also flashback to John and Mark really sucking ass at capturing the fat guy. Like we were this close to the series ending before it ever began if only this guy had taken even just a couple jujitsu classes. To be fair, yeah, John has cancer, but Mark's a cop and presumably owns a gun. They set up the fat trap and John's like,
it can never be personal.
Dude, the first guy you killed, the first guy you choiced was because of a personal vendetta. He killed your baby.
Tonight you will see the difference between killing and rehabilitation.
Oh no, he died!
But also, yes, Detective Tapp is getting close to discovering what we're doing, which is bad for business. So let's frame Dr. Gordon real quick. And if planting evidence is an important part of your plan, then I'm surprised you didn't also recruit Eric. Like, he was great at planting evidence. Anyway, then Mark and John set up the traps for the house from Saw 2, and John also explains that Amanda needed to be in the gas house game to ensure people follow the rules. The assumption being that if Gordon or Adam had tried to cheat in Saw 1, John would have gotten up off the ground and called a timeout.
Yeah, how do you enforce the rules if you're on sleepy drugs.
Guys, you guys, I took too much.
If you're good at anticipating the human mind, it leaves nothing to chance.
These flashbacks also reveal John and Mark seemingly never wear gloves while setting up traps, which might work fine for Kramer, but again, Mark is a cop. His prints are 100% on file. Although counterpoint, I don't know, the entire police force is dead, so closed logic peephole, I guess. Anyway, flash on back to the present, where Mark calls Dan to plant the seed in his mind grapes about Jigsaw potentially working with
Someone on the inside.
That's an interesting theory.
And Dan finds a bunch of files missing, is like, oh shit, Mark's right. Better make some calls on my permanently affixed earpiece thing that all the most important guys wore in the aughts.
Can you hear me now?
No.
Oh, also Jill shows up to be like,
I think I'm being followed.
by the FBI, by Peter specifically. Then Mark calls Dan from Peter's old phone that he grabbed from the evidence locker, but immediately hangs up, and Dan's like, oh my God, this case is taking some wild twists and even wilder turns. We'd better track Peter's phone. Oh, it's off at the moment? Well, when it gets turned back on, it better not be near the location of any twisted Jigsaw murder games, or I swear to God, Peter is gonna be in so much trouble if his cell phone shows up next to a Jigsaw murder game. Oh, he better not. He had better not. Oh shit. Mark leaves Peter's phone in the murder control room.
This is the one thing we didn't want to happen.
Dan goes to that place, except, hey, did they not know that Peter's phone was impounded? And if it's an old phone, then why are they tracking that one? I'm fairly certain the two phones would have different SIM cards, even if they had the same number. Like, he got the phone from an evidence locker. Do they not know that that's not the phone they should be tracking? If you murdered a bunch of people, but this time you were caught,
yeah.
and they took your phone and they put it in an evidence locker, and then somebody's like, you should track Dave's phone, and they give you the same phone as the evidence locker, how did you get your phone back? I guess he's in an evidence locker, but then why would he grab his own phone?
Setting up a new phone from scratch is a real pain in the butt, so it's like,
just get your one out of the evidence locker. I don't know, but Peter is actually headed there anyway, so it'll all work out the same regardless. And I think the reason Peter knows where to go is because this is technically the same house from Saw 2, and I guess they couldn't even spring to put an ADT alarm on it. So like, nobody ever checks up to see if any other murder games are happening in there, nor like if there are any delicious cans labeled soda. Peter finds a trap door and goes down to find a glass box and a tape, which actually does have Mark's voice on it.
Or so you think.
And it's all like, hey, hop in the glass box, lol. Just get in, it'll be fine, LMAO. But Peter is like, nah, I'm not gonna do that. Then Mark walks right in, and Peter's like, ha-ha, and jumps him. And he knocks Mark into the glass box. But what Peter doesn't know, however, is that the room is actually a trash compactor. And so he gets flattened all to shit.
Could be worse.
While Mark and his box are sneeringly pulled to safety.
I'm in a glass case of emotion.
Mark on the tape is like, now they'll blame you for all this shit. And also they'll find no trace of you. But like, it's not gonna be that flat. You're not gonna be able to like fold him into a paper plane and throw him into the ocean, and you can't crush his blood out of existence, right? The evidence will be all over this room and nearby rooms, because I'm sorry to say this, but Peter is a squirter.
Peter, we got a squirter.
Jesus, Peter.
And if Peter is found, then what does Mark, the admittedly terrible cop, think will be the official FBI conclusion? That Peter accidentally pressed the wrong button and totally flattened himself on accident? Otherwise, they'll be looking for yet another accomplice or somebody Peter had a falling out with, right? I'm just saying, if I were suspected of being the butt chomper of Virginia and I was found dead with a chomped butt, I feel like the police would instantly eliminate me as a suspect, or at least would assume that there's another butt chomper that I've been working with and we had a falling out or something.
yeah, I mean, that is an interesting example to cite.
That has nothing to do with anything. Don't Google the butt chomper of Virginia. I don't know, but the two blood givers you've absolutely forgotten about succeed. Technically, and unlock their door right as Dan walks in, finds Peter's old, already admitted into evidence phone, and is like, wow, this is really effed up. So that's pretty much it.
My legacy will become yours.
I mean, maybe. Hey, did Mark actually get tested at any point during this movie, by the way? Like how the beginning of the fourth movie that was sort of the end of the third movie said he was going to be tested? Or is that just another thing that we're going to address multiple movies after it was originally teased? Like, sure, he got into a crunchy glass box or whatever, but I don't think that was a Jigsaw test for him. That was a test for Peter from Mark, right? Man, I have literally no idea. Everybody that makes these movies, they're like geniuses.
Yeah, that's right.
I got you something.
What is in this?
When my wife and I were trying, this was our favorite spot.
Jesus. I'm gonna keep talking.
Is this distracting?
It's a little distracting, yeah.
Okay. I'll just be quiet.
Piranha.
A lady with a head screw machine on her head sits across from a man with a head screw machine on his head. Turns out they both lend people money that shouldn't be lent money because those people are realistically never going to pay it back. As opposed to Dave, who should never be lent money because he eats it, and you don't want to see what it's like when he gives it back. It's poop.
You recklessly loan people money.
Sorry. Hopefully through this experience, they'll learn to just give money to people who need it. No strings attached. You know, just like millionaire John Kramer, who owns like 10 buildings that were originally supposed to be used for poor families, but were instead used to host increasingly elaborate murder games, like Jesus would prefer. He was like, give everything you have to the poor, or purchase 10 warehouses and torture people in them. The rich young ruler was like, I don't like either of those. Well, that's all I have for you. Dang, Jesus.
Your only path to freedom.
Anyway, their subsequent punishment game reminds me of some of my fondest college memories. You know, a big dude in a cage sawing his stomach off across from a woman cutting her arm off, and both placing their respective body parts on a scale in the hopes that their meat weighs more than the other's meat, so a thing on their head doesn't drill into their brain. Oh, I can almost taste the stale beer and smell the horrific viscera.
Loved college.
The dude has a big initial advantage because he's got a big old tummy, and the girl is checking her flat stomach like, damn it, I knew Pilates would one day be the death of me. Oh no, I'm so damn sexy. I knew this was my downfall. So instead, she wisely goes for the arm. And let me tell you, that weighs more. Maybe she's big boned, but why wouldn't you go for your leg? Legs are both heavier and less useful for video games and finger blasting. Please do not fact check me on this, Dave. Also, imagine walking into the wrong theater as a kid. Like, you would probably pass out and then wake up in a Jigsaw trap because you don't appreciate fine art enough. All fine art features people cutting off body parts. Ever heard of Judith Slane Holofernes by Artissima Gentileschi? Ever heard of this painting I don't know the name of by a person I can't pronounce?
I'm gonna make it up to you, I promise.
Oh, little flashback shot of Amanda and the baby-killing drug guy together in a car. What does it mean? Also, Mark goes back to the Peter room and unsquishes him as best he can. Now all he has to do is roll him up like a college dorm poster and drop him into the nearest sewer, evidence disposed of, and then everybody's gonna think that Peter was the real killer. We head to a health insurance company called Umbrella Health, where their VP of rejecting claims and being a dick skips somebody's birthday.
I know it's your birthday.
And you know we don't give a
To be fair, they do say knowing is half the battle. The birthday battle. But he's got a good reason for skipping, and it's because he's being sued for rejecting a sick dude's insurance claim because the sick dude failed to report an oral surgery 30 years ago, and now
Everybody thinks we're the bad guys.
my guy, you have no idea how true that is. Weirdly, one of the first things Will says when denying coverage is that the person chose to fill out the forms wrong, which is exactly the type of nitpicky nonsense logic Jigsaw would use, but the movie supposes they're different here. It's a confusing comparison.
I'm sorry, but your own actions have caused this.
Now, most of these rejections actually come from
The dog bit. They work as a team.
I'm starting to think I might end up being on Jigsaw's side for once, depending on how all these things shake out. Anyway, Mark gets called to the opening trap crime scene, and Peter's prints are all over the guy who recently died from the unfortunate combination of extreme weight loss program and extreme screw in his brain.
One weird trick to get rid of belly fat.
Peter's prints being there is pretty weird, but I guess Peter was sort of involved in the Saw 5 fire case, tangentially kind of, I guess. But also, twist, Lindsay isn't dead.
You're supposed to be dead.
I got better? What else have you been keeping from me?
The FBI kept her hidden and then just randomly revealed her again now that, as far as they know, nothing at all has changed other than they believe Peter's a Jigsaw accomplice. But like, they don't know where Peter is or how plump or flat he may be. If she needed protection before, isn't that now doubly true still, right?
It was my call, detective.
You're such a dumbass.
Such a dumbass.
Whatever, the FBI wants to work closely with Mark now because, well, he's never solved anything in his life, and it'd be good to have his expertise on the team. Get a pair of fresh eyes, unclouded by success on the whole thing. Then friggin' Pam Jenkins shows up.
Pamela Jenkins, the resident Jigsaw sensation.
And is like, hey, I want to talk to Jill, and if you help me, Mark, I'll try to be less sensationalist in my reporting. And Mark's like, that's interesting. There's nothing I hate more than sensationalism.
It's irresponsible.
Everything I'm personally involved with is very down to earth and very undramatic. Mark gives Pam Jill's address and she heads there to deliver a letter we can't see.
Does it mean anything to you? No.
Great, yeah. And is promptly told to shove it and leave. So Pam does and is immediately grabbed by a pig person. You know, I think we could have just as easily called Jigsaw the swine slayer or homicide or the pork puller. Ooh, pork chopper? Okay, fine. Jigsaw's still better, but there's a lot of things that we could try. So my only point.
Call him whatever you like.
Pigman, baby, pigman.
Pam's then stuck in a cage somewhere to wait until she's needed somewhere near the end of this film. Mark visits the now one-armed lady and is like, you know, technically, this is your fault.
What the f am I supposed to learn from this, huh?
I guess we learned not to do it again.
Yes, sir.
Wow, geez, lady. I was just asking a very suspicious question. No need to be all weird about it.
He wanted us to learn.
And did you?
Look at my arm!
Flashback yet again to Mark's test tape from the 4th movie, which was happening around the 3rd movie. And the mortician determines that Seth's killing and the opening to this movie's killings were both done by somebody other than John Kramer because the jigsaw pieces cut out of the skin were done with a way shittier knife.
You're telling me that you can tell a different knife is used from a photo?
No, but I can.
Also, judging by the shape and the jagged lines, the person is also a chronic masturbator. He's got a very small penis and tiny little balls. Like, you can see it here, Detective Mark. Do you agree, Detective Mark? Like, whoever cut these pieces is a tiny little shrimp dick? Mark, you seeing that? I'm seeing that. You can just tell. A mortician knows.
I was the one who examined that body. I've examined every victim of the Jigsaw killer.
No, I don't see that. I bet he has a huge hog.
I think it means he has a huge hog and is very cool and sexy.
Yeah, his balls are like so big they barely fit in his police pants. Not that he has police pants, but if he did.
But like if he did have police pants, it'd have to be extra huge because of his big hog.
I'm not saying that we should look for the cop with the biggest penis, but like if he was a cop, he would have the biggest penis for the cops.
Anyways, we should get out of here.
Anyway, we should burn this body.
Good work.
Anyway, we're gonna run some tests on the tape that came with the Seth killing just to see if we can unscramble it and learn the identity of the person speaking on it who might not necessarily be John Kramer. Seems like this technology would have been awesome at any other point in the past 5 movies, but I'm glad they're using it now that like 2/3 of the jigsaws are dead. Mark's like, great, that sounds good. You guys do that. Oh shit, damn it, I'm so screwed. Oh my God, I'm never gonna be a good jigsaw. Shit.
Yes! Mother!
Good work.
Mark meets with Jill at the, Homeward Bound clinic? I haven't seen all those movies. Did Chance eventually get hooked on methadone? Bad boy Chance. He never really got over that big adventure he was on. But even still, he's not gonna get much sympathy from the dog pen. Anyway, Mark wants the numbered and very important envelopes that twist were in the friggin' random box that Jill was bequeathed from John whenever that happened. See, each envelope contains the identities and I assume Madden ratings for each of the people in the game that we'll see here in a minute, meaning that these games are planned like 3 games in advance. See, to me, that shows the lack of focus. When you are creating something that you're passionate about, your heart should be focused on the thing at hand. Otherwise, it'll feel like just another piece of content that you slaved away editing until like 3 a.m. before catching like 4 hours of sleep before having to get up and help your kids get ready for school and shit. And you honestly don't know how long you can keep it up because sleep deprivation is a serious problem, but you can't afford to get sick, so you resort to whipping, caging, and slandering your cameraman with wild tales of murder and sexual misdeeds as stress relief? Anyway, yeah, I just think that's something that Jigsaw should be mindful of. Gets the best of us.
But not you.
Not me. 1 video at a time. That's me. I'm not filming this in June.
And his work is almost done.
But also, I guess Jill's now fully in on all of this. Seems like we made a big deal about John leaving her and her knowing nothing, but I guess that was all a ruse? Did she just like Kaiser Soze everything in those interrogation room scenes?
The greatest trick the devil ever pulled was convincing the world he didn't
know anything about the Chinese zodiac.
Oh, Jill, no.
How does this franchise find new ways to make flashbacks even more confusing?
It's actually, I'm not even mad. That's amazing.
Oh, It's an art. It's an art blank. Speaking of, flashback to John yelling at Jill about how methadone addicts are.
I found a better way.
And like, sorry, John, not all of us can afford heroin. But also John claims he can rehab methadone addicts way more successfully than Jill. Take Amanda here, for example.
Have you been standing there the whole time?
Hello, Jill.
That's proof enough for me. She looks super not addicted to methadone, so I guess John's method works. Whatever that method may be, hopefully it's nothing too morally dubious or impossibly expensive and difficult to replicate. Also, it's hopefully not something we have to try 3 times and then it doesn't work and then she still dies anyway.
It works.
Back at the health insurance building, the Veep, named friggin' Will, burns the candle at both ends, dreaming of ways to ruin people's lives when, oh, actually he does need a candle. Because the power goes out. Wait, let me check the TV. Shit, I guess it's really out. I love in movies where they always do that. It's like the whole power to the building dies and they're like, but does the TV work? Ah! Side note, my sister-in-law recently told my wife that she gets nervous every time the power goes out because of looters. I was like, we live in rural Virginia. Who is gonna drive out here to loot you? And what difference does it make if you have power or not? Do you have a laser grid-based security system? What do you think that they think that you have?
Your tractor, dude.
Or we're not so isolated that it could be a whole horror scenario. They like go to the one house where they know the cops will never come because it's so isolated. But also it's not like a neighborhood where there would be lots of houses. And also we're not like a Best Buy, which would definitely have things that you would want. If anything, power being off means you're more likely to be home because there's nowhere to go. Anyway, Will sees what appears to be a sneaky evil man with a gun sneaking about. Probably he's gonna do some looting now that the laser grid security system is offline. So Will grabs his own gun and
started blasting. Bang!
oh, except whoops, the sneaky evil man was just a security guard for the building.
Oh, shit. Oh, okay. Well, I don't see so good.
Now, to be fair, he had his hood up inside and he spun around when Will told him explicitly not to do that.
Don't move.
I actually think this one is a little bit on the guard, but also what HR policy allows Will to be packing heat at the office? And now that I think about it, if they've got security guards on staff, why would Will assume it wasn't a security guard? I mean, how many flights of stairs would a potential looter need to climb before they even got to the freaking floor that they're on? The power's been out for like 2 minutes. I just mean like, even if there was a looter, he would be so out of breath. He had to run up to the 30th floor? Like the power's out. How else is he getting up there? Unless they think there's like a guy who broke in, killed the power to loot a health insurance company, which always has so much cash on hand. Anyway, Will gets pig-napped, hog-swaddled. Will wakes up in shackles and is told by an unmasked and definitely not taking any of this personally at all, John Kramer.
You've probably been wondering when we would see each other again. It can never be personal.
Will have 4 tests to complete because he created some probability formula. Think of it like an AI algorithm to decide who gets coverage and who doesn't. It's crazy to think that anybody would be killed over inventing something like that. I'm not condoning it, just saying. Ahead of its time, Saw 6. But according to John, the formula is unfair, partially because it doesn't even account for the will, which is his name, to live. As such, Will's also strapped into a machine that basically tests your ability to hold your breath. And if you breathe, it squishes your ribs. Fortunately, Will only needs to outlast a smoker.
This man has continued to smoke even though he has a history of high blood pressure.
What a f***ing ass.
Ooh, the most evil kind of person. Although now John's made a crucial error with his algorithm by not accounting for the will to be as cool as shit. I mean, nothing makes you look cooler than a ciggy.
Smoking is only poisonous when it ends in bloodshed.
Oh my God, Andy's another janitor?
I'm good, Hank.
Who the hell is that? Jeez, what is John's beef with custodial arts? This is the second janitor that we know of. How many other ones were thrown into games that we didn't see? Is it because these janitors keep not choosing to be the senior VPs of health insurance companies or inexplicably rich serial killers? Do janitors not cherish life?
It's like not important, like they don't matter.
Not only does the smoker lose, the movie takes pains to make sure that we know he also pisses himself before the end. Something that, as far as I know, is something we never see happen to any other victim before or since. So, haha, take that, you ass ciggy pounding janitor, and also the tobacco industry. You've both been handed major losses today. This game is actually really powerful because Will's formula would probably say this dude sucks and should die because he smokes, but it couldn't account for the dude's will to live, which also sucks. The smoker, I guess, doesn't have a will to live. Still the guy who doesn't smoke, who would have better health insurance, still lives. What's your point, John? Formula One, Jigsaw 0. Sorry, Jigsaw, I don't think you made your point on that one. But even if the will to live was like a real thing, which we have yet to prove, especially considering neither Dave nor I, nor the guys who punch up these scripts have any, nor are even familiar with the concept. Sounds like one of those things made up by Hollywood to us, but it's not like a health insurance company would want to provide healthcare coverage to someone who valiantly battles cancer for 40 years. They'd want people with zero will to live, who will live for 80 years with no problems, and then one day instantly fall over and die after stepping on a Lego, so they never actually have to pay anything out. I'm worried that Kramer doesn't understand just how health insurance is in America. Are you covered and what's your copay are a way more dangerous game than anything John can think of. You're not thinking about this clearly. Oh, I'm thinking about it very clearly. We just have a little bit different priorities. This setup also really emphasizes what's becoming a growing theme in the later movies, which is how the vast majority of traps, even John-sanctioned ones like this, now involve multiple people and often trials by combat, which are just inherently unfair. At other times, there's just innocent people involved that get no say in whether they live or die, which, again, I thought that was the whole point. This is becoming less Saw games and more Hunger games.
Oh, Jesus.
Anyway, Will's freed from the machine and finds a key for one of the 4 bomb bracelets currently threatening to explode off his limbs. He also discovers an incision in his stomach.
Oh, Jesus.
Oh God, did Jigsaw also steal his kidneys? Or did he do something extra twisted, like put in an extra kidney? Or maybe he slid the bill in there since it's an elective surgery? I mean, Jigsaw's crazy, you never know. Under the restraint was a "The Party" tattoo, which makes Will flash back to some random party where he met John, and John was like, I think your formula doesn't consider the will to live. Like, what if a smoker really wanted to live? Oh, damn, that's a bad example, but you get my point.
Until a person is faced with death, it's impossible to tell whether they have what it takes to survive.
Your health and hereditary background put you in the highest category of success. However...
Okay, bad example.
In the present, I think, nobody really knows, Will learns he's got to grab some paddles, which initiates a Jigsaw flying doll jump scare, which feels a little over the top, a little sensationalist even. There's an older lady and a young guy standing on platforms, and Will can only save one. He could save the woman with a family, or he could save this shitty, totally alone Alan here. Poor had no friends but young organs Alan.
A young, healthy male with no living relatives.
Here's a bunch of pictures of Alan and his healthy kidneys sitting alone in parks and because he's so alone, he's so shitty.
Young Alan will disappear without a blip on the world's radar.
Don't you want to just save Alan so you could kill him yourself because he's so alone, he's so shitty? That said, we only really have Jigsaw's word that Alan is alone and shitty. Maybe in all those pictures he's just resting after a day of crushing puss. Maybe all of his friends are just slightly to the side of the frame. Alan's like, when did you take those pictures? I didn't know. You didn't choose good times in my life. But no, shockingly, Will chooses to save the older lady, thereby proving that his formula is again bad. Ha ha! I mean, we're not really accounting for anybody's will to live, but I guess the point is sometimes old people don't deserve to die? That doesn't make any sense to me. But then also he leaves the woman standing on an insanely precarious little ledge with barbed wire wrapped around her neck.
You try to find a way out of here, Addie. I have to keep going.
So she is 100% still going to die? I mean, old people have very weak knees. Try kick sweeping their legs. You'll see. They never can withstand that. Will receives another key and removes another restraint to reveal another tattoo that says final decision and sparks another flashback to the time he rejected John's attempt to get cancer treatment in Norway because
We got it all ass backwards here.
Is Norway like the opposite of Florida?
Basically.
But wasn't it also John's choice to be born in the US and not in Norway where they have better cancer treatment and universal health care? I guess not, because John goes on a rant about why politicians suck and how the actual people choosing who lives and dies in these scenarios are
Insurance companies. They hate it.
Let me just say, not to get political, but if I hadn't had my post-job contract unceremoniously canceled day one of that contract supposedly starting, and if Virginia's version of healthcare.gov hadn't forced us to apply for Medicaid before considering us for any other health plans or subsidies or whatever, then I would be absolutely 100% bankrupt right now, or at least in extreme medical debt. Even now, I've been told that no private insurance company will ever cover my wife because she had the audacity to choose to contract impossibly rare appendix cancer despite having literally none of the theoretical risk factors. Like, Most people that get it, which to be clear is 1 or 2 per literal freaking million, are over 50 years old. My wife is older than me, and I like my women like I like my cheese, yellow, but she's only older than me by like 3 months. And yes, I know many Americans believe people like my wife are sucking the economy dry, while pure of heart billionaires like Elon Musk build altruistic rocket ships to launch probably 3 or 4 trillionaires to literally never going to be inhabitable Mars. But I actually think that my wife's life is worth saving and that my family shouldn't be financially ruined just for getting her the care she needs. Just the thought.
That rolled off your tongue real smooth.
Oh, look.
Piranha.
Tijuana! Dude, that's what I'm freaking talking about.
Alluded to it before, but basically what happened was, to their credit, I guess, Cracked let me work 1 day of February in 2023 so that I would be able to qualify for their health insurance through the month, which was good because I was having a kid on February 10th. But they also gave me a contract to say that I would work for them on a contract basis. Right. And on February 2nd, they said, no contract. Either way, I went to healthcare.gov and was like, this healthcare plan seems good. Can I have that? They said, well, the way that we do it in Virginia is you have to apply for Medicaid first. Like you have to filter it through there to see if you qualify. Because if you qualify for Medicaid, then like we'd rather you do that because I guess that gets federal assistance, or it used to. And they were like, how much money are you going to make in February? It's like, how does $0 sound? I didn't know I was losing my contract, so nothing. And also I'm having a baby, so we have a lot of problems and mouths to feed. And so we did qualify for Medicaid. Ended up being a massive, massive blessing because Medicaid covered all of this stuff for my wife. And if I had some ass private insurance, my rates would be through the roof, or my deductible would have crushed us, or my out of pocket.
Like so much money for my one little surgery.
Don't talk to me about money.
So anyway, join my Patreon. Yeah.
That was downright slick.
Just gonna say, Medicaid's pretty great, and it's not all useless pieces of shit or whatever. We still work really hard. Whatever. In the present, Will stumbles into a real hot-ass room and notices his company lawyer below him, who has 90 seconds to crawl through a hot-ass maze before her brain gets punctured. The catch is that the only way she can get through some of the steamier sections is if Will gives himself a hot steamer.
Ready? Yes!
Will does this because metaphor, maybe? Not sure how this relates to the main theme, but still, it would suck to be in this scenario.
It's a metaphor. But that actually happened, though.
So Will does that, and she gets to the end, but realizes the key to her contraption is inside Will, so she tries to Amanda it out of him, but he beats the shit out of her because, again, she's like a 120-pound woman, and he's a healthy adult man, because she didn't have enough will to live. So remember, kids, if you ever get beaten by somebody bigger than you, that is your fault. You didn't want it enough. As far as we know, her only crime is informing her boss of the law.
What do you say we prep your deposition?
Oh, Christ.
Again, I think we've drifted a little from the metaphor here, but I have faith that we'll get back to it with this sick-ass shotgun carousel here. Not to be confused with Dave's second favorite bedroom move. This one's a literal shotgun carousel. Dave's shotgun carousel is a bedroom move. It's more of a metaphor, and it is disgusting.
6 ride the carousel, but only 2 can get off.
Sorry. Basically, the whole damn dog pen is here.
Their findings result in over 2/3 of all applications denied or premature ejaculate.
And they're all gonna get old Yellard unless Will gets his hand painfully drilled. Then 2 can be saved, but he's gotta pick which 2, and they're all so annoying, it's a legitimate toss-up whether any of them are worth saving. And also, Will needs to save his hands for stamping rejected on all those claim forms, so it's gonna be a tough decision. Oops, guess we're not saving the first guy because Will couldn't figure out how the game works in time. He's got the hang of it now, he can save somebody else. Will ends up saving 2 of the women because maybe the formula says they're the most likely to have sex with him and he's drilled his jerking hand.
You spineless, pussy-whipped motherfucker!
So it's given me a lot to think about from like a metaphorical perspective. Holy shit, this is all happening in an abandoned zoo? Is anywhere in this town unabandoned, pre-abandoned? Like, why did that VP lady in the last movie need to trick a trust fund heroin addict into torching a building with people in it when literally every other building in the city is already abandoned and good to go?
I liked it. I was good at it.
You mother...
Flashback to Mark setting up the dude in the rack from Saw 3 and being really ungentle about the whole thing.
as a human being.
That we're about to torture and kill, so like, be careful. Mark keeps futzing with the machine, but Amanda and John are both like, that's not how you do it, you stupid shit.
If you switch the gear ratio, you have to change the gear grease to match the increased friction.
I swear you guys rip on me 13 or 14 more times, I'm out of here.
Look at this little can engineer for shit, bitch boy.
Maybe you should stick to the heavy lifting.
As if Mark didn't rig an entire pendulum of death all by himself earlier. Also, Jill shows up at this point. John's like, hey babe, why'd you come here?
Why'd you come?
I'm just kidding. I knew you were coming. I don't know why I said that.
Then I have something for you.
Here's the titty key you can later use to unlock a box in several months, if not years from now.
I will provide a way out for you.
So I guess the box is the way out of something, maybe. And indeed, Jill leaves a package with somebody in the present that maybe she got from the box, maybe? We don't really learn what's in the package or who receives it, so I guess it doesn't matter yet. Mark goes with Dan and Lindsay to a voice decoder expert basement lab where the tech is like, okay, I'm running a reverse algorithm that should transform Tobin Bell's modulated voice into Costas Mandalore's unmodulated voice.
Right now, you're feeling helpless.
They really shouldn't have had Mark's voice on Peter's tape at the end of the last movie. To keep things simple, they should film a quick scene of John showing his acolytes this cool new Tobin Bell voice plugin that he bought for GarageBand that can make all future tapes sound like Tobin. Having to walk it back like this it's frankly embarrassing, which is, I assume, why Mark kills everybody in the room. Because of the cringe. And I'm not saying I support what he did, but I do understand because of the cringe. Mark's cringy rampage includes throwing hot coffee in Lindsay's poor face, which can't catch a damn break from Jigsaw's hucking evil shit into it. And now Mark's firmly in his straight up murder era. No more of this, technically they killed themselves by not continuing to live after I removed the life from their bodies bullshit. To be fair, that's also where he started with Seth, so I guess it's more like John made a terrible choice. Like, yes, Mark had the technical skills necessary for the job, but he's just a bad culture fit, and that can really ruin a small team like this. Jigsaw needs to be on LinkedIn Premium. That brings us to today's sponsor. Anyway, then Mark runs out to his car and grabs a Peter hand out of the trunk because one magically survived the squooshing intact, which is how Peter's prints got all over the last crime scene, and Mark places more Peter prints everywhere, which in professional crime circles is called a frame hand job. And then Mark burns down the entire voice lab, also because of cringe. Except 5 minutes earlier, Dan pointed out they'd already determined that
when he left his fingerprints on the latest victim, Strom was already dead.
That's shocking.
And so they knew that Peter's prints were planted. Somebody told this to Dave. He didn't piece that out on his own on the ride over here, but I guess it couldn't hurt for Mark to try again in case everybody in the entire FBI that's not Dan forgot.
Peter plants his printed prints.
It's a tongue twister. It's like the plot of the film. But oh look, now Jill is at the zoo because there was a 6th envelope which helpfully included Mark's picture, I guess, in case Jill forgot what he looked like. Though to be fair, he's one of this franchise's 237 middle-aged brown-haired white dudes, so she probably could use the help. And Jill leaves the Pam letter on Mark's desk or whatever, and apparently actually it's one that he wrote to Amanda about how he knows she was good buddies with the baby-killing druggie guy, and if she doesn't shoot Jeff's wife in Saw 3, he's going to tell John, which I guess explains why she did it, even though it was stupid as shit in the moment, and she could have just, you know, shot Mark instead. Mark shows up, reads it, and then zap! Jill electrocutes him unconscious because she somehow magically rigged his chair? Is she also an engineer? How did she do this so quickly? I don't know, but she also has a reverse bear trap that she slips on his head. I guess this is the official final Mark test that's been teased for the past friggin' 5 years of his life, or however long these movies have been taking place.
This is John's will.
I hate John!
Mark passes with flying colors, however, by smashing his hand flat to escape his restraints and then blocking the opening of the reverse bear trap by shoving it in between some pipes. It still gets his face pretty good, but he's alive, and he's now slightly more recognizable. So suck it, Jill.
It's called life.
So while all this happened, we've infrequently cut to a mommy and son in a cage. There's a switch on the wall that has live and die options and appears rigged to some acid, but it doesn't seem to work. So they mostly just sit there for an hour waiting for Will to do his thing.
Live, die.
Oh, also, yeah, Pam is in a nearby cage. Also, sort of just chilling. Will does eventually finally finish all of his tests, and he ends up in a little space between these two cages. And initially you're like, I bet that mommy and son are his wife and son, but no, he's married to nobody. Maybe his job? See, Pam is Will's sister.
I know it's your birthday. I'm gonna make it up to you, I promise.
Are you really standing up for your sister for work?
I think you should know that I consider myself married to my work.
And the other two are the wife and son of the guy he rejected at the beginning of the movie, and they now have the option to live or die his ass. The mom is like,
well, well, well. How the turntables...
Me.
Like, I should kill you so you don't kill anybody else, but I don't have the balls. But the son is like, I do have balls.
Now you burn in hell.
So he pumps Will full of acid until he dissolves. So do we think this is gonna make Pam's stories less sensationalized? Like, has she been desensitized now? I don't know. That's pretty much it, except for a post-credits flashback.
Remember.
Where Amanda randomly talks to Jeff's still captured daughter and is like, hey, don't trust the guy who's gonna save you. You know, Mark.
Don't trust the one who saves you.
And the girl's like, okay, do you mind if I never tell anybody ever that I was told Mark's a bad guy and that he might be evil? And Amanda's like, I don't care, I'll be dead. I just wanted you to know that the person who saves you and then never interacts with you again just isn't a good guy, probably. And the girl's like, okay, I'm not gonna do anything with this information. Game over!
What?
Good work.
I want to play a game.
What do you want to play?
Do you think they would make Mousetrap in 3D?
I don't know, but I've also been thinking about that, dude. I am like 90% sure the movie is called Mouse Hunt.
What the f? Wait, are you serious? It only got 44% on Rotten Tomatoes? Could you give me some time?
I'm not the one taking up your time.
Well, I'm going through something here.
I'm going through something here. We're all going through something.
This isn't, what you're going through is physical. What I'm going through is emotional.
So you go deal with your emotional thing. I'll deal with the physical thing.
I don't think you're really being empathetic to what I'm going through.
Audience poll, has there ever been a good movie with 3D in the title? Like, you can make an argument that Avatar 1 or 2 or whatever are good movies, but like, is there a good movie where it's like something 3D? Surely there isn't. Point is, finally, Saw enters the third dimension, which is the best dimension that many say, whatever. Shockingly, the movie itself opens with flashbacks to the first movie, which based on these movies' convoluted timelines could have taken place like 5 minutes ago, or maybe it's 100 years in the future. I wouldn't be surprised if we learned that Gordon sawed his foot off during the height of the French Revolution, or upon colonization of Mars. Like, God knows when anything happens in this series.
An interesting situation, monsieur.
But no, Gordon actually survived for longer than we expected, and this franchise survived long enough to finally pony up the money for his return. He cauterized his little nub on a hot-ass pipe, you see. And the only reason people usually die is because they got no hot-ass pipes nearby to press themselves against. That's why I installed scorching, unguarded pipes in every room of my house. You can never be too careful. Sign up for my Patreon so I can bribe the house inspector and or Child Protective Services when they find out about my thing. But then I could just press their nubs up against them. It'll be like, wow, I'm not dead. So now it's the present day. Maybe. Who knows? And anyway, two dudes wake up in an extremely public jigsaw trap.
What the f is this? What the f are you doing here?
That evidently none of these hundreds of people noticed was being installed until this exact second, which might just be the most twisted trap ever. At least the others gave you some privacy. Some of us have performance anxiety, you know, and they don't exactly make a little blue pill for surviving jigsaw traps.
Dance for us.
What? Dude, learn to live in the moment. Otherwise, you might not see the saw that you could see if you saw past your phone, see?
Big ass titties!
A hot girl is unveiled on the ceiling, and apparently Brad and Ryan have both been dating and maybe doing crimes for her? I mean, I get doing illegal things for someone because you find them super hot. My wife once robbed a bank for me. Love you, babe.
She is toxic.
Like in a very sexy way.
Thanks for definitely watching this video to this point. I know you have. You always do.
I love you too, baby!
Although in this specific instance, I wonder if these dudes meant they like shoplifted or allowed her to vote or do butt stuff, all of which are illegal depending on the state and the time period, which we don't know.
What are you f***ing staring at, you motherfucker?
Well, your butt mostly, but you're right. I should slam my floppy bag against the reinforced glass in the hopes of freeing these people about to be murdered and literally nothing else. Shit, it's not working. Well, I guess I'll just grab some popcorn and watch. Imagine if there was a Saw trap that was about butt stuff. It's like alien ass.
Aliens shooting that ass.
Just a guy,
Alien after alien. How many are there?
How many are there? Oh my God!
Alien butts coming to theaters 2027.
Which we have yet to finish. There are a lot of horror movies that don't focus as much on butts as they could.
That's what should I say, a realm to be explored?
Oh! Would you say that you're an explorer at the edges of experience?
I gotta try the Saw butt trap.
Hellraiser, Saw, and Alien, all in one film. Hell saw Alien butt. Razor.
Dude, in 3D?
Glasses on now! Anyway, basically, one of the three of them, like 3 dimensions, holy shit! One of the three of them has to die. And as in all things, these bros pick each other before the hoe. So, she sawed in half.
I think we're breaking up with you, Tina.
People break up, relationships end. It's called...
Dave, are you gonna make me and your brother do this with the girl that we both dated from high school? I don't know, but again, Saw 3D, but also maybe Italian? Dave, I'm gonna have to rely on your expertise throughout this film.
Mamma mia.
Flashback to the end of Saw 6. Jill sees Mark escape and hides from him, which apparently works, and Mark goes to some other abandoned something and sews his cheek back together. And honestly, it looks pretty great and very makeup budget friendly. He is an exceptional engineer after all, and his body is a well-oiled machine. Baby. You should look inside his cop pants.
His huge cop pants.
The inseam is ridiculous.
Dude, I just can't believe the series is insinuating that a cop would do something bad.
Jill runs to the police station to chat with a middle-aged, brown-haired white cop named Matt. Honestly, I'm shocked we haven't had a Matt yet. We have had a Eric, Jeff, Mark, Albus, Peter, Dan, Will, and now Matt. Before you get all unwoke in the comments, remember, I'm solely complaining about the difficulty in remembering character names, not commenting on my racial preferences. That's your thing, person who is going to comment.
Some of these are a little racist against wizard people, I'm sure.
Anyway, Jill's like, I want immunity in exchange for proving that Mark totally sucks.
Oh yeah. Yeah, we have a deal.
Guess Matt instantly believes her. To be fair, Matt's one of those cool-ass cops who eats apples while staring at mutilated bodies and openly checks out his coworkers' butts. Oh, it's a cool cop. I like that kind of cop.
Oh yeah.
Cut to a dude named friggin' Bobby who wrote a book about surviving Jigsaw. Honestly, if I ever finish this damned video, I should write a book about how I survived Jigsaw because my journey is way worse. You, what, had some hooks stuck in your tits and you had to hoist yourself up by them to freedom?
You put the hooks in yourself?
Big deal. I watched 10 feature films and 2 shorts. With me, the reverse bear trap is like in my mind. You don't even want to see my scars. They're emotional.
Okay, I get it.
By contrast, Bobby seems really thankful about his whole, tit hoisting experience.
And I just yanked, and I yanked.
Huh, guess Jigsaw's method does work. All right, I'm convinced. I'm gonna put a stick of dynamite in my mouth and not pull it out until I solve a Rubik's Cube sewn inside Dave's butthole. It's the only way to have any joy in life. That's what they're telling me.
I know that you get overwhelmed at times.
Bobby attends a Jigsaw survivor support group, where my guess is they mostly dream up cool new trap ideas and compare scars to see whose is the gnarliest.
It's a bunch of bullshit.
Oh yeah, I guess you lost a whole arm. You win this round, lady from the Saw 6 opener.
You wanna know the best thing that happened to me? Handicap parking at the damn mall.
Bobby's still feeling it though.
I'd like everybody to have a look at something.
Big ass titties!
Only to get a sarcastic slow clap from Twist Dr. Gordon, who's still alive and as sassy as ever. Then Bobby is grabbed in the parking lot. Despite Bobby's rage, he still wakes up in a cage and Jigsaw is like, you idiot, you've never actually been in a Jigsaw trap. So now guess what? Poof, you're in a Jigsaw trap.
And you will learn if you truly have what it takes.
I've made a huge mistake.
So now you're not a liar and I should let you go. Oh, this is like a trap for me. As I said, you were a liar and you weren't in a jigsaw trap, and then I put you in a jigsaw trap, but that makes you not a liar. Oh. And then he poofs out of existence like the genie from Wishmaster. Here's like the ultimate logic play.
No! Impossible!
No, I'll just stick with the plan. Your wife is also captured, and you have 60 minutes to scramble through an obstacle course and save her, you idiot. And like, dude, come on. You know this guy snatches every single person he thinks is doing the wrong thing in life, and you just up and pretend that you've been captured by him? Of course he was going to get you at some point, you freaking idiot. This is the rare time where victim blaming is 100% earned in this series. Whenever Bobby swings over some spikes to both safety and into a journey of self-discovery. Whoa! I guess the third dimension this movie adds is emotional depth.
I'm sadness.
What are you doing here?
Oh God, flashback to him coming up with the idea to pretend he got jigsawed, and also to him having worse hair. It's scientifically proven that you get your best ideas when your hair is all f***ed up. I mean, just look at Einstein. If he got a haircut, he'd be like, E equals f***ing what? I don't know.
I'm just too focused on having good looking hair.
Yeah.
So I've stopped thinking about math.
That's actually one of the things about Einstein, right? Is that he wore the same thing every day, so he had to make one less decision. So his crazy ass hair was actually probably part of that. Damn, Einstein. You're a genius.
This is relatively embarrassing.
Yeah. Back to the present. First up, Bobby stumbled upon his publicist in a trap where basically she's got a key in her stomach attached to a fish hook. And it's like every time keys are in stomachs or behind eyes. Can't we get a little variety? How about one inside a tongue or like a key in each butt cheek? Whatever. Anyway, he needs to pull the key up, but if she screams too loudly about the hook coming up her throat, which, I mean, wouldn't that alone kill you? Can you have a hook ripped all the way from your stomach out of your mouth without internal bleeding? Dave, I'm asking you because you've done this. Even if he does that, there are also some spikes that will inch towards her throat until she shuts up forever. Except double also, there's a 60-second timer that would cause her to die even if she was dead silent. And even though Bobby eventually gets the key out, she dies and Bobby blames her.
Why would you just shut the f*** up?
But I mean, he also ran out of time, right? I guess you could argue that he wasted time yelling at her to shut up, but I do sort of think that's a fundamental flaw with his trap. Like, pick a thing, time limit or sound limit. Having both is just confusing and unnecessarily unfair. I think the sound thing is a good enough limitation. After all, Bobby's got the 60-minute overall timer counting down to keep him wanting to work quickly, and do we really think that if they slowly ripped a hook out of her stomach that she would feel no pain and no longer be inclined to make noise, or like she'd appreciate her life less upon survival if it wasn't real quick? It's just a hat with spikes on a hat with spikes. Flashback again to Bobby doing a book signing, and who shows up but wow, like a so young looking John Kramer? He looks young because he's wearing a hoodie and a backwards hat, instantly dropping him from a decrepit 60 years old to like a spry 67.
How do you do? Move along, buddy. You signed your book.
He is, of course, like, I think you're a liar, Bobby. Anyway, you're going to regret this in several years? Like, how long has John been dead at this point? He died 4 movies ago. And again, look how damn spry he is in this flashback. Why did they wait so long to go after the guy who maybe qualifies for a jigsaw torturing more than anybody else ever? And why wait until after John died? Were they waiting to see if Bobby sold the movie rights and then they'd sue for a big payday? I mean, these traps, they're not cheap. Also, if John was like funding these, is Mark paying for these on a cop salary?
Yeah, well, that's the other thing. Is like, you're kind of priced out of doing this as a hobby.
You have to be a retired old rich man. You can't be like a drug addict and a friggin' cop.
It's sad that you can't make a proper torture dungeon on minimum wage.
When I was a kid, every parent I knew had their own torture dungeon.
Of course, dude.
Next room. A jigsaw doll slams through a window because, again, John or Mark has clearly won over a Disney Imagineer or something. Like, the production values for the storytelling elements are they're through the roof. Bobby's lawyer is also strapped in a machine that will poke her to death, but this time, like, in the eyes, unless Bobby can bust out a 30-second squat.
Make your choice.
Hate doing legs.
However, he fails because he apparently also lies about doing leg day, and it doesn't help that the machine he's squatting, I mean, it stabs him in the side. Well, Next room. Bobby's blinded manager slash best friend is on the other side of a room that's only got a couple of planks made for walking. There's a key somewhere in the middle, and Bobby needs to both get over there himself and coach his buddy closer to him. It's like a corporate retreat trust exercise, only you can die. So it's like a corporate retreat trust exercise. Bobby succeeds in getting the key, but then he just freaking hucks it at his blind friend, who shockingly drops it.
Nice hands.
Now, if you're just gonna throw the key anyway, why not tell your friend to just sit down and stay put while you move as fast as you can, and then when you try to huck it to him, at least he'll be near a ledge to catch a dropped key and or a backboard for you to kind of safely bounce it off? Or have him make a basket with his shirt and Kobe that shit in there? Does basketball even exist in this universe? Why waste the effort and the screaming and sacrifice the security of a better catching location and position only to completely boof the throw?
I believe I can fly.
Anyway, the guy gets winched into the air and dies because Bobby's worse than Shaq at free throws. In the next room, Jigsaw's clearly running out of ideas because he's like, what if you like pull out a couple of your teeth? There's like a code to the door on your teeth. This will teach him not to bite people.
Watch and learn, Bobby.
Do you get it?
Also, now he can talk to his wife.
Who's doing this?
Oh, that's a good question. I'll give you 3 guesses as to who might have rigged an elaborate series of murder games for your husband, the guy who claims to have survived an elaborate Jigsaw series of murder games.
Why is this happening?
We need more clues.
Probably my mother-in-law, am I right, wife? Anyway, hold on, let me yoink out my teeth. Man, this movie is actually making a great case for casual meth use. Like, think about it. If Bobby was on meth, he'd be more alert, have better reflexes, and his teeth would be a lot looser. Meth, it can save your life. Also, presumably, he'd feel less pain. I don't really know what meth does, but...
I mean, he'd be like, this is awesome. I'm friggin' locked in. Let's do this.
Wait, I didn't actually ask you to pull... You pulled out way too many teeth. He's like, I don't even care. Bobby steps through the door into the room with his tied up wife, and Jigsaw's like, okay, last test, you gotta do the titty lift, like you claimed that you totally did. And Bobby's like, shh, literally hoisted by my own titars.
What's he talking about?
Oh, Hamlet, 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 Hamlet.
I wish I'd said I had a trap exactly like Amanda's, or that my game was that I had to eat like 3 or 4 hot dogs in 60 seconds. Bobby gives it his best shot, but his weak-ass pecs shred and he falls.
I believe I can fly.
Although, could he have just stood on the hooks and hoisted himself up? A little Cirque du Soleil, you know? But Bobby doesn't try that, so his wife gets cooked in an unbelievably elaborate pop-up human oven thing that must have taken Mark years to build. Do we think John or Mark ever outsourced the construction of any of these more elaborate traps? Like, canonically, Batman's gear has been built by other people who had no idea what they were working on. You could just get a bunch of unrelated people to make individual parts and then you put it all together. But if John or Mark constructed an oven like this by themselves by hand, it would have taken them years. My point is, the way to defeat Jigsaw is actually tariffs. Thank you, President Trump.
The aluminum for my jaw trap is too expensive.
I'm never gonna financially recover from this.
But back to Bobby's wife. What exactly is her crime in all this? She wasn't aware Bobby was lying, so why kill her in one of the most painful ways out of all the Saw deaths we've seen until now? Yes, Mark is an ass, but I still believe this is an officially sanctioned John Kramer trap. Trademark. Remember him running into Bobby back when he was so damn spry?
No, sir, I don't.
Anyway, that's Bobby's story. Sorry, Bobby. I think the lesson here is never put your life in the hands of Bobby. Probably any Bobby. Bobby is an unserious name. Never send a Bobby to do a Robert's job. Hey, back to Jill. She leaves the police station and steps into Max Payne or Silent Hill or just like a regular snowy evening and is instantly grabbed by
Pigman, baby, Pigman.
I feel like by now people would start to notice these terrifying pig men hiding all over the city kidnapping people. Surely there'd be some kind of $50 reward for information on where these pig people are coming from, but no. And Jill's torn in half by an elaborate spear go-kart, which, like, okay, at what point do you not just shoot a person in the head and be done with it? Why waste a perfectly good go-kart? Not everything has to be a theme. I'm sure Batman doesn't have little bat wings on his condoms. Oh, thank God, it was just a dream. No, go-karts were actually repurposed for lady popping. The sport, it remains pure.
You want to know the only thing wrong with killing you, Jill?
Dad wants to go go-karting.
And man, now we've added dreams on top of flashbacks on top of sidequels. And speaking of hats on hats, this is basically where we're at now. Elsewhere, Chester Bennington, Rip, is sewn into a car at an abandoned junkyard. He's told that if he wants to save himself and his 3 super racist friends, he's got to unstick himself from the back seat, which to be clear is even more stuck than that time I rolled around nude in a pool full of pudding and then fell asleep in my faux leather passenger seat in 102-degree weather. I was stuck, dude. I was like, man, I wish I had some racist friends to pull me out of here.
We are all the same color on the inside.
But then when he's achieved that, he has to pull a lever. And while he fails to save the racist, he does do a pretty good job at screaming. Which makes sense. He was always pretty good at that. But yeah, double rip, I guess.
Oh, no.
Matt later investigates and is like,
why them?
I don't understand. Why would Jigsaw want to torture them for just what? Being racist? What's wrong with a little racism? Dave just nodded his head very vigorously. Why would Jigsaw torture these skinheads with Nazi tattoos? I feel like he only hates smokers.
One of them probably left their cart in the parking spot and didn't return it.
But no, there must be something else afoot. Oh shit, yeah! Mark knew Matt was coming, I guess, so he wrote him a fun mirror message. Also, he left his reverse bear trap on the floor and apparently left a real gnarly shit in the bathroom somewhere. Like, they're in a bathroom and it's a stinky bathroom. Matt leaves to chat with Jill, who is in a very safe location.
Listen, okay? Listen, take some knowledge.
It's a safe house. Safe house. Safe house. You get it?
Let's go take a
Now, if they were in a murder house, that would be reason to worry. But they're not, so chill, Jill.
I knew you were crazy the minute I laid eyes on you. Crazy.
Mark has sent an unmodulated and unmasked tape to Matt, so I guess we don't need Jill's testimony or evidence or anything anymore, right? Not saying we should just let her go die, but we're wasting valuable tax dollars we could be using to subsidize some billionaire's AI company?
Get comfy.
And considering that this pretty much proves that Mark murdered multiple FBI agents, I think that puts all of this well beyond Matt's jurisdiction. Might be helpful to bring in the entirety of their federal resources on this one, my guy. But anyway, Mark's like, I'll trade you the lives of some people for Jill's life.
I'll make you a deal. Give her to me.
Then we kiss out.
Ooh, tantalizing offer. I mean, the some people might include somebody really cool like Pedro Pascal. I've always wanted to meet him. I know the chances are low, but you can't win if you don't play. Personally, I'd take the offer, Matt, but he doesn't take it though. And instead, he puts Jill in jail, which is apparently safer than a safe house, despite it not even being a safe jail. Oh shit, a car explodes at the murder site full of cars. Put a pin in that. Matt gets another Mark impeg and is like,
do you see it?
And Matt's all like,
I get it.
And he runs off to pursue his clue, as the police say. Or he had an Arby's for lunch and he needs to take an even stinkier shit than Mark to reassert his dominance over Mark.
Let's go.
Either way, the suspense is killing me more than the cholesterol in a beef and cheddar. 'Cause I have high cholesterol and beef and cheddar is gross. Flashback, back in the day, Matt used to suck at being a cop as much as he still kind of does today. So he needed Mark to murder a guy to save him one time. Matt was all like, oof, murdering a guy is bad news. So he reported Mark, which clearly didn't affect his career in any way.
He got a promotion, is what happened.
And then Matt was transferred to internal affairs, and then he put away 3 of Mark's guys. So they're not good friends, I guess.
He swore he'd get me back.
I suppose that's why Jill wanted Matt specifically, because she knew that these cats, they had beef, as the police say. That's police jargon. These cats have beef. Wee hit the siren and the lights. Captain.
Do a cop in the comments and say that's exactly what we said.
No, what we're gonna get is there's a plumber. There are multiple plumbers, but there's one plumber named Jonathan or Jeff or something who's gonna comment on this and say that it's a problem. And I'm gonna say what I always say, it's not my house. I didn't do it.
We broke in, we're filming here secretly.
As you might expect, that past police brutality happened outside an abandoned warehouse.
Crossroads Manufacturing.
I love that place.
Oh, and also they determined the current Bobby game is occurring at an abandoned mental institution, and honestly, that being abandoned would explain a lot about the people of this city.
That building's been abandoned for years.
God, I bet Saw 11, RIP, is gonna be set in an entirely abandoned, I don't know, Mexico or something. You gotta keep upping that ante. Saw 19, abandoned Earth. Saw 25, abandoned universe. But for now, they send a bunch of cops to the mental institution to stop those kids from playing their games. Except they're instantly poisoned to death because they learn nothing from the Battle of the Shins. And still, nobody thinks Jigsaw isn't gonna booby trap like that's all he's been doing for the past 15 years or whatever. Wear a mask.
Those masks don't do anything.
Meanwhile, the hacker girl stereotype informs Matt that Mark's last came from the abandoned auto body shop / junkyard, which is crazy because Matt has already been there. But oh right, there's an abandoned secret room with a slumped over Palpatine that, whoops, is actually just a dead body. But actually, that's still pretty dangerous. It could definitely return somehow through a mixture of vague science and draining the force power out of a force dyad. Oh shit.
That is what I want.
They also realize, damn, Mark's been watching us the entire time. That's crazy. And also, he must have been hiding in this room and then snuck out during that explosion from earlier that he used as a distraction. And he actually crawled into one of the body bags so he could be delivered to the coroner's office, where Mark can now just go full Terminator and murder every coroner and cop and intern still at the police station. Matt's like, that's crazy. Oh! Pop-up chain gun massacre. Yeah, that's why you should bring the whole FBI in on this. Mark eventually gets to Jill, but she, though not very hard, I guess, because it doesn't really slow him down. She hides instead of running out the door or grabbing any of the numerous guns, and it pays off. For Mark, he reverse bear traps her and she flashes back through her life, specifically the parts of her life that were depicted in previous films in the Saw franchise from Lionsgate and Twisted Pictures, and then her head explodes. Great, now if Mark just smashes the tapes he sent Matt and makes sure every single person who knew about them is dead, no one can point the finger at him. Just show up to work tomorrow and be like, oh wow, what happened? Cheek stitches? Oh, I just cut myself shaving. I wish I had mailed unmasked tapes of myself admitting to everything everywhere. Instead, Mark heads to what appears to be an abandoned airport hangar or something to grab a go bag, but he's grabbed by 3 pig people, presumably armed with straw, a wooden stick, and a brick, and one of them is, oh my god, twist, Dr. Gordon. Turns out Jill gave him a tape back in, I don't know, the 5th or the 6th movie or whatever, and John's like, Gordon, besides my hairy hog, you were always
My greatest asset.
and I need your help. But like, does that mean that this entire movie would have been prevented if the police didn't just let Jill have John's secret death box without looking inside it? The tape alone would fully implicate Jigsaw's greatest asset. But whatever, flashback, Gordon's been there since the beginning, just like everybody else, and he helped with all the weird surgical elements of the games, like sewing up people's eyes or their mouths or their stomachs or their nonsensical plot threads, or, you know, really anything that needed sewing. He probably also fixed up a few of Jigsaw's old socks while he was at it. After all, he is his greatest asset.
Congratulations, Dr. Gordon. That having been said, I have a request.
Wash my socks and sew my old blue jeans.
No word on what happened to his wife or kid or their tootsies, though, or like his friggin' day job. I imagine it'd be tough to remain a doctor when you're constantly moonlighting as a serial killer seamstress. You'd like nod off for a second at work and be like, wait, am I sewing this guy up or am I tearing him open? Am I supposed to put these keys in the colon, or are these just my car keys and this colon actually appreciates its every advantage fine? Oh my God, I can't remember which job I'm doing. In the present, maybe, Gordon locks Mark in the original Arby's bathroom, which again, like all Arby's bathrooms, is absolutely overflowing in dead bodies and dead feet. And he doesn't even say hi to or fist bump Zepp, even though they were basically like co-workers forever. And because literally nobody John has ever recruited actually wants to do things John's way, Gordon doesn't let Mark have a saw.
I don't think so.
And effectively doesn't give him a chance to not die. Side note, nobody in this entire movie mentions the triple FBI homicide at the end of 6. I guess none of them had families or friends or like actual job responsibilities. Or maybe more realistically, that sort of thing is so common in this universe. 3 federal officers dying can just be written off as a bad Monday. And wait, does everybody still think Peter did that? Where is his hand right now? I realize some authorities might believe Mark was the main accomplice, in theory, but also every single other cop in town is dead now, basically. Guess we can add all of those police stations to the abandoned property list. I'd just love to know what the authorities currently think is the story, because even as somebody watching these movies, I'm only like 70% sure I understand what the hell is happening.
Game over.
I want to play a game.
Okay, what do you want to do? What do you talk about?
Do you know any goth girls?
I mean, in a general sense, sure.
No, I mean like real goth girls, not like Hot Topic goth girls.
What makes a real goth girl?
One that doesn't just live the stylistic life, but also is a little countercultural and also likes to fuck.
I mean...
Is this, distracting?
It's a little distracting.
I'll go away.
Still distracting.
I'll go away.
Okay.
But if you know any goth girls,
Yeah. If any spring to mind, I'll let you know, okay?
Play the tape, Mitch. Play the tape.
A cop throws out a spike strip, which pops the tires of a car. And that's a cool twist, because every single other movie began with a human in a trap, but this is like a trap for cars.
I want to play a game.
8 movies in, we're still innovating. Amazing. Anyway, the car fails its test, but the driver keeps trucking, pun intended.
Suspect on foot entering warehouse.
It's okay, not everything has been innovated. Also, let me run this past you. Invest heavily in the local manufacturing sector, thereby eliminating abandoned warehouses altogether and robbing Jigsaw of his potential lairs. You think the guy has money to spend months building human blenders and Airbnbs? The expenses would kill him. Again, I'm saying the only way to defeat Jigsaw is tariffs. There's no other good reason for tariffs, but in this highly specific instance, I'm all in. The driver gets to the roof and it turns out that X marks the spot of some kind of remote trigger thing. He grabs it and is like, please don't shoot me, because you know, that's a request that the police are always happy to oblige.
I don't want to shoot you, but I will.
It's a sacrifice I am willing to make.
His name is Edgar, and he demands to speak to a cop named friggin' Brad. Brad lumbers up and Edgar's like, there's a new game going on.
5 people are gonna die.
And I have another thought too. I would prefer not to die.
Request denied.
Edgar then pulls the remote trigger while this elite team of the world's most hyper-accurate sniper cops in the history of mankind blows off his trigger hand.
Which one of you ass shot him in the chest?
Oh no, I guess somebody wasn't an impossibly accurate shot. Elsewhere, the 5 people with buckets on their heads that we can safely assume Edgar was referring to wake up in a room and are dragged by the neck towards a wall with so many saws. This ain't your grandma's 1 or 2 ass hacksaws, baby. This is all of the saws. But the good news is they only have to bleed a teeny tiny bit to not get fully sawed to death. Alternatively, they could confess to whatever sins they're here for, but that'd make the movie way too short and therefore worth my time. They all managed to give a little blood, although some more than others thanks to some really unfortunate boofings. Only one dude appears to die, although that's largely because he wakes up like a good 3 minutes later than everybody else, which is massively unfair. Anyway, his sleepy ass is then draped off a bridge for all to see. This is what we do to people who sleep in this house. We drape them off bridges. The other 4 are dragged into a big old barn room, absolutely draped in warm, earthy tones. And they're greeted by a bill for $900 a night from Airbnb. This palette is a first for this largely blue and green and ass-colored franchise.
This is not gonna end well.
They debate for a second if they should confess their sins.
The truth will set you free.
But a jig doll rolls up and is like, no, really, you should confess. And I personally have gotten pretty far ahead in life by doing whatever toys tell me to do. So, I mean, personally, I would have confessed.
And we all have something to confess.
This pizza is so good. Dad, I'm gay.
Yeah, that's how we do it.
But they don't, so they're dragged a bit further, and Mitch here's like, okay, fine. I sold a bike to a guy that died.
Had an accident 10 minutes after I sold it to him.
Is that a crime? And Anna here is like, okay, fine. My husband made a mistake and our baby died. Is that a crime? And I guess the answer to both those questions is, did Mitch sell his bike to the baby with Anna's blessing and then the baby crashed the bike? Because that's a crime. But then Mitch grabs a tape and the dragging stops and syringes plop down. Oh, guess it's a new game. Jigsaw on the tape is like, one of you stole a lady's purse and she freaking died because I guess there were some meds in there. And anyway, that one person has been poisoned. And one of these syringes contains a cure, while one has a placebo and one has acid that will melt your intestines out of your butthole.
Make the right choice.
The first one you said.
And while everybody tries to remember if, I don't know, maybe they robbed a lady who died and they just forgot about it because their life is also just an endless series of flashbacks and side flashes, Carly admits, okay, fine, I did it.
You're lying!
No, she really did. Like, what? Why would she lie? And they're like, okay, fine. Which one of these syringes would you like to shove into yourself? And even though she's like, oh, this one says 353, which is the amount I stole from the lady's purse, I really can't choose because the numbers, I mean, like, what do they even mean? Pick one! But also, it's definitely the one with the amount you stole on it. It's kind of obvious. It's an easy game, but then they're all pulled up toward the ceiling, so big mean Ryan just stabs all 3 through her, even though could he just pick one at random? I get that he's stressed, but you actually have a 67% chance of choosing one that won't instantly kill her, but no. Her acid-washed body is also dumped in front of a hospital. I don't think they found the cure for all internal organs melting out of your butthole-itis, but hey, I still appreciate the gesture. It's actually really thoughtful that this time around Jigsaw apparently moves the bodies to make things easier for the cops. Surprisingly considerate, if also extremely difficult on Jigsaw's part. Tons of extra effort. Inside the syringe that obviously Carly should have chosen, there are even more numbers that allow them to open a door to a new part of the barn. Fun! Ryan wonders if they can exit through the no exit door. Apparently not. Just got tighter! And I don't know, maybe at this point we stop letting Ryan take the lead here?
Play the tape, Mitch.
And it's like, hey Ryan, just pull this handle and you'll be fine. I'm sure of it. Just pull the handle, it'll be great.
Good luck, Lollipop.
Meanwhile, Mitch and Anna crawl into an empty silo and play another tape that locks the door. Starts falling on their head and oh boy, are they gonna drown?
It's great!
With all respect to your gluten allergy, that's not the important part. The tape further explains like, hey Ryan, you better pull that lever or they're gonna die from their lungs being intolerant to filling up with gluten.
Whenever you feel that's because of gluten.
And Ryan's like, I don't want to pull the lever. And then the grain gives way to sharp weapons.
Gluten's a vague term. It's something that's used to categorize things that are bad. You know, calories, that's a gluten. That's a gluten.
Is this just Jigsaw's laundry chute? No, I guess not. I don't see any adult diapers from his time spent pretending to be dead for days at a time.
That's what he does when he has to listen into any conversation. He just pretends to die.
I'm dead. They're like, I can smell you shitting yourself. No, you can't.
No, that's another guy.
Regardless, things are looking dire, but then Ryan pulls the lever and they're freed. Oh, and his leg is freed from his body. See, this is why I do a sick-ass mid-air split every time I pull any lever. And it's why I got fired from that barista job. Random question. How in the world would Jigsaw know that Ryan would be the one to try the no-exit door? He's mentioned by name on the Silo TV.
Ryan.
Lucky guess? Does Jigsaw have multiple tapes recorded just in case, like a multiple choice adventure? Is he recording new tapes on the fly? How does he have a higher studio budget than I do? This is some bullshit. Support my Patreon so I can get a murder barn. All right, let's give our heroes a break for a second to explain what the cops are doing to prevent them all from dying. So Edgar's currently in the hospital in a medically induced coma, which he's probably okay with because he's a
sociopathic meth head.
Elsewhere, a boy mortician named Logan and a girl mortician named Eleanor inspect Buckethead's body and discover a tape in his jig hole.
Okay then.
It seems to suggest John Kramer is killing.
I've never murdered anyone.
Sorry, not killing people again. As does some Kramer-branded blood found under Buckethead's fingernails.
Kramer's been dead for 10 years.
That's never stopped him before.
Jigsaw.
Very confused.
But that still suggests Dr. Gordon's gone underground for like, what, 8 years or something? Along with the 2 other pig people we never learned the identities of. Although we never did find out what his wife and daughter have been up to. Are they a pig family?
Oh, what a big pig man, baby.
Well, either way, good on Gordon for finally showing a little restraint. Must have been real tuckered out after assembling that big-ass wife cooker from Bed Bath & Beyond.
Jigsaw lives forever through the work of his followers.
Yeah, we know. Shut up. Logan's thing is that he was a medic in Fallujah with this other cop, Keith.
You got captured.
I like people that weren't captured, okay?
And tortured, but not before
Taking out 3 Taliban.
which is pretty impressive considering the Taliban are in Afghanistan and Fallujah is not in Afghanistan. You think he just fired his gun up in the air and the bullets flew all the way to Afghanistan?
He's a war hero.
Well, thank you for your service.
Think he snapped?
I'm not sure, but regardless, he definitely has a...
Great ass. Big mouth.
Oh, that's probably how Logan escaped. Use what you got.
One of those kinky types?
Oh, also Logan's wife died at some point, which is sad. Maybe he also fired a bullet in the air and she tried to, like a dog.
I think that's an Xbox achievement for one of those.
Wait, that last Brad bit was actually about Eleanor, who's one of those unfortunate goth chicks who posts a lot on a Jigsaw website. But again, that's just par for the course for goth chicks. They do weird shit.
That's a job. You can't make it personal.
Well, at least until the website gets bought out by a venture capital conglomerate and pivots to Jigsaw puzzle reviews for the Amazon affiliate money.
You know about the Jigsaw fan website, whatever the you're doing on that.
Still, if you want goth girls, you have to accept that they're fascinated with serial killers and probably rent out an entire warehouse where they rebuild all their favorite serial killers' best traps.
Hey, a girl's gotta have a hobby.
Whoops, getting a little ahead of myself. Man, the things Dave does for that goth strange.
Sorry.
You'd make a good detective.
I wish you would stop dating girls with murder warehouses. Logan is worried that he, or Eleanor, are about to be accused of murdering everybody in a barn somewhere, so he meets her at a bar where, yeah, she takes him to her insane warehouse, where unfortunately, Keith takes pictures of them just being casual fans of the most prolific serial choicer of all time. How the hell does she have the money to do all this? They even make a point that she's not even like the lead mortician.
Why didn't you tell me about the job offer in Cleveland?
How much do assistant morticians make? And are they hiring? I guess the abandoned warehouse market has way too much inventory, but still, the other shit in there isn't cheap. Sign up for my Patreon so I can purchase a murder warehouse without getting yucky stuff all over my hands for work. Yuck! By the way, Eleanor, of course, has a replica of the reverse bear trap because the producers still think that's the coolest idea they've ever had, but guys, it really isn't. If it can be explained as a reverse version of a trap that already exists in real life, it's not that inventive. That's like ending this movie with a reverse gun or a reverse flashback.
Why is he saying that? Why is he saying that to me?
Maybe someone's playing games with you.
Back at the hospital, somebody grabs Edgar and hucks him in John Kramer's casket, which the police dig up to prove to the public that John's still dead, which, okay, nobody noticed the ground was disturbed.
You may want to rethink that.
Even if John never died in the first place, Deadgar was thrown in there like 12 hours ago. I guess all the good cops have been murdered or are or were traitors, so... All right, as my boss told me when I finished my truck route delivering salsa and tzatziki sauce to Whole Foods in between my first and second years of college, back to the barn with you. They wrap up Ryan's foot and Mitch plays a new tape for himself that's like, you totally suck because you sold a motorcycle to my nephew, John Kramer's nephew, who we all remember from the numerous times John had mentioned him in previous movies.
It can never be personal.
But that's not the problem. The problem was Mitch knew the brakes didn't work, and unrelatedly, the nephew is a terrible driver. And he drove right in front of a truck and exploded into a fountain of gore and viscera. And because of this, Mitch, I'm gonna dip you in this milkshake blender thing of death. Now, obviously, Mitch dies. But not for lack of trying on the part of Olympic hopeful Anna. I mean, she grabs a thing of rebar, climbs into the rafters, leaps a chasm, and nearly stops the machine. She doesn't succeed, and the Russian judges are only showing a 7.0, but damn, that effort. Speaking of, she actually manages to open the no exit door because she is an American hero. But unfortunately, she's knocked out by a pig person.
Been there.
Mitch's body is later discovered hanging in a secret room in Eleanor's murder warehouse. And that's not a good look for our redhead herring Eleanor's innocence. But again, it's very much the look I'd expect from a freaky goth chick. So Keith arrests Logan, who's like, what? Nah, I think Brad is the killer. Keith is like, well, I have been investigating him for internal affairs, so you might be right. And Logan is like, no, I'm definitely right. How do we know he didn't shoot Edgar in the chest?
Yeah, everybody targeted the trigger, but did anyone actually see what Halloran was aiming at?
He probably did that, and I could prove that the bullet came from his gun if you give me the bullet. Keith is like, damn, you have given me so much to think about. So he lets Logan go, and then Eleanor shows up randomly.
I found the farm.
And apparently it's owned by Jill, who I guess had a lot of free time to play analog Farmville between her clinic and accessory to murdering. Eleanor's like, we gotta go right now and save those people. And no, we shouldn't tell the cops because Brad's evil probably, which makes sense for a second until you remember Logan is actively working with Keith, but whatever.
And this.
Oh, also, I've got a big-ass gun, apparently. So they leave, followed by Brad. Of course, sneaky Brad! Speaking of, the cops find a bunch of jigsaw-shaped skin pieces in Brad's freezer. Bad Brad. Anna and Ryan wake up in another room with John Kramer. What? Why did he wear a pig mask in this abandoned barn only to reveal himself 30 seconds later? No point speculating currently because he's like, okay, Bryan, you suck because one time you drank with your buddies and your jubilant carousing caused you to fall out of the car and for your friends to crash, and that's your fault, which is why I'm gonna saw all your feet off and shit.
You lied to the authorities multiple times, Ryan, pinning the blame solely on the driver.
I mean, that wasn't wise, but I'm struggling to see how he's a top 6 contestant for your torture games. He wasn't even driving, bro. It's not his fault if his friends were easily distractible. Passengering under the influence? That's what you're calling out now?
Sit down! It's like also like how would John know that he was partying on the side because the report wouldn't have said any of that.
Yeah, even beyond that, that was like 20 years ago. How many people have you passed over to like really dig into this guy?
Right, like how many like actual like pedophiles have existed in this small town between then and now?
It's ridiculous, especially compared to Anna, who is apparently John's next door neighbor and who one day just up and smothered her baby, staged the body to make it seem like her husband rolled on the baby in his sleep, and then said nothing as the husband lost his mind and killed himself. That one feels worse somehow.
Did you know that pigs are highly compassionate animals?
Don't change the subject. John knew what Anna did, and instead of telling the husband so he didn't, kill himself, he kept that secret so he could get his game on with Anna. He knows crime facts, but he doesn't give them to the police. He holds on to them to like with people in his weird games.
And you've only gotten worse over the years.
So John's like, okay, here's a shotgun with a single shell and the key to your freedom. And Anna Kilrenina here's like, oh, I get what you're saying. I need to execute Ryan, the too fun boy. On it, boss. Ah, shit. Turns out it was one of those backwards guns, and the keys were literally in the shell, but are now as destroyed as Anna's beautiful baby murdering face.
We could have been free, Anna.
So there's nobody to save, but Logan and Eleanor don't know that, so they wander around for a bit until Brad shows up for much tussling. Eventually, both Logan and Brad are knocked out and wake up in a neck trap thing that threatens to laser their heads off.
Damn laser cutters.
Cause no reverse bear traps here. Welcome to the digital age. Digikill age.
Help!
A Jigsaw voice is like, you gotta confess, guys. And Brad's like, sure, I'll go first. Just kidding. And he presses Logan's button, so Logan admits that he screwed up John's x-rays back in the day, which meant that his cancer went undiagnosed for longer than it should have. But also, hold on a second. Did somebody else get brain surgery or something? Switching the x-rays means that somebody else gets diagnosed with cancer immediately.
Right.
I feel like that wouldn't take that long to
parse out?
Yeah. They're like, my foot hurts. They're like, well, you have brain cancer. It's on the slide.
I know.
I came in here to get a splinter removed.
Nope. Says you have brain cancer. Also, you who's complaining of chronic headaches and like blood leaking out of your ears. Turns out you've got a splinter.
Let's get that thing out of you.
Whatever. I guess Logan's confession isn't enough because Logan dies all over the place. Then Brad's forced to confess that he tampered with evidence and took bribes and...
Okay. I did some things.
In 3rd grade, I cheated on my history exam. In 4th grade, I stole my Uncle Max's toupee and I glued it on my face.
Innocent people died because of me. I did it.
Oh, shit. Logan didn't die? It was a ruse? Another ruse in a series full of ruses? Look, here's the deal. 10 years ago, Logan was in Jigsaw's second ever game, which just so happened to be completely identical to a current game we haven't actually been witnessing. What we've been watching is simultaneously the game from 10 years ago, but an investigation from the present day, which is how John is able to be alive. The reason we couldn't tell is because the bodies dumped everywhere are so chewed up into milkshake blenders of death, and also are the same genders and race and general body size. Also, it's because we're watching a movie, and I guess the editor thought it'd be fun to betray us, which is why I start all edit instructions for these videos by reminding my editors.
Don't you ever try to me.
I understand.
It's truly a twist only from the editor.
Yeah, it's not like a clever twist. It's just like we're withholding information therefore this is a twist.
Isn't it crazy that John's alive? It's not, it's 10 years ago.
Right.
You just don't know what year it is.
10 years ago in this very barn.
But see, Logan was the passed out guy from the beginning, and he survived because once he chewed up his back, John ran out and was like, ah, shit, my bad, I feel bad. Let me nurse you back to health like a baby chick.
Not only am I not a lowly janitor,
John decided I shouldn't have to die over an honest mistake.
It's not like you chose to smoke, which is as pure evil as it gets. You're not like a janitor, something twisted. You don't have like an abusive husband, okay? Naturally, this gentle kindness inspired Logan to become John's first ever acolyte, pre-Mark even. Because also after the war, Logan sucked and was sad and got into a bunch of gambling debt, and Edgar killed his wife as payment because Edgar suspected that she was hiding money in her spleen. Which brings us to today's sponsor, DraftKings. Use code WeWon'tKillYourWife to... I'm just kidding. Unless anyone from DraftKings is watching and actually does want to sponsor us. Just kidding again, they've offered it, but I feel very weird about it. Ethically, I'm just not sure I agree with killing wives to settle gambling debts. But they were very adamant that that needed to be the main point of the sponsorship. I was like, I don't know. That feels weird. I don't know if my audience is on board with that. They're like, look, it's fun. You get to bet on your favorite football players, and if you lose, your wife dies.
Yeah, what's wrong with that?
Unless you use our promo code. Anyway, Brad let Edgar, the wife killer, off because he was one of his informants, and Logan actually shot Edgar in the chest with a sniper rifle because remember that time he shot 3 dudes in Afghanistan while standing in Fallujah? That dude's a crack shot. Just like all the cops on this force who are also insanely accurate, and every single one of them apparently shot Edgar's tiny wife murdering hand off and hit no other parts of his body. This explanation makes the most sense of how this scene played out.
Okay, we need to bring him in now.
Logan will now take Brad's confession and use his insane Pro Tools audio editing skills, which he also utilized to create new Jigsaw tapes in the present day, to make it seem like Brad confessed to being Jigsaw.
People died because of me!
But why would Brad then kill himself with lasers? Like, Eleanor is still alive, and sure, she'll claim Brad was probably Jigsaw and Logan wasn't Jigsaw, but she knows exactly where the barn is, so the cops will get there eventually and probably wonder how Brad accidentally got stuck in one of those laser traps, right? Oh shit, he must have tripped and fell on the trap, then the trap turned on, case closed. What's froyo? Not sure how that story will play, but I guess most of the bodies from this recent game are connected to Brad in some way, so twist, they got him.
I speak for the dead.
But okay, so technically, the barn traps now predate Mark's knockoff attempt back in Saw 5. So that makes it a little more reasonable that Mark would model his Seth trap after Jigsaw, but obviously nobody making Saw 5 knew about Saw freaking 8 at the time, and also nobody ever actually found the barn game canonically in world, so I think my point still stands. I don't know that you'd find Mitch's mutilated body and think, do you think this dude was shoved into a 2-story milkshake blending machine? Shit, I gotta top that. How am I gonna top that? It's gotta be a milkshake machine. What else could it be? This is why most horror franchises aren't so slavishly committed to continuity, though honestly, I think it's really fun that Saw tries, especially as it makes less and less sense. Far more enjoyable than Texas Chainsaw's, okay, so the last garbage sequel, it didn't count, but this one counts. This one's for real. This is canonical. I promise. Last time I'm doing this. I mean, it would be way easier if they ever tried to make a movie that wasn't 95% flashbacks. That's for beta males. That's some Final Destination bullshit. Nah, this is torture art, baby. I'm personally excited for things to get so tangled up they won't have another choice but to introduce time travel, alternate dimensions, clones, or Westworld androids. Like, they're writing themselves into some really epic corners. John, how are you back? I'm not John. I am John Bot. But there are a lot more observations to make thanks to this insane reveal. Firstly, Logan waking up late was because John still sucks at this. Like, John was pissed at Logan for messing up the x-rays, but John himself messes up the dosage on Logan and almost kills him before he even gets to play the game. Logan's reveal of John's realization that he shouldn't die because of an honest mistake applies to both Logan mislabeling x-rays and John the dosage, which applies to both Logan mislabeling x-rays and John the dosage, which is actually, you know, that's a nice little detail. Like, John made an honest mistake, and he realizes that Logan made an honest mistake, and then they went on to murder people for decades and decades, which is really sweet. Secondly, this is so much more elaborate than Saw 1. So we went from face knives in a chair to the elaborate murder barn where we've anticipated your every goddamn move to one fat dude strung up in some razor wire. Is he like me, trying to space out the big ones between some lower lift setups? Lock me up, I'm Jigsaw, woo! Thirdly, it's weird that this is effectively the second game ever, and yet the production value of the tapes and the presence of flat screen TVs is way more expensive than anything else in the series to date. Did he try this once and just decide it didn't really fit the aesthetic he was going for? It's like, I get it. Sometimes you scale too big too fast, my guy. You lose sight of what makes your shtick really effective. More money doesn't always lead to a better product. That's why every time I make a new video, I pay Dave just a little bit less. By this time next year, he's going to be paying me. Fourthly, why did it take Logan so long to kill Brad? He's been doing this literally almost as long as John, and says Brad kept screwing up cases from the beginning of Logan's mortician career.
Victims appeared on my table because of you.
What's he been freaking waiting for? And actually on that, has Logan been setting this barn game up for the past 8 years? Like, what inspired him to get back into the game now? And why play the exact same game that's already been played?
I wanted to see if I was as worthy as him, as talented.
You're stealing that idea too.
Why did Logan never make an appearance in the first 7 movies? If he predates Amanda and Mark and Gordon, is he just standing slightly off screen in each previous movie? I guess he is a sniper. He's very stealthy. If John was worried about someone going after Jill, like Mark ended up doing, then why not have the guy with dead wife issues, military training, and 2 legs secretly watch over her instead of Gordon, who, you know, completely failed?
Watch over Jill.
I died that day!
Did Logan pull a Captain Marvel, and while the series was going down, Logan was running another series of games in Mexico? I don't know, but sixthly, I think it was unfair of the movie to do such a big flashback without giving John a backwards hat. Like, how am I supposed to know that he's young if he doesn't have a hat? That's cheating. At least they could have given Ryan or Mitch Jinkos in a chain wallet. Seventhly, and finally, we literally never learn where John's body is. Does Logan have it in his house? In one of the million abandoned warehouses? Did he eat it? There was literally no point in stealing the body and replacing it with Edgar's other than for a fun twist for the audience and to make the subsequent investigation all the more confusing, I guess.
I want to play a game.
Yeah, these hats make us look younger.
Yeah, so I heard about this dope party on campus.
Okay, well, I can't go because I'm tied up.
Oh, well, you only got 1 more, right?
2 more, really.
2 more, okay. You could. The party's probably still going on at that point. I hear there'll be plenty of freshman, sophomore, junior.
That's most of them, yeah. Thanks for the hat.
Okay.
I'm gonna keep watching though.
Okay. I did think the hat made you look young.
Okay. All right. See you in a bit.
Yeah.
Epic bad luck.
So despite Saw 2 releasing 18 friggin' years before this movie, Saw X is in fact a prequel to that film.
That was a long one.
It opens with our boy John getting an MRI, hopefully by somebody better at labeling them than Logan, because obviously he's still fully alive in this film as well as fully cancer-stricken. To his credit, he looks similar to how he always does, which is to say old and sad. He's been looking old and sad since he was probably about 30. Consistent. That's the thing that I'm going for. I feel like if I look sad and dejected and old as shit at 34, then people won't notice when I'm 64 and I still look old and sad and shit. You gotta age up fast and then you don't look.
And then you hit the cruise altitude and just stay that.
I do wonder what it's gonna be like. Am I gonna be a 60-year-old man sitting in your mom's basement being like, here's my thoughts, son?
Well, the way things are going, it seems like it.
Universal Pictures gave me another damn copyright strike, those fucks. Dave, will we still be doing this when we're 80?
I still have a lot of work that needs to be done.
Jesus Christ.
Anyway, John's told that he only has months left to kill. And the doctor is like,
My advice?
retire.
But John's like, retire? A, the pension for serial choicers is terrible in America, and B, I'm doing important work. And okay, is John hoping to fix and or kill everybody in the world? Like, when will it be enough, John? Like, immediately upon leaving the doctor's office, he sees this janitor.
They ain't got no soul.
Stealing stuff from a patient, and John drifts into one of his classic daydreams where he imagines plugging the dude's eyeballs into a shop vac until he breaks all the fingers on one hand before his balls get completely sucked out of his head. But again, it was just a daydream, much like anybody's normal anti-janitorial daydreams, and the janitor decides not to steal the patient's watch and subsequently gets sucked so hard he goes blind. Smart.
Good choice.
I wish Dave had the same restraint. That's why these videos are so blurry. Dave got sucked so hard he went blind. It's true. Sorry. That's a fun fact about our channel.
Good trivia fact.
Random thought, but has Kramer ever grabbed somebody who didn't speak English? That would be very awkward. Would he have to pause the trap until he found a translator? Google Translate didn't come out until the year after this, so I imagine he'd have to resort to like charades and Pictionary type games. Oh, look at that. You caught me daydreaming. How do you explain a reverse bear trap in charades?
Conk. Nope, scratch that. Reverse it.
Kramer heads to an outdoor cafe to, I assume, daydream about shoving the waitress into a giant French press if she actually brings him regular coffee instead of decaf, and also, he's drafting his will. He bumps into a Henry from one of his cancer support groups who's looking hot as shit.
Hey, good to see you.
Despite ostensibly having stage 4 pancreatic cancer. John's like, hey man, you look hot as shit.
You look marvelous.
Oh yeah! Henry's like, I am hot as shit. In that I'm completely cured of my stage 4 pancreatic cancer thanks to this crazy experimental surgery combined with a drug cocktail, which I'm gonna be honest, that sounds delicious.
Drug cocktail.
But anyway, John, you should totally try it. Here's the link. Use coupon code HOTHenry for a free Viagra cocktail to use after. Kramer follows the link to a video of a woman being like, my dad is a super cool doctor, but he's been forced underground by Big Pharma. But thankfully I, Cecilia, his Norwegian daughter, who is in the incredible Norwegian film Headhunters that you should watch after this, am apparently not being forced underground by Big Pharma and am totally willing to cure your cancer with crazy experimental surgery, combined with a drug cocktail.
Drug cocktail.
Also, to answer your next question, drug massages by the drug pool do cost extra.
I'm taking his treatment on the road.
Kramer's like, wow, crazy experimental surgery combined with a drug cocktail?
Hexaphenol cocktail.
Sounds so crazy. It just might work. Email sent. Seriously, they say surgery combined with drug cocktail like 50 times in this movie. It's important that you know that that's what they're offering here. Just crazy surgery? No good. Just drug cocktail? Instant death. Together? Oh my God, you're cured.
Can you imagine what that implies?
I mean, maybe.
Because medicine is never just one thing. It's at least 2 things. Also, fun fact, that's like literally what happened to my wife back in November 2024. A literal crazy 11+ hour surgery combined with a drug cocktail chemo wash of the abdominal area. God, I love when I could see my life reflected in a film like Saw. I hate when my life is similar to some uplifting bull like Jerry Maguire. I want to be tortured by life. Only way to really appreciate it. If you're watching a movie like Saw and you're like, oh, that's weirdly similar to my life.
It's not good.
It's not going great. That's when you look like a 34-year-old, 64-year-old sitting here all tired and you gotta poop your pants. Glad that my wife has the same problems as a serial killer.
Can you imagine what that implies?
What does she do in the basement?
Yeah, she's been doing a lot of fun work in the garage.
Honey, are you going to Home Depot again?
How are we affording all this razor wire?
I know it looks bad, but...
Anyway, Cecilia soon calls Kramer.
Who is this?
You're stupid!
It's like, hey, if you want some crazy experimental surgery that by the way, I'm gonna combine it with a drug cocktail. Well, why don't you come on down to Mexico, Friday after next? And also, if you could wire me like $250,000. And Kramer's like, whoa, that's a steal. Do you mean pesos? And she's like, no, dollars. And he's like, no, that's pretty expensive.
Mr. Kramer?
Yes, I'm here.
But anyway, he subsequently heads to Mexico, and for once, the country doesn't have so much a yellow filter as like a sickly green filter. Is that progress? No bueno. Infermo.
Welcome to Mexico.
John and his driver are pulled over by a van full of dudes with guns, but it's fine. They're actually super nice.
Here. Come.
and this was just a ruse to throw Big Pharma off their trail. Sure, Big Pharma's goons might be able to follow one taxi, but to then follow a van? Impossible. The human mind is not built to follow so many moving parts, no matter how big your pharma. Kramer's new friends bring him to an abandoned Mexican warehouse with an attached abandoned Mexican chateau because, oh shit, I guess maybe Mexico is entirely abandoned. And they were running games down there previously?
This used to be a chemical factory back in the day.
Wow, I really planted those seeds well. There's a not abandoned operating room in this warehouse, and John meets the team. Valentina the nurse, Mateo the anesthesiologist, Dr. Cortez the doctor.
He's the best neurosurgeon in 2,000 miles. He's completely invisible.
And Gabby, the sweet little Mexican lady who sometimes takes care of John. Every team needs a Gabby.
Yes.
He also meets a dude with throat cancer named Parker. That's not as necessary for most medical teams, but he seems nice.
Yes.
The next morning, John wakes up and uses his particular set of skills that he's acquired over a long career to help a kid fix his bike.
I want to play an X game.
Hat goes backwards for that one for sure.
Yeah, that hat's going backwards. I'm about to do a McTwist. I'm about to Christ air over this little bitch.
You speak English, Carlos?
Okay.
Also, if the kid is into it, John can totally show him how to use it to power a human blender.
Gracias.
Then they surgery John and also occasionally wake him up in the middle of surgery.
Can you please wiggle your fingers?
To make sure his fingers still work and they didn't accidentally poke the wrong part of his brain and turn him into someone that leaves mean comments on YouTube videos. Is there something wrong with your big dumb brain? But if they did get the wrong part of the brain, they could probably just cut out one of the other parts of the brain that's responsible for understanding what a malpractice suit is. But there's no need, because it turns out the surgery was no big deal.
It was super easy, barely an inconvenience.
You did great.
All he's got to do now is not take off his head bandage for a few days and chug some drug cocktails.
1 in the morning and 1 at night.
And he should be fully cured of brain cancer. Single Kramer tear. John spends the next few days happily sitting in parks, doodling in his notebook brand new torture devices because, all right, this guy sucks shit. And Jeff was a hero. He also draws a map from memory to help find his way back to the warehouse so he can give sweet Gabby a bottle of tequila so she can make non-drug cocktails as a thank you. His map works, but when he arrives, he finds the place essentially abandoned, which he probably should have seen coming. Everything he touches gets abandoned. Warehouses, zoos, wives, everybody's torsos and or eye holes. John takes this moment to inspect his head wound for, I guess, literally the first time and realizes, oh crap, they didn't even fake shave his head. Now, I get that they don't actually want to cut him open all the way to the brain, but surely they could have shaved his head and run a scalpel across it just to give him a cute little scar? Dave would have done it for free. I mean, you're already stealing the guy's money. Give him a cool scar so chicks want to sleep with him in the final months of his life. And like, wouldn't that help buy them a little more time and cast a little more doubt? It seems stupid to not even pretend they'd performed any surgery at all. The guy who convinced him to come here painted a whole big gnarly scar on his stomach, or honestly just kill him and then leave. Like, why would you risk him getting authorities involved? I don't know, but whatever. This upsets the literal serial killer, and he takes his initial driver,
Al infierno.
Now make your stuff.
who he just now realized was Dr. Cortez in disguise, and duct taped scalpels to his hands.
Oh, gee!
What should I call you? Dr. Cortez.
John also sews pipe bombs into the guy's forearms and is basically like, you have to hack off enough skin and stuff to slide off the pipe bombs or else you're gonna friggin' blow up. And he does. Thank God the guy didn't pose as a proctologist. He's like, you're gonna have to cut most of your butt off or your butt's gonna explode. And he's like, oh, all right.
He got me there.
That's what I get. So anyway, kindly Mr. Jigsaw lumbers over with a medical kit to treat the wounds.
You're gonna be okay.
Great.
Yeah. Now I get that the whole thing is that if they pass his test, they get to go free. But this guy not only knows John's real name and identity, he potentially has access to his literal medical records, right? Like Kramer, we transferred them over before coming to Mexico. Unless this guy also agrees to join the Jig team, Kramer will absolutely be caught soon, right? I'm pretty sure the American and Mexican feds would grant him immunity for the cancer scam that he's running for catching damn freaking Jigsaw. I guess John's only got a few months to live and dies just 2 movies later, but still, like this guy's forearms, or Dave's favorite type of seconds, it's a little sloppy.
I could use...
At some point, John interrogated this guy off screen for information on his associates, so John calls a detective, that is almost certainly Mark, throws on a pig mask, and saves Valentina from being sexually assaulted at a club. Although, I bet she'd probably prefer that to whatever Kramer has in store. Then John grabs Mateo, who is actually a vet/drug dealer who sells, I guess, dog drugs to sweet, sweet Gabby, whose terrible addiction has driven her down a dark road where she can't eat grapes, probably. I'm not really sure how dog drugs work on humans. Dave, go take some dog drugs and report back. What? You've been on dog drugs for every shoot and you've been eating grapes this whole time? Well, now this joke makes no sense. I just assumed that if you took dog drugs, you also get all of dogs' weaknesses, like they can't eat grapes.
Oh, right, yeah.
Oh, also John maybe kills a dog. Like there were barking dogs that suddenly stopped barking. Is John Kramer John Wick's Wario? I guess John could have knocked them out with his special rags or whatever, but if John's killing dogs now, that's messed up. That's real sick shit. Anyway, John zaps Mateo and then grabs Gabby from the ladies' room, which is the exact future that liberals want. You can't even go pee in the girls' bathroom at the vet's office without serial killers grabbing you. That's what Kamala Harris ran on. She was like, if you elect me, I'm gonna grab every woman from the bathroom.
That was actually her motto? Yeah. We're like, that's kind of a long motto, Kamala.
Very specific. Too progressive for me. 400 comments that are like, ugh, I liked this video until it got so woke 3 hours in.
I think your socks are woke, dude.
They are, because they have a little boy penis on them.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, that's the statue of David. John also finally tracks down Cecilia, and as far as I can tell, every single time John grabs somebody, he first accidentally trips on something. Like, they literally always hear him coming. They can't necessarily do anything about it, but I think it's funny that every single time John sneaks into a house, or he knocks over a vase like a Looney Tunes character, but the movie just doesn't show us that, so it feels tense and scary instead of comical. Like, in every movie, if they're being stalked in their house, they have to have noises, right? But if you're watching the serial killer in those moments, then they're f***ing slamming into walls and shit. If they were any good at it, there would be no noise.
The clumsiest. Whoa.
He's like wearing a mask. He's like, I can't see for shit. A stupid pig mask. He's like stabbing paintings because he can't tell. Cecilia still gets grabbed because there are two pigs. Because, hey, look at that. Amanda's back and she looks definitely 30. For sure, she is definitely 30 and not we were too cheap to spring for the de-aging special effects that Marvel uses 50 years old.
I checked.
She had a backwards hat that sold a little better, but a shit-ass haircut's gonna have to do.
Sometimes we get sucked into things that are against our nature.
So now the entire medical team are tied up in their twice-abandoned warehouse, aka the pit, and their coats and phones and shit are put on a rolling table in the middle of the room. Almost like intentionally or something.
Why? You serious?
First up is Valentina, who needs to cut her leg off and suck out a certain amount of bone marrow before her head gets cut off, which, again, the variable difficulty on these is insane. It's not enough to hack off her entire leg. She also has to suck out a bunch of bone marrow, and she fails, but only barely. Feels like John put a little extra stank on these games.
It can never be personal.
Oh, my mistake. Amanda, for her part, seems a bit squeamish, and Kramer's like, babe, it gets way worse than this. We've got like 8 more movies, sweetheart. You ain't saw nothing yet.
If you can't handle this, how will you handle the rest of our work?
It's like in the 6th movie, the woman wins a game by hacking her arm off, but if she had to hack her arm off and then suck out bone marrow, too many things. It's so traumatic to cut your leg off. What you're actually fighting after having succeeded there is passing out from shock. Like, it's not fair to be like, now you have to extract bone marrow with a sucker. It's like, your brain is cooked, dude. You can't focus. You're in the most pain anyone's ever been in. They're not like gathering courage to do the bone marrow. They've done the hardest part.
And after that, it's like you have to beat Halo 1 on Legendary.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. It's like cut your leg off and then beat Halo 1 on Legendary. I'm like, that already would have been hard. It's so hard now that my leg fell off and I'm dying. It's just not fair. I mean, a lot of these traps in theory were like one thing. If you can pull the rebar out of your body, you win. But it's like you have to pull the rebar out of your body and then take an SAT. And if you get under 1400, you get shot in the face. I don't know. While they're discussing the future of this iconic franchise, Cecilia grabs Valentina's body, cuts her open, ties together an intestine rope, lassos the table with her phone like the most disgusting version of Wonder Woman.
We have a rope.
No. And squeezes off a quick phone call. Honestly, that alone was basically Amanda's test from the first movie, but on steroids. Granted, Valentina was dead and Amanda's dude was merely sleepy, but still very gross and also kind of impressive. I feel like you should pass for doing like that. I mean, it means you have the will to live, but no, that's not a real test. And anyway, they've got other issues.
We have a visitor.
I hope you brought your popsicle.
Throat Guy has also realized he doesn't have any scars, nor seemingly a knob of cancer, like he said earlier, which is odd.
You got a tumor the size of my knob.
You mean a penis?
Look at this.
And anyway, he's here to be like, hey, why did nobody cut my throat for real? Of course, Kramer and Amanda knock him out and tie him up and are like, hey, just FYI, we do not kill anybody, despite what you may assume from the headless, legless, intestineless body on the ground and the other screaming people that we've got chained up in this abandoned warehouse. They're killing themselves. Technically.
Valentina died because she didn't have the will to live.
Same goes for any dog bodies you may or may not find around here. The dogs chose it. Anyway, we'll let you go at some point, but...
No guns.
You mean a penis?
Rules are rules.
Gabby is supposed to be next, but Amanda feels for her as a fellow dog drug cocktail addict. So Amanda pivots to Mateo, and they wheel out a Jigsaw tricycle puppet that I guess Amanda had to bring through customs. How did they get this thing down to Mexico? Did she convince them it was like a weird piñata? We need to put a 200% tariff on serial killer tricycle dolls stat. I'm really hoping this joke is no longer relevant by the time you're watching this. And that movie still exists for me to recap? Didn't we put a tariff on movies too? Oh wait, I forgot. All they need to do is duct tape a fleshlight onto it, and then legally it's a sex toy, which is taxed differently than serial killer paraphernalia. It's like how Converse sneakers have a thin layer of felt on the bottom, so they can legally be classified as slippers and pay lower import costs. That's why if I ever need a new car, I always look for ones that are covered in felt and fleshlights. They're like, this sex toy slipper, actually it goes 0 to 60 pretty quick. But regardless of how it got here, why does John feel the need to indulge in these random theatrics? They've all seen his face, and Kramer's been walking around the building all night. Why switch to the puppet now? A doll comes out and is like, yeah, you guys are totally dead. You're like, I know. He just said that.
In his mind, he's like, yeah, I got him good.
Dude, they are friggin' scared now. Imagine halfway through screaming in a bank teller's face while not wearing a mask, you randomly pulled out a hand puppet and have it threaten the teller for the money in the safe. It's like, give me all your money. Wait. Give me all your money, you son of a bitch. I'm gonna shoot you in the face. I'm sick. Who am I talking to now? He's not robbing the bank. I'm not robbing the bank. I'm the one in charge. I mean, to be fair, that would make me give up the money. I'd be like, this guy is nuts. But whatever. Mateo has to literally give himself literal brain surgery.
Place a big enough piece of your cerebral tissue into the glass enzyme tank, and you win.
Come on, man. That's too easy.
And put a certain amount of his brain in a little jar to unlock a thing that'll allow him access to the key to his machine. Again, that is pretty damn difficult. That's like if they made a trap that required building a functional rocket ship out of your own skin that also tore your dick off when it flew away. With every other difficult trap in the series, you could say, hey, at least it's not brain surgery, but literally not this one. Mateo gets pretty far with it, but he fails, and some sort of Mexican statue mask thing closes on his face and grilled stuffed burritos his head.
Melty, crunchy, spicy, and grilled.
You guys are sick.
Hell yeah!
We follow this scene with a touching moment where Amanda cries and feels sad for her murder daddy.
I am dying. You have to face that.
Very touching. It's like reverse bear trapping my heart. Finally, it's Gabby's turn, and she's weirdly lifted into the air with one hand chained to the ceiling and one foot chained to the floor, and she's given a hammer and told the only way to escape is to break her hand and foot so she can wriggle free, and also she should do this before she's cooked by this radiation machine that's blasting her in the face. Again, how does John determine the level of difficulty here? Like, I get that breaking your bones isn't fun, but it's roughly 1,000 times easier than doing actual brain surgery on yourself. Kids break their bones all the time. Only a few are successful amateur self-neurosurgeons.
I am a surgeon! I am a surgeon!
She actually succeeds. And this has to be a record for number of people that have passed the test. But before they can drop Gabby at the hospital, Throat Guy, who they've unchained and said, hey man, please don't betray us, please.
Playtime's over. Curse your sudden but inevitable betrayal.
Oh what? Dude, we just went over this!
I stated to you very clearly that guns were against the rules.
Apparently he and Cecilia are secret lovers. And it was all a ruse. Then Cecilia kills Gabby, and I think she might be a bad person. They're forced to unlock Cecilia, and Kramer is forced into Cecilia's trap while Amanda is chained up nearby. Bicycle Nino shows up just then to play soccer outside by himself at this abandoned warehouse at I think literally 6 a.m. because that's just what kids did in Mexico back in the early aughts. You have to understand, they use real sugar in their Coca-Cola over there, so their kids have boundless energy that they have to keep working off with 6 a.m. abandoned warehouse soccer practices.
The boy is innocent.
So Cecilia and Throat Man grab the kid and chain him to the other side of Kramer's trap because, yeah, bad person confirmed.
This is not right.
Also, the trap is apparently a two-personer, which is weird because Cecilia is only one person. Interesting.
Exactly.
Apparently, this is a blood-boarding seesaw thing where blood gets dumped into one person's face unless they pull a lever, causing the other person to get blood dumped onto their face.
No me gusta.
But no worries, the CIA didn't consider it torture, so you two should be totally fine.
This is legal, I tell you. It's legal.
Still, Kramer tells the kid not to pull the lever so he can take the full brunt of the blood, but the kid's a sweet kid, so he occasionally pulls it, causing a good deal of back and forth. Although I feel like if they just turn their heads a little bit, it'd be way easier. They're like, oh, blood is in my face. Ew, ah. I'm like, okay, but like, oh, now the blood's hitting here. Like a dog at a fire hose, but it's like, just tilt. But regardless, it's taking forever for somebody to die.
Let's go get the money.
So Throaty and Cecilia head up to the tech booth or whatever to grab the money that Amanda and Kramer stole from Cecilia's house, except twist! When they pull on the money bag, it's not full of money. And the door locks and the gun doesn't really have functional bullets in it, and the room begins filling with hot-ass gas imported from Arby's back home. The only hitch in John and Amanda's plan was the kid, and Amanda was supposed to do the trap with him. Sorry, kid.
You are a warrior, my boy.
No hablo inglés.
You also may now have Hep C, my boy. The blood stops pouring on Kramer and Nino's faces, though it's not clear if that's part of the plan or if they just ran out of blood, because like, how much blood could they realistically have stored? Yet another example of Kramer not technically killing anybody, but also wasting tons of blood that could go to patients who need it. Or if it's pig blood, then pigs who need it. Pigs need blood too! Anyway, there's a single head hole in the tech booth where Throaty or Cecilia can poke their noggins through to breathe, so as long as she just never takes her head out of the hole.
John!
Not sure what this test will change about the way she sees the world exactly, because I mean, she was probably always going to betray that dude. I guess she fought hard to survive, but she always does that. Remember the intestine lasso? I don't know. I worried that she didn't learn a real lesson, and if we're not learning anything from these movies, why in all that is holy are we watching them? Regardless, Puppy, Kramer, Amanda, and the kid who they give Cecilia's money to walk off into a gorgeous Mexican sunrise like a little insane murderous family. Adorable! Is it weird that Cecilia isn't in any of the other movies? Like, what's she been up to since this movie? Was she scared straight? Is she still in the head hole? But to back up for a second, apparently John wanted Cecilia to access her phone via intestines because he knew that she'd called the throat guy, who Kramer was already pretty sure was a co-conspirator thanks to the earlier interrogation of Scalpel Hands driver guy. Also, he removed the gunpowder from the bullets while Throaty was asleep, which is why he couldn't shoot his way out of the room. But, as always, this feels needlessly complex. And what if Cecilia and Throat Guy hadn't gotten bored with the blood thing and sat there and patiently waited for him to drown in the blood? Why would he assume that they'd get tired of watching the guy who massacred all those people and almost murdered Cecilia die? They could have made a day of it. But no, they give up after 5 minutes tops. How long was John prepared to breathe blood for? I don't know, but there's a mid-credits scene where Kramer and Mark torture hot as Henry with a tummy tickling machine. That's fun.
Epic bad luck.
Game over!
That was a long one.
I want to play a game.
What?
I'm trying a new thing. I'm trying to be a bit relatable.
I feel like it's offensive that you're trying to murder people, but it's even more offensive that you're trying to sound like that.
What makes you uncomfortable? Is it that I have charisma?
I think it just doesn't feel like you.
You don't like it? I could try on a different outfit.
Yeah, please, try a different one.
Okay. I call this one, Posh Society.
Do you have anything that's not from the British Isles?
How about this?
Seems great. Let's just go with that.
Okay.
All right, thanks. I'm gonna watch another one.
I'm not woke, but you can't say handicap, you can't say retarded.
Oh, okay. Spiral from the book of Saw. I hadn't mentioned it before now, but yeah, I really prefer the book to the movie adaptations. So much better. The book of Saw, that is. So literature, so prose. You know, it's hard to find the books because, you know, thanks to Jigsaw's games being meant to fix people, the book of Saw is actually in the self-help section. A lot of people don't know that. It's a good book, though. You ever read that book? Each chapter is like sad, ? And you go to it and it's just a dude sawing his leg off.
That would make me a lot happier, especially if I played dead next to that man for several hours.
This story from the good book opens with fireworks and Ferris wheels and fun and a guy in a stupid ass hat. It's all the makings for a good time, basically. Except, oh no!
Hey, my purse!
A lady's purse is stolen, and what if she has life-saving medication in there? We've seen what that can lead to.
A barbiturate-induced coma.
Better get it back for her. Oh, but fortunately, Stupid Hat is also a stupid cop.
Police! Police!
So he chases Mr. Snatcher down into some train tunnels without backup.
You did not just go down there.
All he finds is a dummy in a chair. But a pig person finds a dummy in a stupid-ass hat and knocks him out. Though, to be fair, he might have just been trying to destroy the hat. Nobody would blame him. He could have just been trying to relive the hat-based crime wave of 1922. You think that's likely?
I think you're onto something.
Might be right. Hat Man wakes up without his hat, but with his tongue in a vice and standing on a step stool. And interestingly, he's been trapped by a new killer who doesn't use the Billy the Puppet doll that Jigsaw was so fond of. Yes, that's the name of the thing. Surprise twist. He instead uses an honestly adorable little pig cop doll because get it? Also, it doesn't speak in an artificially deep voice, but rather a weird, high, sucking in while speaking like a robot voice.
I want to play a game.
Cezary, no!
Hello, Doctor. You're going to die. The pig thing's like, okay, so you just gotta rip that wagging tongue out, you know, because you lie so much on the stand. Do that and you'll be fine.
I'm putting the hat back on. I don't care what happens to me.
Oh, well, nevertheless, I'm starting to worry that this isn't gonna be the best Saw movie.
What you talking about? That movie won awards.
No, it didn't.
Thought you woke now?
No, dude, shut up. Just go rob those drug dealers or whatever.
No, Rico just got off the elevator.
They do, and then they change into suits, which should allow them to make a clean getaway.
Police, stop! Get your hands!
Ah, well, nevertheless, Zeke here is like most Saw characters, secretly a cop. He was working undercover until that cover was blown harder than Dave when he lost his sight.
Your cover, Zeke!
Oh no, you were sucked. I'm sorry. But none of this would have happened if Zeke was willing to work with a partner.
No! Me no want no partner!
No, I know that. And in fact, this screamy conversation is going to give us just about 75% of the necessary backstory for this movie.
I got a heat wave going on. We got rolling blackouts.
Like how Zeke's dad used to be the head of the department.
Just because your dad was chief Marcus Banks.
You're the head of the department now.
And how Zeke ratted out a dirty cop back in the day.
12 years ago, I turned in a dirty cop. I also got a bullet, and I got to look over my back for the rest of my career. Shut up!
We've discussed this already.
I know.
And now everybody hates him because most cops think about crimes like actors think about movies. You know, like one for them, one for me. If I solve one crime, then I get to do one crime. That's fair, okay? That's how I keep sane in this crazy madcap world.
Equilibrium is karma.
Stop!
And yada yada until his boss Angie is like, shut up, you've got a new partner named William. I know we've already had a Will in this series, but this one is putting the yum back in William, okay?
Yep.
Or maybe we'll call him Sweet Willie if I've had a couple whiskeys and I'm feeling like a bad bitch.
I'm half Italian, trust me. Women do not like it when you call them bitch.
Counterpoint.
I'm going through a divorce.
That's shocking.
Oh, I get it. Spiral is referring to his marriage. Dave's going through something similar with his anime body pillow, so we get you, Zeke. I feel like you guys haven't talked to each other in a long time. Is that true?
Sorry.
Side note, this movie is clearly a bold, new direction for the franchise, largely in that it frequently features hip-hop music and certain characters can now safely drop N-words.
His best friend was a nigga and a white boy with no legs.
That is bold stuff.
But it's directed by the same guy that did Saw 2 through 4 and written by the guy that wrote Jigsaw. So it's not like they nabbed David Fincher and Charlie Kaufman and forced them to write an incredible script or get their buttholes melted with acid.
Get out of here, man.
Zeke and Yum are sent to investigate the train death because everybody's like, I bet it was just some fancy homeless guy in a stupid ass hat. But twist, the exploded corpse is wearing a Fitbit.
I don't know a lot of bums trying to get their steps in.
And indeed, when they get back to the precinct, the package addressed to Zeke has a USB stick with a video with a spiral, which, hey, wasn't that Jigsaw's thing? Sort of?
If that spiral is what I think it is.
Jigsaw?
I guess Billy the Puppet had spiral cheeks, but I always kind of assumed that it was just blushing brought on by his crippling alcoholism. It was subtle, but the clues were there.
I'm drunk. What?
Throughout this movie, they constantly hear like spirals were Jigsaw's whole thing. There's not really another aesthetic that he uses ever. Like there's no other like iconography that you could really latch on to.
Other than the tricycle.
Yeah, but you're not going to spray paint a tricycle on everything. But it still doesn't make sense because...
Wait, I thought the Jigsaw killer was dead.
A non-specific amount of time ago, according to these confused cops. And like, sure, but also he had like 1 million accomplices. Not that crazy to assume he'd have yet another one. Cops. Although speaking of accomplices, we never see Logan nor Dr. Gordon in Spiral, even though they both survived their respective movies and were still in the same unnamed city. Though can you really call a place with 50 abandoned warehouses and zoos a city? I guess they could have maybe relocated somewhere else, but usually Jigsaw and or his accomplices get super pissed when somebody becomes a copycat. Not here though. Looks like buildings aren't the only things that are getting abandoned in this franchise. Maybe they just all quietly retired. That's kind of a nice thought. The whole Jig team, maybe they're just like terrorizing the Bahamas now. Regardless, the USB video leads them to the courthouse where they find another package with a tongue and a badge. And yeah, the dead train guy was a cop, which we knew from the first 90 seconds of the movie, but now so do the cops, only like 30 minutes later. Wow, they're almost to where we, the audience, are. Us bookheads call this dramatic irony when the characters don't know a thing that the audience knows. And obviously this movie is from a book, which is why they're now doing this.
Oh, Hamlet, 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 Hamlet.
You.
Sorry, Zeke. I know you're upset because the guy, Boz,
Was my friend.
I know that because
We went to fucking games.
Wow.
which is about as personal a connection as two straight men can have. That or subscribing to my Patreon. I also know you guys are friends because almost everything you say is either incredibly angry exposition
When all you motherfuckers would treat me like shit, shoot me in my fucking butthole.
or highly suspect advice.
You could ride a lot of dick before dusk.
That's a little nugget of wisdom I'd really like to jot down.
Dave, is that true?
I'm gonna. Okay, what's the. Okay, hold on. Not knowing. What would I say to my parole officer?
Yeah.
Sure.
You would say that dick is best before dusk?
Well. What about during dusk? It's a romantic hour.
Romantic Dick. By the way, Dick Before Dusk is the best Richard Linklater film. Right up there with Robert Rodriguez's From Dusk Till Dick.
You.
Angie puts some dude in charge of the investigation that isn't Zeke, but then Zeke and her go into the men's bathroom and he's like, actually,
You gotta let me take lead.
and she's like, okay, never mind, Zeke's in charge now. And despite this movie having the highest budget and highest profile actors in the series, it needs a lot of these extra steps to pad out its friggin' 93-minute runtime. They're like, here's a video that says to go to this place to learn a thing we already know, or let's walk into another room to have a conversation to immediately reverse a decision somebody made moments ago.
All right, guys, we're gonna change of plans.
That's brilliant. That killed 5 minutes. Good job. We just need to do that 12 more times. We gotta film. Speaking of scenes like this, they stop by Boz's widow's house to be like, hey, do you know anything?
So nothing out of the ordinary.
No.
Oh, you don't? Great.
Hey, I'm William, Zeke's partner. Yep.
Zeke heads home after a long day of learning nothing to find, shit, Maybe somebody broke in, but actually...
You pull a gun on your old man?
It's fine. It's just his similarly expositionally inclined Samuel L. Daddy/landlord named Marcus.
You forget who the landlord is?
We haven't had a meal together in over a year.
But biological father. 12 years ago, I experienced a turning point in my career as a police detective. I know that progeny. This is why after I left the police force I once led, and subsequently became a landlord completely unawares that you would one day be going through a divorce from your wife, who I saw you marry at your wedding, and that you would need a place to live, seeing as humans require shelter to lead fulfilling lives, not that you have a tendency to pay your rent. Ha 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 ha.
Renters got rights.
You start paying some rent, you can get some rights.
Anyway, let us hang out later tonight, which is the time period that follows day. Sounds good, man who had sex with my mother my age plus 9 months ago?
That's the shit that ruined your career and your marriage.
We should start talking like that so people know the context around our situation.
Flashback, the dirty cop that Zeke turned in back in the day shot a witness in cold blood and tried to say that the witness pulled a gun on him.
The witness pulled a gun on him?
Look, I said dirty cop, not smart cop. Honestly, he probably should have been turned in just for being a shit for brains. But as we've seen in these movies, that would apply to every cop in this city.
It's a perfect plan.
Also, this is the cop that everybody hates Zeke for turning in? Surely of all the things to rat somebody out for, cold-blooded murder and worse, weak-ass cover-up would be one of the least controversial? Was this guy like crazy fun at karaoke nights or something? Oh shit, maybe they all went to games together? Ah, it was because the witness was about to testify against some other corrupt cop. And if we arrested every corrupt cop in this city, pretty soon there'd be nobody to do karaoke or games with.
Are you hungry? You want to go get a slice?
God, I feel like I'm losing my mind watching all these movies.
I've been staring at this for 5 hours.
Try like 15 hours.
I don't even look at porn that long.
Who stares at porn for even 1 hour, my guy? What are you saying all the time? Believe me, I can watch porn for 3 or 4 hours. But 5?
I feel like it's like a depressing chore by that point. 5 hours of TV is a lot.
But what if they're butts?
Got me there.
While Zeke stares at porn, 2 other cops, Fitch and older lady cop, find some non-porn and therefore hard to watch footage of Boz chasing a druggie they identify as a Benny who buys meth from a dealer named friggin' Spees.
Spees.
Obviously short for Spee the Gonzalez. Spees for short. Man, I wish every character in the series was named like Spees. Make my job so much easier. Join my Patreon so I can have enough money to petition Lionsgate to change every character name to Spees and Nutbags and Dirty Gary and the Defiler. So anyway, Fitch heads after Benny. An older lady cop ostensibly goes after Spees, but as far as I can tell, she never actually does that. So maybe she just goes home, or maybe she goes to a game.
Might be a dick night out.
When all you want is meal.
Smartest character in the series. If you need to pad out your damn runtime, you could show her talking to Spees. Fitch, on the other hand. Fitch wakes up in a machine that will electrocute him to death unless he pulls all his fingers off, because after all, he shot a dude to death just for flipping him off once, and if he didn't have fingers, he wouldn't have been able to shoot anybody nor flip them off. Thank God he didn't try to shoot his gun with his penis.
Your penis! Pull the trigger.
But the point is, he can't shoot with any body parts if he's dead from electrocution, because that's like the science. William reveals to Zeke that Boz lied like most out of all the cops statistically.
By like a wide margin.
Jesus.
1,200, 1,300, 1,400, 1,500%.
And Zeke is like, damn, that sucks. Can't believe this is the first I'm hearing this about my very...
We went to fucking games!
Good.
We went to fucking games!
Friend.
We went to fucking games!
He's very, very special to me.
God, I'm such a terrible detective. Zeke heads home to chill with his dad, but unfortunately, even though Marcus has clearly ordered takeout, he himself has evidently wandered off to an abandoned warehouse. I mean, none of the characters know that's what he's doing, but I'm sure they'll catch up to us, the audience, at some point. So nice to just know everything for once. I hate trying to figure out mysteries alongside the cops. Flashback! Marcus is so mad at Zeke for turning in a dirty cop.
Get the out of my face, Zeke. Get that cunt out of my face!
The next day, Zeke gets yet another package that leads him to a car where he finds Fitch's fingers. Flashback! Fitch didn't respond to Zeke's cries for backup back in the day, resulting in Zeke getting shot, I guess.
Request backup.
Don't drink my butt!
And Marcus is so mad at Fitch for letting his son get tummy shot.
Fitch, it was you?
God, everybody in this movie is so mad all the time. Ah! Since nobody else appears to have done it, and since nobody can find Benny, Zeke follows up with Spees and his cool-ass meth dumbwaiter. Zeke, the purity cop, foregoes securing a warrant and instead sneaks a paint bomb into the meth dumbwaiter, then rushes Spees so hard he breaks his friggin' leg. Then Zeke snaps a picture for Instagram, tortures the guy for a minute, and learns, again, nothing.
The snitch.
Dude never learns anything.
Well, that was a waste of time.
And now I guess he's gonna turn himself in for breaking like 50 laws and regulations and posting evidence of his indiscretions on Instagram, you know, because he is such an upstanding police officer who cares about the rules. I'm sure he'll do that any moment now. But also, here at the 50-minute mark, has Zeke solved a single thing on his own other than the cure to my insomnia? You! He didn't even know his good friend was a bad dude.
John Kramer didn't target cops.
Dude, what are you talking about? Even excluding invading cops he'd killed with traps like Singh and the SWAT guys in Saw 2 who didn't even need to die, by the way. Jigsaw's entire plan in Saw 2 required people getting up the stairs eventually. He just killed people for no reason. He was just being a dick. John was also directly involved in targeting Eric, Rig,
You failed your final test.
and Mark.
You think you will walk away untested.
And then his acolytes targeted Allison, Dan, Lindsay, Peter, and like 100 cops in Saw 3D, just to name a few off the dome. And like, did they ever refill that precinct that Mark took down? Logan was in only one movie, and his entire game was about a cop. No. Cops have absolutely been targeted, like statistically, maybe even more than non-cops. Someone do the math on that. The whole franchise is him targeting cops. There's a movie that ends with a Jigsaw accomplice killing every single person in a police station. The whole police station. And it feels doubly true that cops were targeted specifically for things like corruption, like in Eric's case.
Whoever did this has another motive.
I think Zeke is actually a terrible cop. Counterpoint, they're eating at a Chinese restaurant called Big Wong. So he's clearly doing something right with his life.
There's a big Wong in DC. At least there was.
There's a Big Wong right here. I got your Big Wong right over here, big guy. You don't need to go to DC, Dave. You don't have to leave me for the big city, Dave. We got everything you want right here.
In
Fluvanna County.
I don't know.
Well, might as well go visit Pete. Oh, that's another Pete cop. Damn it.
Hey, Pete.
But fortunately, Pete is legally distinct from Peter, so you can't be confused.
I was mad for a long time.
But anyway, he's the cop Zeke turned in all those years ago. Pete almost certainly knows nothing, but might as well burn a few more minutes of runtime and get slightly more backstory.
That's what you're here for.
That's what I'm here for.
Next day, Marcus still hasn't come home, and now William's late for work, and Zeke gets another bigger box, and like, this new killer is losing a fortune on all this mail. Like, how many Stamp.com promo codes has he burned through? They should start looking at billionaires for this, and like, just for general tax dodging and democracy destroying. Those guys suck. Those are bad guys. But anyway, in the box is a pig cop doll covered in, oh crap.
That skin.
Also, there's a threatening letter, which isn't really Jigsaw's thing. Like, if this new killer is trying to emulate him, John wasn't wasting his dying years writing down shit when he could just record it to video. The only letter he ever writes is to Jill, and I think that was just an excuse for him to give her that titty key. But whatever, this letter does provide another clue, so Zeke heads to a butcher shop that used to be a hobby store to discover a fully skinned dude that a nearby tape suggests is William.
He was obviously skinned.
Well, then why say it? Were you really worried that I thought he walked too close to a really strong, oscillating fan? Think it's stuck in a wind tunnel?
Do you listen to a really loud stereo?
Yeah, wow! Let's not jump to conclusions. We're cops. We need facts.
He was obviously...
Then a random cop gets stabbed by
Some guy in a pig's mask.
oh my god, everything is falling apart. Back at the station, Marcus texts Angie to ask her to look into some specific cold file down in the basement. She's like, okay, I'll definitely do that by myself. She wakes up and the trap is hot wax that will burn Cocky her face unless she slices through her spinal cord at the neck? That seems excessive. And yeah, she dies. Even despite Zeke, who realized what was happening, giving her CPR, also just punching her a lot. Punching corpses is basically 90% of an EMT's job. That's why Dave has applied 20 times. But they keep rejecting him because he ties his applications to bricks and throws them through the windows of hospitals.
Lock it down.
But anyway, when blowing the dead lady doesn't work, Zeke realizes somebody deleted the surveillance footage from earlier. Did that person also delete the more interesting scenes in this movie too?
There's 13 minutes missing.
So they get into the computer and learn, oh, shit, it was Pete, or maybe your dad, maybe?
When was the last time you saw your father?
This morning.
I don't know. It's not clear how this computer works. Fortunately, Zeke is on the case. He's gonna slap the bad guys as hard as he slaps that steering wheel. I just know it. Oh, nope, he got grabbed. Flashback to Marcus at the warehouse again and doing a flashlight in the mouth technique that I've literally never seen in a movie. Has there ever been a movie where a cop keeps both hands on a gun and keeps the flashlight in his mouth for an extended period of time? Seems like a bad idea. Like you're gonna drop that flashlight real easy, and or you're turning your head into a really bright target. I don't know, also grabbed. All right. Like I've seen them be like, oh, there's something on the floor I need to inspect. Pop it in my mouth for a second so to readjust and then do it. But he's like literally like, I'm gonna clear this warehouse. Pop.
There's a big long flashlight. The cop's like, I got this. Oh.
You want to play games, motherfucker?
Now Zeke wakes up cuffed to a pipe, and all he can find is a hacksaw. Oh my god! Oh, never mind. There's a bobby pin. Thought he was gonna have to cut his foot off, but actually that was entirely unrelated, which seems to be the running theme of this entire movie. But oh look, Pete is here too, and he's getting blasted in the ass with glass.
Don't break my butt! Don't break my butt!
That'll teach him not to cut ass in front of suspects. Anyway, Zeke tries sort of hard to save him, but he fails. Come on, Pete. Partially because the informational tape was way more non-specific and riddly than usual.
You can keep him locked up and throw away the key.
The key was a lot harder to find because the rules were way harder to understand, is my point. And also, as we've established, Zeke is kind of a shit cop.
Throw away the key? What the f***?
Anyway, it's too late. That's the point. Here's a weird shot that I don't get. No commentary here. It's weird. It's a weird shot. Zeke then runs into William.
You disloyal piece of shit.
Twist! Turns out that William's dad, the witness guy, was killed by Pete 15 years ago. So he sent work to get hired by this specific precinct, texted Marcus with Zeke's phone to get him to this warehouse, faked having a family.
Was sleeping.
For literally no reason as far as I can tell. And also, yeah, he skinned Benny to make it look like him, although I'm not sure why he needed to do that either. How is it beneficial for him if everyone thinks he's dead? Did he take out credit cards to pay for all these traps and now he needs to escape the bills? Except wait, surely they'll do a more thorough autopsy of Benny's body at some point and realize it's not only not William, but that William is probably the one who did it based on the tape trying to pretend that the body is William and William being suddenly missing.
I want to be partners.
Okay, but you already are? I get that you want to change the specifics of the arrangement, but what does faking having a family help? Which now, even if they don't just do an autopsy and take the tape's word for it that you're dead, they'll try to inform this family and then realize that they never existed, right?
I mean, let's be real. Some of these motherfuckers are straight up evil.
Okay, sure, but again, how will you be more effective torturing and killing bad cops if they think you're dead? Like, if anything, we firmly established that killing people is so much easier and basically consequence-free when you're an alive cop. Also, when did you learn how to become such an incredible torture engineer? Did you get a second degree? Again, how do you have all the money to do this? Also, how are you so good at skinning people? That is not something you're born with. It's a very specialized skill. Dave charges like $200 an hour for his workshop, and he's like a genius at that.
Should have taken the teeth out of the skinned body.
That's a weirdly great idea, Dave.
I think.
I wouldn't. I mean, you should have drained all its blood, taken out its teeth, burned it up real bad. His plan was working completely fine. He just added a bunch of wrinkles for no reason. He never has to let Zeke know. Zeke's a dumb piece of shit. He'll never figure it out. He's been planning this for 15 years. It's crazy that he cashed it in to kill like 3 cops.
Crazy he left the teeth in.
What a goofball.
You find the dirty cops and I'll take care of the rest.
And in case you're wondering, here's the only real connection to Saw.
John Kramer was right. Spiral. Symbol of change, evolution, progress.
I mean, was that John's thing? That spirals are symbols of change? I feel like neither John nor life suggests that's the point of spirals. And if it is change, it's usually change for the worse. Like, to spiral out literally means to lose control. Words mean something, damn it. Especially in a book, which this movie is.
I want to believe you.
Also, why even bother to include Jigsaw or convoluted murder traps in this? It's not like he was a disciple and had a deep connection and understanding of the John teachings. Just hold a gun to dirty cops' heads and say, rip out your tongue or I'll kill you. Also, stop being a bad cop, please. That'd be just as effective and way more efficient and significantly cheaper. Like, how does pretending to sort of be Jigsaw, a guy who's been dead for like 10 years or more at this point, how does that make this any easier or more successful or more effective? At this point, the whole movie would make just as much sense if Willie turned out to be Billy the Puppet after the Blue Fairy granted him his wish to be a real boy. At least that would establish a strong connection to Kramer, but whatever. Zeke loves spirals and pageantry.
I'm in, but my dad goes free.
But William's not fully convinced, so he calls the SWAT team to the premise to set up a ticking clock and hands Zeke the gun with just one bullet left.
It's time for your final test.
In another room, Marcus is rigged up to a blood machine. I don't think there's anything to this other than he's suspended in the air and his blood is dripping out into jars, which will eventually kill him because blood works better inside the body than like outside of the body. Oh, get him now! Oh, and Marcus oversaw a lot of corruption, just by the way, because, okay, the movie keeps pointing out that a bunch of cops became dirty when Article 8 was passed, which I don't think is a real law, but rather something made up for this movie.
We were working under Article 8. We were out of control. Cops were given their own discretion to crack down on crime.
Spiral, the movie, sort of tries to indict bad cops and police brutality, I guess, but also these cops are targeted by a literal serial killer who is himself a cop, and the hero is also a cop, and who also does a ton of police brutality, so it's real muddled. It's very like Ouroboros of cop brutality, just kind of eating its own ass. Also, for whatever it's worth, Zeke's dad and Angie,
it was Angie,
both supported this ambiguous but apparently corrupt policy, which is why William doesn't like Marcus.
Your dad oversaw the whole thing, by the way.
So, William gives Zeke a choice. Either shoot him and Zeke's dad dies, or a teeny tiny little spiral target which will release his dad if shot. Now, what's interesting about this test is that William's presenting this like a binary choice, but realistically, both choices aren't what William actually wants, right? He doesn't want himself shot, presumably, and he doesn't want the corrupt daddy freed. What he wants is for Zeke to be like, yeah, screw my dad and screw corruption. Let my stinky daddy be the first or fourth or whatever we're at, victim in a new wave of cop tortures that'll reform the police in this area. But that's not really presented by William as an alternative, so... William tries to sneak out the back of the room, down a back elevator, but Zeke sees him and punches him a bunch, which is a lesson about doing a lot of cardio if you want to be a serial killer, and you want to leave rooms in a much more efficient manner. But oh no, the SWAT team is here, man, and Marcus is like me when I'm blowing some beef and cheddars out of my holes. No, come here. But they, like my kids and Dave, don't listen. And when the SWATs bust in the room, Marcus gets yoinked to back up. He gets played like a marionette, sort of, which further supports my idea for Willie to be a dummy that became alive. And anyway, it kind of looks like that Marcus has a gun, so the cops just... Zeke runs out to try to help his dad by, I don't know, putting a finger in each of his 38 bullet holes like a little Dutch boy at a dam. I got you, Dad. But he can't, and he's basically arrested, so William sneaks away, and Zeke's all like... But surely the building is surrounded? Like, maybe William has a secret tunnel exit somewhere, but currently he's taking a big-ass elevator. Also, Zeke knows his identity. In fact, everybody knows his identity, and William will never be able to realistically get away with anything ever again, even if he miraculously makes it out of the building. Man, I don't know. I'm gonna guess that the ending's better in the book. And that's it. I'm done, okay?
Screw this, man. I'm going to the party.
What about me? What am I supposed to do?
You're not even tied up. That's all loose on you.
Oh my God, I didn't even notice that.
This thing is practically broken. I hope the child isn't gonna be upset. Shit.